Let's go. So as normal, there's no GameStop news. There's a news on Bloomberg Law about appealed GameStop consumer protection claims sent to arbitration, but you can't read it because you got to have a subscription to Bloomberg, so we can't really look into that. Some store closure news, of course, the Bitcoin rumor. So just hasn't been any news in a while. And yeah, gonna be a Roaring Kitty video marathon today because I'm sick still. So hopefully you guys enjoy the Roaring Kitty video marathon. Should be a good time. Oh, that's the wrong chat. Whoops. Damn, someone's already in here and hit the like button. That's crazy. Whoever that is, God bless you, bro. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's some, you got that notification so quick and clicked that so fast. Like, I haven't even clicked my own video yet. George Rickelt. You're the one who came in here first and hit the like button? That's crazy, bro. I haven't even seen that name in here before. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Alright, so I guess it's, I think he uploaded all of these videos at the same time, so they're not in order. Oh, and we can't watch the meme ones, so we're not gonna watch the meme ones. We can't watch Show Me the Tendies or The Interview or Season of Perpetual Hope, just because they're like videos, like actual movies, and they, yeah, we can't listen to those ones, but we can watch every single other one. But I do recommend watching those ones. They're pretty funny. So I guess let's get right into it with the introduction to Roaring Kitty's channel. Well, I guess an ad first, but after this, we're ready to go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Roaring Kitty. This channel revolves around live streams where I share my daily routine of tracking stocks, performing investment research, and a whole bunch of boring stuff like that. Lately, it just seems like there's been heightened interest in the stock market, especially among investors new to the industry, right? And for these folks, I'm thinking seeing a legitimate investment process like mine in action day to day could help set you on the right path to building out your own investment process over time.
I agree, man. Like, I think if you watch Roaring Kitty's live streams, you're going to know more about the stock market than like 90% of people, and probably find way more success than if you follow these kids on like Twitter and Reddit. Like, straight up, like, it's hands down some of the best advice on the internet as far as stocks.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna be doing some boring stuff on this stream, like analyzing financial statements, looking at spreadsheets and charts and all that. I mean, research is boring, right? But maybe if it's more collaborative and interactive, maybe we could have some fun with it, you know? Or maybe not. What the hell do I know? If you're interested in something like this, I encourage you to check out the other videos on this channel because they'll give you more background on things like my investment style and the tools I use and all that. That's it. I hope to see you on the stream.
Hope to see you on the stream. Oh, I gotta find a better way to do this. Oh, that's live streams. So we're gonna sort by oldest. Tools part 1. I don't even know where to start, man. Like I said, I think he uploaded all these videos at the same time. So I guess let's start with investment style part 1. I think that's gonna be the best thing to start with.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I wanted to make a video about my investment style, like a high-level overview of my investment style. And that's because I feel like some people might join the live stream expecting excitement or some day trading, hot stock tips or stuff like that. And you're going to be disappointed because it's not going to be like that. I'll drop this bomb when you're right at the start. I'm a value investor.
That's so funny, bro. That's so funny. That's so funny. It's gonna you're gonna be very disappointed. That's how I feel when people come on my stream and they're asking for like advice and stuff. And then there's Cam over here who just comes in the stream and talks about nothing every single day. He has no life and he just comes in my stream to talk about nothing. It's kind of weird.
And I feel like some of you are rolling your eyes now and laughing at me, you bastards. I'm just kidding. I don't care. It's whatever. I'll just say this. I'm not your traditional value investor. And I jotted down a couple of reasons why. And the first is I'm not in the camp that thinks value's been underperforming. I actually think it's been tremendously successful over the past decade. So I just think it's funny when I see those headlines, is value dead? Is value dead? Is it coming back? And I try to think about why everyone thinks that. And the most obvious reason is just because we all lean on those oversimplified ETFs to measure the style's success. But I mean, that's not a good way to measure a bona fide value approach. It's and part of that is because value is so subjective. It's not so simple that you can just boil it down to a couple of metrics or something like that. So because it's so subjective, it's difficult to measure its success, and I think that's part of the disconnect there. And yeah. Second way I feel I'm different is I'm not building no discounted cash flow models during my stream, during my process. I'm a huge fan of Demonaran. Go check out his stuff if you want to learn more about valuation, but it's a waste of my time as part of my process. I'm not saying that's the case for anybody. I'm sure it serves a purpose for other people's needs, and there's other ways to invest besides my own. But for my style, it doesn't make any sense. Part of that is because value is just one factor. I mean, I'm a value guy, right? And that's where I started my development. And I understand the importance of value, but the issue is it's just one factor. And I used to think it was so important, primacy of value, right? And I'd weight it quite heavily. But the truth is, it just matters a lot less than many think. And so, usually the values I'll frequently be leaning on, and you'll see this during the stream, it only takes me a minute or two to calculate. And I think what matters, many people think that it matters like getting an accurate valuation, right? But that's ridiculous. Like, no one cares. No one cares if you can accurately value a stock, which is, I mean, you can't even get an accurate, precise value, right?
You hear that, Cam? Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you think.
It's ridiculous. But even if you somehow successfully, perfectly measured the value of a stock, the market doesn't give a shit. No one cares, right? What matters is incorporating those values into a framework that you can leverage over time to profit, to outperform the market. I mean, that's what matters. So unless you have it's the framework that matters. And within that framework, value is but one factor, right? There's other things that matter too. And so for that reason, I find it's beneficial. Don't waste so much time valuing one particular stock. Just get a general idea as to what that valuation is and do it for as many stocks as you can and as consistently as possible, and then you can tap those and incorporate it more easily, in my opinion. You'll see this. I'm rambling now, but you'll see it during the stream and some other videos and stuff. All right, a third way I'm different. I use technical analysis. Ooh, right? I mean, now even the value folks are shaking their heads at me. But I don't know what to say. The charts do a good job of illustrating the trends, prevailing sentiment, and even the fundamental events that are unfolding, which is frustrating as a fundamentals-focused value investor, because I've invested in stock in the past, and then after the fact, I'll look back on the chart. I'm just thinking, damn, all that fundamental research I did, I could have just been tracking the chart. And not always, right? It's not perfect, but the technical analysts know this, but it's a good enough shortcut that it should be used. Now, by the same token, right? You have many value folks who are criticizing charts, saying they're following everything. And the technical analysts, they do the same thing. They think the fundamentals folks that they're all crazy for looking at that stuff. And the truth is, I think both sides.
I think both sides have a case. Technical analysis is more for day traders, but it can work for swing trading. I think it's just hard because the market tends to stop people out very, very easily.
Sides have a point, and so that's why I'm always I think it's beneficial to use both. That's part of my edge. I feel I'm kind of surprised more people don't, but yeah, you'll see you'll see more in the stream. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm different as a value investor. But there's some additional things that would really be useful for you to know about my approach before you check out the stream. And the first one is that I currently shoot for 50 to 100% annualized returns, which is aggressive, right? And it's so aggressive that I bet that my style, it would not be suitable for many people who might be tuning into the stream. So just
50 to 100% returns annually. Hmm. Hmm. I don't have anything to say about that. I just think it's funny.
a reminder, the live stream and this channel is educational in nature. I just wanted you to see how a legitimate process might look, so you can maybe glean some aspects for yourself. But don't think the way I'm approaching the market and even the stocks I'm investing in would be appropriate for you. Just, I'm always going to say that just to remind you, but it's really important to understand that. But anyway, 50 to 100%, and it's important, like when you're striving for returns like that, at least as an individual investor, it's not, you're not getting that every year, right? It's lumpy returns. There may be years where I don't get to 50%, but there's going to be windfall years. And every once in a while you start to like, is that windfall year going to come? Or those years going to come? But they inevitably do. And I think that speaks to the aspect of value, and why part of the reason I think it's going to persist. I mean, it's grounded in human biases, which in turn is grounded in our evolution. I think that's going to sustain for a bit. I know algorithms and robots and stuff. You got to keep an open mind about this, and I'm biased. But anyway, sorry, I'm going off topic again. So lumpy returns, but also I need to take on a lot of risk to achieve returns like that. And so one way I do that is, I'm generally looking for 2 to 4 baggers in a typical market, in 5 to 10 baggers in a bear market. And of course, that means I'm often dealing in shit, right? So I classically speaking, I'll probably be better classified as a deep value investor, right? But those are what you need to invest in. So those questionable stocks, the ones that have a lot of hair on it, if you want to achieve outsized returns, at least as an individual investor. If you have other ways to do it as an individual investor, I keep an open mind about this. And so share your thoughts. Most things are not sustainable. Most processes that I come across, doesn't mean I've seen everything, but that's how I go about it. And so I say I use tactical analysis, right? My biggest wins are when the chart looks like shit. That probably goes without saying, but when no one wants to buy it and it looks like it's going bankrupt or it's dead, then you dig in deep. That's when you really dig in deep, and you just need to assess, is this company going bankrupt? Can it survive another year? Because that's when you make the most money. When perceptions go from the company's dead to, oh shit, maybe it's going to survive another year or two, and then boom, 3x, 4x overnight, seemingly. All right, so I'm always on the lookout for attractively priced call options, typically leaps, but I find they're almost always overpriced. And so because of that, I'm really particular about when I buy them. I want a catalyst of a certain type of catalyst, a business event or something. But really, my favorite time to buy them is when the market's tanking, right? That probably goes without saying. It's the best time to buy just about anything, right? But during those times, if you're keeping your eyes peeled, like 10 to 20 baggers on the options, not uncommon at all. I try to shoot for 50 baggers. What happens is, and you saw this a couple months ago, liquidity dries up quite a bit. And if you're looking at a few months, almost forget about it. You kind of make the market. But they're out there. You need to keep your eyes peeled. My holding period, I don't know how helpful this is for people. It ranges from 3 to 24 months. Is that helpful for anybody? The point I'm just trying to convey there is that I'm not a day trader. I may sell out after a month just because I got lucky. Sometimes I'll hold for a couple of years. Sometimes that's how long it takes a thesis to unfold. But I'm not a buy and hold investor. I'm not holding for 5-10 years or forever. But it's not my style. Historically, I've run a pretty concentrated portfolio, like 10 to 25 stocks, maybe 35 stocks, I forget. But this year it ballooned to over 100, over 150. I think I even got over 150 right now, which is ridiculous, right, for an individual investor. It was for diversification reasons. I tend to diversify more during like crises and stuff like that. And this was an extreme case. And it's probably just temporary. I'm probably going to go back. But I'll be honest, I'm always tinkering with my approach and trying new things. And there's definitely some aspects I like about having so many stocks in the portfolio. But obviously it gets unwieldy, right? Following so many stocks, but we'll see. But it will probably come down. It's perfect for the stream though, because now you get to see a whole bunch of stocks that I may have invested in. So that's great. I occasionally short stocks. It's becoming a bigger part of my process. I'm trying to incorporate it more and more, but I still focus mostly on the long side. That's definitely because that's how you get the two to four baggers and so forth. But you'll see me short. Sometimes it's just because I'm bored. But I try to short. It's the timing of it is so difficult, as everyone knows, right? But we'll see how much I do it during the stream. And then at this point in my career, a big part of my process is just feel like I can't really boil it down to strict buy and sell criteria. And believe me, I tried. I mean, I feel like all value investors try to do this checklist and everything like that. But for me personally, it feels like it impedes my education a little bit. Like I value learning new things and education quite highly. And so if you have strict rules, or you just say, out of my circle of competence, you kind of just block off a whole area of the market. And I like to expand my universe of stocks, even if I have to step out of my circle of competence, if you will, just a little bit, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable, but that's how I learn. And I feel as though it's been a net benefit to me over the years, and it's broadened my horizon, and I have just a larger universe. And yeah, so when you'll see me, you'll say, oh, why exactly did you do this? I say it comes down to feel. It's a whole bunch of factors that feed into it, but yeah. Anyway, I think that covers a lot. Hopefully you have a better idea as to my investment style. I didn't cover everything here. I just jotted these down quickly. I hope I covered all the important things. As soon as I finish this, I'm sure I'm going to say, oh, I missed something important. So I can touch on it in a different video. I'll probably do another video too where I talk about like really things I look for in a stock, things I like to see. That would probably be helpful, I would imagine. But yeah, I hope you check out this video before the stream so you have a better idea as to what I'm doing during it. And that's all for this video. Thanks so much for watching.
What's up, Hugh? What's up, 6ix9ine? Alright, what's next? I guess it's only right that we watch Investment Style Part 2.
Hey, what's up, everybody? In this video, I figure it makes sense to just spend a little bit of time talking about my buy criteria, if you will. Just the things I like to see in a stock before I might pull the trigger. And before I do that, it probably makes sense just to talk about the screening process. And the reality is that the screening process never ends. I'm always screening. That's the job as far as I'm concerned. I call it tracking. I'm not so much screening for a certain criteria all the time. I'm kind of just tracking what's going on, keeping my finger on the pulse of things that are happening, news, fundamental events that are unfolding, general sentiment, those types of things, price action. So I'm always just tracking everything. And then just because then when opportunity presents itself, I'm ready to act. I'm prepared to pounce, if you will. So if I'm tracking everything, then I'm ready to go. So sometimes I'll set aside time to screen, usually when the market's tanking and I need to act quick and I'm looking for a particular type of stock to round out the portfolio. So at that time I'll screen, but usually I'm just always just tracking stuff and I'm not really just screening per se. As far as like analyzing the stocks, I got a list of 5 things I jotted down that I look at. If I spent more time on this, the list might be longer than 5. Some of these could even be consolidated into one. They're kind of in order, but there's so much overlap, I don't know. But let's just go through the list. So the first thing is a discount. I'm usually demanding a sizable discount because of the rates of return I'm shooting for. And the discount is often in relation to my crude fundamentals-based value, but sometimes it's just based on the chart. But on the fundamental side of things, I'm looking at historical operating performance of up to 20 years, if they have that much. And you'll see this in other videos too, where I show the spreadsheets. But I'm slicing and then dicing the numbers a whole bunch of ways. But mostly I'm just focused on a few key things like the balance sheet, revenues, earnings and cash flow, gross and net margins, share count. I feel like those are some of the more important things. And generally speaking, I find...
What's up, Matt Romano?
Gap reliable enough for my approach. I know it's not perfect. It can be manipulated. I red shill it. But usually that risk can be managed in other ways. So, yeah.
Hold up. Hold up. My bad. I forgot about ads. Forgot about ads. There you go. Welcome everyone. I'm sick still, so this is what we're gonna be doing.
On the technical side of things, the charts they usually complement my fundamental analysis, and I've mentioned this elsewhere, but they help me analyze trends and prevailing sentiment. It's really hard to gauge sentiment just by looking at fundamentals. You could probably guess based on how the company's performing, and you'd probably often be right, but to really get a direct assessment of sentiment, that's where the charts come in handy. And I find it's helpful for like timing things, and I mean, some of the best opportunities are when the chart looks like shit, right? So that's something to bear in mind. But yeah, I think it's just important to look at them. And then I lean on them more heavily for stocks that are difficult to value. I know some people might just not even go down that path. It's too difficult to value. It's not for me. But sometimes they'll have other characteristics you really like insider buying. I had a ton of insider buying, but I'm having a tough time valuing it. I'll do my best, and then I'll rely on the chart. I like to keep that universe broad, the universe of stocks that I track. And then, I guess just one final point in the chart. I just find the benefit of a larger and more diverse universe of investment opportunities to be worth the associated cost. Like it outweighs the associated cost of stepping a bit outside my wheelhouse. You know what I mean? So that's just my final take on charts. All right, so number 2, leverage. So I don't shy away from leverage companies. I know some people do, but the way I see it is that that's where some of the best opportunities are. But at the same time, I often don't want to deal with the hassle of bankruptcy, so it's like a balancing act. I'm often investing in leverage companies, but I'm trying to assess them. So I spend a lot of my time assessing credit risk, right? What's the likelihood of this company going bankrupt in the near term? And if not, could it survive and thrive and all that stuff, right? So when I'm analyzing leverage and credit risk and so forth, I'm trying to manage the risk by focusing on a few select things. I just tossed a couple down here, but there's a handful of financial metrics I look at. The yield on its publicly traded debt, if available, I love that. I didn't used to look at that, and now I find it so helpful because those bond folks, they tend to be on the ball with things. So sometimes they make mistakes, but
I've tried to find you can't look up FINRA bond markets anymore. They took it down. It's kind of weird.
tend to be on the ball. And so it's just a quick thing you can look at, and it's so insightful to know with that debt, especially if it's trading out a couple of years and you see the prices in the tank, should be a red flag. I still might dabble, but it's a huge thing I look at. Potential covenant breaches, you got to keep your eye on that as best you can. The analysis of ratings agencies, if available, some of them will publish their research and it's available to the public. That's always great to read through. Sometimes I disagree with it, but it's still really helpful to check out. And then also, who owns the debt? It's good to know who owns the debt, especially if the company might be on the verge of bankruptcy. All right, so number 3, and this is a big one for me, insider buying. I weight this quite heavily, I've learned, especially during...
I mean, it's not very useful if you don't even know what you're looking at, so... And I'm sure you can find it. You just can't do it on FINRA. But if you don't know what you're looking at, it doesn't even matter.
During market sell-offs, and what I find is that any insider buying is better than no insider buying. But there's a couple things I love to see in particular, like buying by prominent execs, CEO, chairman of the board, CFO, buying by a large number of insiders. 3 to 4 is good. 5+ is better. Sometimes you see like 10+, and you're like, what the hell is going on? 10+, like $1 million, $2 million, $5 million. It's like, what is going on there? I might even buy just based on that, right? Buying of it, I like to say at least 200, 300K. That's good. $500,000+ is better, right? Some people will look at how much they're buying in relation to their compensation or the size of the company, revenues, or market cap. Those are good ideas. I just find just the general level of it I find that tends to be a good indicator. And then finally, just seeing if the insiders are buying after the stock.
Honestly, insider buying is one of the best tools, really.
Has sold off when it's potentially cheap and potentially at an inflection point. If the company is seemingly at an inflection point and they're buying, that could be an indication of something that's unfolding. All right, so number 4, ownership. Generally, higher insider ownership is better. I like to see at least 20%. That's not a strict rule. None of these are strict rules or anything. I invest in companies that aren't leveraged, that don't have insider buying, that don't have insiders above 20%. I like to see at least 20% if possible. But it's not always a good thing. Sometimes you'll check out a company where it's like...
How old was I in 2008? I have no clue. That was 13 years ago, right? Or no? How long ago was that? 7 years ago? Or not 7, 17? No. Yeah, I think 17 years ago, so like 12. I think 12.
Like owned by a family, there's dual classes, they're entrenched. And that can be a thing to look out for. Sometimes it's a good thing. I've come across a couple of companies where It's been well run. The company has clearly been well run and historically successful and profitable. And I like to see it, but it's just something to keep your eye out for. And then insiders aside, I like when respectable like value shops and activist investors, when they own the stock and when they're actively buying. I I like company in that regard. If I respect their approach, if I find there's a lot of overlap with the types of stocks we invest in, then I like to see that, right? Because we still might be ultimately wrong, right? That happens all the time. But all else equal, I like to see them investing alongside me. And similarly, I like when knowledgeable analysts on Seeking Alpha and Twitter, I like when they share my views. Now, not all the articles and everything out there are good. I won't get into it here. It's probably worth a separate video talking about all the social media research and analysis that's available to people. But I'll just say there's definitely some knowledgeable folks out there who will write articles, or especially you got to check out the comments too, because some of them probably just don't feel like writing an article, right? I mean, I don't feel like writing an article. I'm too busy performing research. Sometimes they do write articles though, and so but a lot of them will comment. And when you ever come across somebody who seems knowledgeable, if they've written a good article, or if they've made even an insightful comment. Sometimes all it takes is one or two insightful comments, and I can tell that this person is someone to keep an eye on. Just hear what they have to say. Maybe you don't even agree with them, but if they just seem insightful, track them. Remember, it's all about tracking. Just follow what they say. I'm not ashamed to admit how much I lean on the analysis of other folks, other individual investors who publish their research. Some of them are more skilled than me. It's a big part of my process. And again, I'm not ashamed to admit it. You're going to see me doing it in the stream. It's like, I feel like more people should be doing it. It's just, you got to be mindful of who you're following. You don't want to follow people who aren't doing good analysis. And then the final thing is confidence. Like confidence, right? Like all these items feed into my confidence level, right? Like how confident am I in this play? The discount feeds into it. If like there's not much of a discount, then I'd be a little bit, maybe I'm not as confident in it as a position in my portfolio, whether there's insider buying, who owns it, the leverage, like these things all feed into how confident I am in it. And it's a simple introspective question, but I find it's just really helpful for keeping myself honest. And sometimes I'll even force myself to assign a confidence score. You'll see this when I review my spreadsheets. I try to do it. And yeah, it's good for keeping yourself honest. That's all. And it helps me decide whether a stock is a worthwhile buy, like how to size the position and whether it makes sense in the context of the portfolio. It's not always the goal to have high confidence plays. I know for some people it is. Like I'm only want to invest if I'm like 90% sure plus that it's going to work out. And like, I don't know, that to achieve the rates of return I'm shooting for, I rarely get that confidence. My biggest, so it's just, you got to diversify.
I rarely get that confident, he says. That's funny.
In that regard, where sometimes you may be in a play that's like a 20 or 30% confidence level, but the payout would be huge, right? But you balance it out with other positions, and it's always in the context of the portfolio. That's why when you do see the positions in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio, you need context. You can't just see a position and think, oh, maybe I should buy this, because there's a lot of nuance there, and confidence plays a big part of this. So I'll probably be talking a lot about that during the streams. But I think that's it for the most part. There's probably more I could mention here, more I should mention here, but I don't even know how long this video is. We'll just keep it there, and I hope to see you on the stream. And thanks for watching.
All right, 15. I don't know, somewhere around there. I always forget how old I am. But 08 didn't affect us because my family knew nothing. Well, I think that's when my grandparents lost all their money. Maybe. But nobody in my family knew literally anything about stocks. I'm the first one who actually learned and understands this shit. I honestly think my grandparents invested in like Bernie Madoff. I'm not sure, but I think that's what happened. I don't know. Something similar, at least. They never, like, actually told me what happened. But I remember when I, like, first got into the stock market, they said I was gonna lose all my money and whatever. And maybe that's true, you know? Maybe... maybe GameStop takes all my money. But it still has yet to be true. I've done nothing but make money in the stock market, so... Well, I mean, there's been years I've lost money, obviously. It's part of the game, but overall, I'm profitable. So, you know, we're affected by the corruption and you think it's a fair and honest place. I mean, my grandparents weren't smart, so if you're not smart, you get what's coming to you. You have to be smart in this game. Well, competent. I don't think smart, like, is a thing, because a lot of this stock market shit's luck, I feel like. You know, 50-50. But you gotta be somewhat competent, especially with who you invest in. Because they probably weren't even investing in stocks. They probably gave some random fund manager their money, and then 08 happened, and they probably just stole the money. Typical shit, you know? Scammers everywhere. You know, it's just more public now. But there's been scammers for your whole life.
There's just one real estate.
There's Grant Cardone! Buy real estate!
I wanted to have some of my videos I meander, right? Right now I'm going to get right to the point. This is a disclaimer video of sorts. It's a reminder too, because I try to mention this in other videos too, and I'm going to comment and post it in the description and stuff, that this channel is educational in nature only. Like, I'm not providing you personal investment advice. If you're looking for personal advice, you need to sit down with a financial professional, someone who can review your personal situation, review your finances, your ability and willingness to take risk and all that stuff. My investment style is super aggressive, and it's so aggressive that there's a good chance that it might not be suitable for you. It might not be suitable for anyone who's tuning into the stream. So you need to remember that. And when you see things like the Roaring Kitty model portfolio, understand how much nuance is there. Like, you can't just see the top 10, top 20 positions and think, that's where I have the most conviction in a stock, or those might be good positions for you to buy. Like, sometimes they're fairly valued. Like, I wouldn't even recommend myself to be buying them. I just haven't gotten to averaging out of them and stuff. So always bear this video in mind about the inherent risks involved with my strategies and how it might not be a good fit for you. And if you're looking for advice, you need to sit down with somebody else who can help and learn more about you as an individual. And that's it. I hope this video is clear enough. But if you have questions, hit me up during the stream and I can elaborate. And yeah, that's all. Hope to see you on the stream.
A lot of these videos are just like, I don't know, kind of weird. Just short videos. Just short videos. I guess we're watching all of them. So guess we'll just watch all of them.
Hey, what's up, everybody? To kick things off, I'm thinking I'll live stream after hours every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. I don't know when the first one will be. I don't want to put in this video. I don't want to remake it. So check the description of this YouTube video and check the Roaring Kitty bio on Twitter. I'll put it in there too. I don't know how the schedule is going to work out. Maybe that's too many days. Maybe there's too many days a week. Maybe this should be a Saturday too. We'll just see what you're interested in, and we can reassess as we go. Maybe there's gonna be no one even tuning in, so this is silly but we'll just see how it goes. And then I'll say goodbye to the outside world here. I'm gonna be moving down to my basement because my 2-year-old daughter, she sleeps next door during when this live stream will be. And you know how the stock research, that can get out of control, right? So we don't want to be waking her up when we're performing.
You know that stock research can get out of control, this man says. That was funny. What's up, Moose again? What's up, Jack Wolf? Stock research gets out of control.
Research. And also, I'm new to live streaming. I'm going to do my best. I've never had anyone looking over my shoulder as I perform research before, right? Who has? So I like that I've modified my spreadsheets a bit to try to make it better for you to view. And sometimes I'm jumping all over the place. And also, maybe just the quality of the stream could be improved, but just let me know. And it would be helpful. I'm happy to try to make improvements along the way to try to make it more of an enjoyable experience as much as stock research can be for you. So just let me know. Give me some feedback. And what's great is that there's some kind folks. I've already uploaded a couple videos, right? I haven't started the live streams, but there's some kind folks who, even though the channel's only been up for like 20 minutes, but they sent me their thoughts on how I can improve the channel. They sent me some feedback, and so thank you so much for sharing your feedback. I'm just gonna read some aloud here, just to give you some context. Here's some example feedback that you might send me as well. So let me just read a couple here. The first was just, that's too many cats. They said it's too many cats. So okay, all right. The second one was, your videos need more dogs. Need more dogs. So all right, I'm seeing a little bit of a trend. Too many cats. You could use more dogs. Let me know what you think. The next one was really cool spreadsheets, nerd. And then nerd was in all capital letters. Like, all right, it's kind of mean, but okay. All right, thanks. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. The next one was shut up, Grandpa. How old do you think I am? I don't even know. That's all right. The next one, this one's good. This one just says, do less. Just says, do less. All right. And the final one, this one takes the cake. This person said, nice mullet, Catboy. So there you have it. There's some example feedback. Maybe those weren't good examples after all, but yeah, send me your thoughts on how I can improve things, and I'll try to implement them. See you on the stream.
God, that shit's funny, dude. Sounds like the feedback we get here just makes absolutely no sense. Oh man. Oh man. This one's pretty good.
Folks, this is history.
Oh man, you better get that gold. You better get that silver, bro. You better get that silver.
You may have heard me mention in a separate video or on the live stream that sometimes my decisions are based on feel, that it's really difficult to explain like why I bought or didn't buy a certain stock. In this video, I hope to show you what I mean by feel, all right? So let's say I'm looking at a stock, right? Let's just pick a random one, Penn National Gaming, okay? Ticker PENN. Let's say I'm looking at that company and I'm not quite sure whether or not I should buy the stock, right? What I'll do is, when I'm unsure, I'm gonna...
You know, it's funny, is Penn National Gaming. This video is uploaded July 13th, 2020. And I think Penn National Gaming was over a 10x. So it's kind of funny.
going to refer to my trusty Uno deck, okay? My Uno deck. And I maintain two piles at all times for times like this where I might be a little bit unsure what I should do. So what I'll do is, in the first pile, when I'm drawing, I got to draw from the first pile first. So I'll show you the cards here. This is just numbers, all right? It's just numbers in this first pile, okay? 2, 4, 6, 8. In this case, there's odd numbers in an Uno deck, but the odds are for the suits, okay? I like to keep my life easy, keep it simple. I'm just working with even numbers. So I just draw a card, keep it real easy, and we'll just say 6. Okay, so I'm going to be buying 6,000 shares of Penn, right? Hold on. There's a second deck you got to...
And you wonder how he has $500 million to buy Chewy and GameStop. This dude destroyed during COVID. What's up, Jay Crispy? The night shift? What do you mean, bro? It's 8:30 in the morning over here.
Draw from, okay? Now, okay, so this is the question now, 6,000 shares of Penn, but now there's some additional variables we need to take into account. I'm going to draw from this second Uno deck here, and I'm just going to show you all the different cards that are in this deck so you can see the different possible outcomes of this decision process. So the first is this. You know what this means. If I'm drawing this card, it means it's just telling me don't buy it, move on to the next one, right? Simple stuff. Then there's a couple of these type of cards like +2, +4. It's just saying just buy an extra 2,000 or an extra 4,000 shares. That's all that's saying. Real simple stuff, right? Then we get to this one, right? The reverse. You know this card? This is the reverse card, right? This is effectively a reminder for myself of like, if you're really not that sure whether or not you're buying the stock, man, if you're not sure, and there's a little bit of ambiguity there, like, don't force it. I mean, it's saying like, don't coerce, reverse. So what I do is, if I'm looking at PENN, PENN, I reverse the tickers. So then I start looking at NNEP in this case, and I say, all right, that's the ticker I'm going to buy instead. Now that's if it's not a ticker, right? NNEP is not a ticker. I start chopping off letters until I arrive at a ticker. So chop off the N, then we're at NEP, and now we're at, what is it, Next Era Energy Partners or something like that. That's the ticker we're buying. See how simple it is? Keep it simple, stupid. Next card. Okay, everyone loves to get this card, right? Boom, wild card. I love to get this card too. It really simplifies my life quite a bit. And what the wild card is telling me, it's saying, when in doubt, shake it about. So that's what I do. I shake my magic 8-ball about. And what I'm saying now is, I've already drawn the card. I say, should I buy 6,000 shares of Penn National Gaming, right? And then the 8-ball tells me what to do. My reply is no, right? But I just, if I don't get the answer I want, I just say, I'm still a little bit in doubt, so I shake it about. Should I buy Penn? Outlook not so good. You just keep on going.
If I don't get the answer I want, I just shake it again. So funny, dude. Such a troll.
My sources say no, and you just keep on going until you get the answer you want. Should I buy Penn? Yes, definitely. Perfect. Okay. So then in that case, we buy 6,000 shares of Penn. See that? See how easy that is? All right, there's one more card. This one. You know this card? This card? What this card is telling me, right? This one's exciting. What this card is telling me is that if you're unsure of the fate, go back to the blank slate. It's telling me, go back to the drawing board. Forget the ticker you were working with. Go start from scratch, and don't start screening for a ticker. You don't need to go looking around performing research. It's such a waste of time. What I do is I refer to my trusty game of bananagrams. You know this game, bananagram? It's just, again, forget the screening and stuff. When I get the blank slate card back to the drawing board, I just start drawing letters. You know what I mean? Just start drawing. This is going to determine which, if I'm not going to do Penn, which company I'm actually going to do, and then whichever letters you land on, you just put them in the order. It's very important. You got to put them in the order that you picked them out in. Otherwise, you stop buying a ticker that wasn't right for you, and then you put them together, and then that's it. That's the company that you're buying. You know what I mean? So like, that's it. See how simple that is? Keep it simple, stupid. So that's the blank slate card. Those are all my Uno cards. And now when you see me mention in the stream that, hey, this decision was based on feel, now you got to know what I mean.
These Sephora colognes are a scam.
It said, what the fuck? That's so funny. He did this video for Congress? This was way before the squeeze. These videos were uploaded in like 2019.
To all y'all
I believe.
hating on...
I know. Late 2020. Or mid 2020.
Yo, to all y'all hating on Portnoy and DDTG Global, what the hell you doing? It ain't about his credentials, his investment experience. Shit, it ain't even about the quality of his picks. It's about a changing of the guard. And to quote Moneyball, one of the best value investor movies of all time, if you can't see that, you're dinosaurs. Gonna be sitting on your ass on the sofa in October watching Davey Day Trader land on the moon.
What the hell? That one's weird. I don't understand that one. He foresaw it. I mean, you can say that, but you don't know. Maybe.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is like an intro video to an intro video, like introception. You know, what happened was last night I recorded the tools videos that you're about to watch, and they turned out to be way longer than I was like. I knew they were going to be long, but they're like way longer than even I thought they were going to be, and it's because I'm meandering and I go down tangents and stuff. Once I start talking about a topic, it's hard for me to stop. And
bruh, Timmy, these videos are 5 years old, so yeah, just I don't know what else to tell you besides that.
So anyway, they went all night. If you're gonna watch these videos, like do it at nighttime. Grab a beer, just chill. Don't take it so seriously. It's just trying to give you context for the stream. So Good luck with those if you're gonna watch them. Maybe I should break up into like 10 to 15 minute chunks. I don't prefer that. I prefer the long videos, so I have everything in one view and I can fast forward and rewind and jump ahead. If you don't prefer that and you prefer chunks, can you let me know? Because I can do that. I'm just not doing it out of laziness. I'm not editing it out of laziness, and I apologize because I do care about the experience, but I kind of just need to get them up, get them out there. I can refine these down the line and make more higher production videos. But yeah, let me know your thoughts. Good luck with them. I hope you enjoy them. My thinking is like if maybe there's no one interested in the Roaring Kitty channel, right? But if there's a couple and you are trying to learn more, then that's a 3-hour stream, right? I mean, these intro videos to the tools and stuff, they're super long, but if you're really motivated and stuff, it's not that long. You'll just like, I hope you would be excited to watch them, as nerdy as some of the aspects might be. But yeah, look at this is supposed to be a quick intro video, and here I'm doing it again. How long is this? I can't even look. I apologize. Expect this in these videos you're about to watch, in the streams too. Yeah. All right. Good luck. Good luck with everything. I'll see you out there.
But welcome, Timmy. I haven't seen that name in here before. Hopefully you're doing good. We'll save the tools ones for last because they're really long. There's at least like 3. I mean, this one's 2 hours long. And I don't know if we'll watch that one because the spreadsheets aren't really relevant for anyone. I don't think. Maybe we'll watch it. I don't know. Maybe we'll save that for later, but we'll finish all these shorter ones. We'll watch Tools Part 2 and 3, though, because that one's actually relevant for most people. Where are we? We watched that. We watched all those. Oh yeah, we'll watch this, because this is just the intro to the next video we're about to watch.
There's a common misconception that...
Gotta watch an ad first, though.
Folks, this is the Kitty Corner, as I'm going to call it. This is going to be a series of videos where I share my takes and analysis on some of the stocks that I'm tracking. Not comprehensive analysis or anything like that. Not like buy-sell recommendations. Just my quick takes on some of the stocks. If you've seen the other videos on my channel where I talk about my investment style and the types of things I'm looking at when I'm...
Hold up. You can't say Adam Aaron's crooked for trying to keep his company alive. Just because you followed random kids on Twitter and Reddit and didn't research the company doesn't mean anything. You need to take responsibility for your terrible decisions.
I'm analyzing a stock. I figure maybe there's some overlap with some of our styles, and therefore we may be tracking some of the same stocks. So you might be curious about my opinions on things, and I don't want you to have to tune into the live stream and have to ask me in the chat what I'm thinking about a particular stock. So that's the goal with this series. You can just type in the ticker on my channel and just see my thoughts. It'll be dated, of course. And yeah, that's it. I hope you find it helpful. Top thesis is super simple, but it's often misunderstood. Everyone classifies it as a cigar butt and then just moves on. But it's more than that. Yes, the legacy business is up against some very real secular risks, and the new consoles coming out...
Nah, I'm not related to Adam Aaron. I just think people who blame their bad investment decisions on the CEO or other people didn't do research. They just followed blindly into the stock. And actually, I don't think that. I know that. Because if you go and look at AMC's balance sheet, it's trash. So if you invested in that, you didn't look at that. You just followed random kids. So you can place the blame all you want, but the reality is you just made a bad decision, and you need to be able to accept that instead of blaming other people, because you're never going to get anywhere doing that.
This year might be the company's last hurrah, but this isn't some horse and buggy shit. GameStop is an established, uniquely positioned player in a thriving $150 billion gaming industry. And this is why GameStop is different. Its final puff is a legitimate opportunity to reinvent itself as a premier gaming hub. Many investors assume GameStop will be forced to close its doors within a couple of years, so they're only focused on how much free cash flow this console cycle will bring in. It's a reasonable point of view, but it's incomplete. Investors also need to consider whether GameStop can opportunistically leverage the console cycle to transform into a more sustainable gaming-related business. And that, like GameStop isn't a cigar butt. It's more of a roach, right? That last hit might not be the prettiest or the cleanest, but it could get the job done, if you know what I mean. It could get those creative juices flowing too, right? Over the next year, GameStop's new management team could uncover ways to engage its 60 million Power Up Rewards members and attract new customers to a more experiential type store. Are they likely to pull it off?
Also, companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy or going towards bankruptcy, that's how they survive, is by doing at-the-money offerings and stock split. Well, not really stock splits, but that's how they survive, is by doing at-the-money offerings. And, yeah. So, you can blame whoever you want, but in reality, you just didn't do proper research.
I don't know. It could go either way. But so far, it kind of seems like they're on the right track. And when you consider what their balance sheet will look like 12 months from now, the opportunity is there. In my view, it's just a matter of execution. Fortunately, from the security analyst point of view, at a market cap of 260 million and an enterprise value of about 100 million, the downside is limited. Following major write-downs and balance sheet repair, their financial situation is pretty solid given the circumstances, with a reasonably fair net asset value of about 400 million. They just closed Q2, which will be another rough one, but following that, I expect earnings to improve significantly. Based on GameStop's market share, continued demand for its products, and management's improved cost management, there's a very good chance the company remains free cash flow positive over the next few years, which adds to the safety net. But let's also consider the upside, right? Over the next 18 months, GameStop could generate enough free cash flow to pay off its debt, exhaust its buyback authorization, and still have an adequate financial foundation to
What's up, Maro? What's up, Muma?
continue pursuing new revenue streams. These could include in-store gaming experiences and partnering up with vendors to showcase games. I'm willing to bet Reggie has a number of good ideas on this front. What's also interesting about GameStop is that it trades so cheaply and it's so heavily shorted that all that may be needed to revalue its stock is a shift in sentiment. Right now, the stock is pricing in the most bearish of bearish outcomes: imminent obsolescence and management impotence. But GameStop is the only brick and mortar store dedicated to gaming. Suppose over the next year, management can craft a narrative that carves out a 2% share of that rapidly growing $150 billion gaming industry. One of the most exciting spaces in the tech landscape. A narrative that highlights an experiential niche backed by the biggest names in gaming. What then? Such a sentiment shift could take time, but I don't know. There's so many unusual factors with GameStop that I could see it happening rapidly. In summary of the summary, I'm just a security analyst in search of asymmetric upside. If it isn't clear, I'm not betting that GameStop is going to stage the most epic turnaround of all time. I'm just betting on three things. Number one, it's highly unlikely GameStop's equity is worth less than $250 million. Number two, GameStop's legacy business is probably worth between $500 million and $1.5 billion. And number three, there's a non-zero chance that GameStop successfully reinvents itself. And that's it for the summary. I'm curious to hear your takes on GameStop as well, so definitely share it with me in the comments to this video, or on Twitter, or during the live stream, or wherever, and then we can compare our line of thinking. Videos on my channel. If you've tuned into the live stream, you know I like to keep these walkthroughs light, so feel free to grab a beer. Although if you've been long GameStop over the past year, you probably already have one, because how else are you going to get through this position? I'm kidding. So first, let's just discuss why GameStop is the first video of this Kitty Corner series. And that's because it is now the largest position in the Roaring Kitty portfolio. If you've seen my other videos, you may have seen that I was already long GameStop, but over the past month of July, it's been trading below $4 per share. And as I dive deeper and deeper, it's looking increasingly compelling to me. So the market's kind of forced my hand. I've just been adding more shares. And it's actually twice as large as the next position in the Roaring Kitty portfolio anyway. So I thought I'd share my analysis. Maybe you can poke some holes in my thesis or catch some of my blind spots. But let's keep going. Let's start with some recommended reading. So if you want to learn more about the game's thesis or catch some of my blind spots.
I just wanted to stop here because for some reason a lot of people think Roaring Kitty was only invested in GameStop. Yet New Gold was 3% of his portfolio. TSE was 2.39%, RFP, RRC, CNR, FTK, CWH, which was like a 20 bagger or something insane. P10, Pump, like if you go and look at all these companies from when these videos were posted, most of them are 5 to 10 baggers. So, in case you are wondering how Roaring Kitty made all his money, it's because he's a boss investor. It's not just because of GameStop.
But let's keep going. Let's start with some recommended reading. So if you want to learn more about the GameStop opportunity, first, I strongly recommend you check out Scion's letters to the board of directors over the past year. Scion, that's obviously a Big Short Berries firm, right? They've had a position in GameStop for quite a while, and they've been sending letters to the board and to management, kind of expressing their views on how GameStop should handle its current situation. And earlier this year, Scion filed a 13D because they took a 5% position. And within that 13D, you can see all the letters compiled into a single location, so that makes it super convenient. These are press releases too, though, so you can just do some Google searches to check them out. Scion's latest commentary on GameStop was from a press release issued in early June. We can see they were still a 4% owner of GameStop at that time, and they were expressing their views on the board vote that was coming up in June. And so check this out, because it's their latest line of thinking. They do such a great job of boiling the thesis down and their thoughts to just a few succinct, very clear paragraphs, and I really appreciate their line of thinking. So this is a great starting point. Another item you're going to want to check out is this Restore GameStop presentation. This was published in May 2020 by Hesta and Permit, two hedge funds that own about 7% of GameStop right now. And they published this because they were the ones vying for those board seats in June, and they did get them. But this is like an 80-page presentation. I mean, how much can I add to an 80-page presentation?
Roaring Kitty was buying before Burry, so that's not accurate. Roaring Kitty was in this stock way before Burry, actually. And we watched that live stream yesterday, Morrow. Burry was? I think Burry bought and then he sold. And then Roaring Kitty got in, and then Burry bought again. Pretty sure.
Presentation, not much, right? But it's super thorough and comprehensive. It's an excellent starting point for learning more about the background of GameStop as a business model, but also what its future could look like, and just from a general security analysis standpoint. Now, there have been so many articles written about GameStop over the years, countless, right? I'm losing track of everything, but there's a handful of them I definitely recommend checking out if you want to learn more about the GameStop opportunity. The first two are pretty similar. It's this one by Games Industry Biz and this one by IGN. They were published in February, March of this year, but what they're discussing in these articles are those concept stores GameStop was testing out in Tulsa, and they include quotes and interviews with the GameStop executives. So I don't exactly know what GameStop could look like, what their future business model could look like, but these articles kind of cover these things. You can get some insights into what's going through management's head. So definitely check these articles out. And another one is this article by Scott Preston of Maven Group. It was published in Barrett's in February of this year. He approaches it from a somewhat similar perspective, where he's covering what GameStop could do in the future, different ways they could approach their current situation, but he approaches it from more of a security analysis standpoint. So like, all right, here's what the business model could look like. Is there an investment opportunity here? And he does a great job of covering all these items, much better than I could, so I really appreciate this article. It's one of the best, most comprehensive security analysis articles out there on GameStop, so a must read. And just generally, I mean, Seeking Alpha, many times you'll be analyzing a company to check out Seeking Alpha because you want to see what other people are saying about it. And sometimes there's just not any articles published, or the ones that are published suck. And I got to say, there's a ton on GameStop, and
sounds like every article on GameStop right now. They all suck.
many of them are very good. I'm really impressed. And I'm biased, but in my opinion, the bullish ones are, the bullish authors, they seem to be much more aligned with reality than the bear.
I don't think any of the Seeking Alpha articles I've read are pretty bad, honestly.
Bearish ones, that's just my take. Maybe you disagree, but I feel like the bulls are much more security analysis types, and the bears are more maybe just focused on industry headwinds and so forth. So just my take. Let me know if you disagree. The next item I want to touch on is the whole cigar butt angle. Many people, when they're talking about GameStop, they describe it as a cigar butt, and they go, that's not.
I haven't read Zach's. I don't know, when was that published? Is it on Seeking Alpha?
For me, and they just move on. And there's definitely some truth to that, but I actually think GameStop's a little bit different than the traditional cigar butt that most people think about. And here I have up a PDF from tilsonfunds.com. This apparently is a talk that Buffett gave to MBA students at Florida University in 1998. And in here, he describes the traditional view of cigar butts. They got one last puff, maybe one last round of free cash flows, but thereafter, there's nothing more to be made. Either the business model is no longer relevant, or the industry is dying, and so forth. But this is where I think GameStop's a little bit different, because this isn't just some horse and buggy industry, right? This is a thriving, rapidly growing gaming industry. And here I have an article from newzoo.com, where they talk about the size of the market. They estimate over $150 billion this year, rapidly growing to over $200 billion in just a couple of years. And so this is what I mean. The backdrop here is very promising for a company like GameStop. But this begs two questions, right? The first is, does a sustainable niche for a company like GameStop even exist? And the second is, if it does exist, is it possible or likely that GameStop can transform into a business model that actively grows alongside the industry? And the truth is, I don't know. But with this new management team and the new board of directors, at the very least, it kind of seems like they have the vision, and soon they're going to have the balance sheet to subsidize that vision. And this brings me to my next point, is that this console refresh is a tremendous opportunity for GameStop to reinvent itself. For two reasons, right? The first, most obvious one, is that the increased gaming demand will bring in more free cash flows, right? That's an important component of any investment thesis. But these increased free cash flows will give GameStop the flexibility it needs to potentially reinvent itself. And the second aspect is testing. They can leverage the increased gaming demand to test out a whole bunch of things. They can test out new business strategies, pursue new revenue streams, team up with vendors, revolutionize its omni-channel experience, trial new marketing approaches. Perhaps most importantly, they can re-engage its 60 million Power Up Rewards members and the broader gaming community. Now, that's the thing. I don't know what this testing would reveal, but it's at least possible that management could craft a new narrative based on this testing that would get investors' attention. This brings us to our next point, is what the hell would that narrative based on this testing?
I don't know if anyone can read this this article in the background, but it's Warren Buffett, and it says, "My thoughts about Japan. I'm not a macro guy. Now I say to myself, Berkshire Hathaway can borrow money in Japan for 10 years at 1%. 1%. I say, gee, I took Graham's class 45 years ago, and I've been working hard at this all my life. Maybe I can earn more than 1% annually. It doesn't seem impossible. I wouldn't want to get involved in currency risk, so it would have to be yen dominated. I would have to be in Japanese real estate or Japanese companies or something of the sort, and all I have to do is beat 1%. That is all the money is going to cost me, and I can get it for 10 years. So far I haven't found anything. It is kind of interesting. The Japanese businesses earn very low returns on equity, 4%, 5%, 6% on equity, and it is very hard to earn a lot as an investor when the business you are in doesn't earn very much money. Now, some people do it. In fact, I have a friend, Walter Schloss, who worked at Graham at the same time I did, and it was the first way I went at stocks to buy stocks selling way below working capital. A very cheap quantitative approach to stocks. I call it the cigar butt approach to investing. You walk down the street and you look around for a cigar butt someplace. Finally, you see one, and it is soggy, kind of repulsive, but there's one puff left in it. So you pick it up, and the puff is free. It is a cigar butt stock. You get one free puff on it, and then you throw it away and try another one. It is not elegant, but it works. Those are low return businesses. But time is the friend of wonderful business. It is the enemy of the lousy business. If you are in a lousy business for a long time, you will get a lousy result, even if you buy it cheap. If you are in a wonderful business for a long time, even if you pay a little bit too much going in, you will get a wonderful result if you stay in for a long time."
That would get investors' attention. This brings us to our next point, is what the hell would that narrative even look like, right? I have no idea. I'm not smart enough for that shit. But other people have some really good ideas. And so to get us started, here's a couple of slides from that Restore GameStop presentation I mentioned. And I'm not going to read each slide, but it brings up a couple of good points, like how can GameStop think beyond its current footprint to reestablish itself, reinvent itself, like the fact that gaming is growing, increasingly more social. Can they tap into that? I mean, they have all those Power Up Rewards members too. Can they re-engage them, find ways to get them involved? They got the Game Informer magazine too. And it's just a question of how can they build a strategy around these core gaming assets, right? So read through these slides. This is a good starting point. And I mentioned those other articles too, like this IGN article. Like, it's got some photos here of the experimental stores. I'm not going to go through each one. I know I'm blocking some of it too, right? But you click through this, like, a lot of this shit looks pretty damn cool. I don't know if everyone agrees with this, but it looks like it could be a step in the right direction. I'm not saying that this is a solution or anything like that. It just, as I look through this, it kind of reminds me of Apple stores and stuff. Yeah, check out this whole IGN article. There's a lot of great quotes from Frank Hamlin, the chief customer officer at GameStop. It gives a lot of great insight into where GameStop's head is at, like where some possible paths, and hearing it directly from GameStop, that's super helpful.
If only anyone knew how to actually trade the yen carry trade. But I don't even think about it. I just thought that was a interesting piece.
Plant some seeds in your head. Doesn't mean it's going to work out, but it's helpful to understand where they're going. And then if you scroll down here, there's a great graphic in this piece as well that lays out those Tulsa stores. You can kind of see what they're testing. They're tapping into esports, in-store game rentals, and some other social aspects. So check this out. It's a great article, and same goes for this article as well. Again, it covers a lot of...
Nobody who talks about the yen carry trade is trading Forex that I know.
the same topics, so definitely check these out. And then that Scott Preston article as well. Here's some of the things Scott touches on in his article. You know, things like vendor partnerships, where gaming publishers could team up with GameStop to showcase their new games, give people an opportunity to test them out, you know, build excitement and so forth. He mentions how maybe GameStop could team up with the publishers too to kind of act as a trading house for used digital games. I thought that one was kind of interesting because I don't know how that would work. Game programming, kids might come to GameStop, learn how to program games, develop games, and so forth. People could come to play Dungeons and Dragons, esport minor leagues, pro gamers, and everyone's watching. People stream online via Twitch and YouTube and so forth. Maybe there's something there. Just general trying before you buy, you know, like an Apple equivalent.
They have implemented this. The GameStop near where I live has like Pokemon nights and stuff like that.
Within the gaming industry, that kind of seems compelling. So I don't know how likely any of these are, but what sticks out to me is that there appears to be many ways to skin a cat, if you will. And this is important because with increased attention on gaming over the next 12 months because of the new consoles, it does seem possible that management could succeed in at the very least crafting a new narrative that could get investors' attention. Now we've discussed the possibility of GameStop reinventing itself, right? Maybe you don't think it's probable or even possible, but I think we can all agree that if they did succeed in transforming their business model, and investors started viewing them as a potential growth opportunity within the thriving gaming industry, then forget about it. That stock's going to be revalued significantly higher, right? Even if there's only a small percentage chance of that happening, that upside could be so tremendous that it would make it worth the investment. So now what we have to think about is the downside, right? This is the duty of the security analyst, in particular the value investor, is we need to make sure that our downside is covered. And this is the asymmetric upside that we're pursuing. And herein lies the downside protection, right? The stock price trades at about 60% of book value, about $6, $7 per share. And if we pull up the balance sheet, and if we were to go through line by line, we'd see, first of all, that there's about $435 million in book value. And if you go through, it kind of looks like it's a reasonably fair estimate of what book value is. And the first thing is, if you look at year-over-year decline in book value, there's already been major write-downs. Those write-downs have occurred. Doesn't mean that we couldn't still see some losses moving forward. This is for Q1, the end of Q1. Q2 just ended. Q2 is going to be a rough one, but they're doing a sale-leaseback transaction and generate some cash that way, I think, which could neutralize any cash burn for this quarter. And hereafter, I do expect earnings to dramatically improve looking out 12 months from now. So if this is a good starting point for book value, I like where we're starting. And if you go through line by line, you see cash of 570 versus a market cap of 260. It's like, what the hell is going on here? But obviously, that's a high-quality asset. Even inventories, I know people knock GameStop's inventory saying it's lower quality, but a couple things. Number one is look at the year-over-year change in inventory. They've been trying to improve their working capital management as possible. They've kind of got rid of some of the garbage inventory they have and have some better stuff on the books. But also if you pick apart the footnotes of the balance sheet and the 10K, it kind of looks like that a lot of the inventory is higher quality stuff like newer consoles, newer games, or games that came out within only the past 3 or 4 years. And that stuff is a pretty good value, right? I mean, it would probably still be discounted at a fire sale. But that's just, if you just try to back out what that inventory is, it kind of looks like it's higher quality stuff. And then even the used stuff, though, remember, this is carried on the books at cost. And GameStop pays very low prices when you're trading in a game, and then they mark it up accordingly when they're selling it. So it's carried at cost, so it's carried at those discounted prices. So something to bear in mind. And then you see the usual stuff and the current assets and stuff, and property equipment. That's probably where those distribution warehouses are that they're doing the sale leaseback on. So it's possible the net a gain there. I'm not really sure. We'll see. It also, Game Informer is another asset that they have, and I don't know. It's probably there on the books too. I don't know what that's worth. It's tough to value, but it's just another lever they could pull, in theory. Then you take a look at the liabilities, and the liabilities are fair, right? They usually are. They did an important bond exchange, which isn't reflected on the balance sheet just yet, but that was important because it extended the maturities of some of their debt and got rid of some important covenants. And then, I mean, those bonds, they trade at a discount right now, but if the company were to try to buy it back, that discount would probably disappear, so not worth exploring seriously during this video anyway. But yeah, as I go through, it kind of looks like 435 is pretty reasonable. And so when I see the market caps at 260, I think, all right, there's the first margin of safety that sticks out to me. Now, if we go back and we take a peek at enterprise value of about 104 million, and then based on my estimates, I do think the company's going to generate EBITDA of over 100 million over the next 12 months. So then when you're looking at an EV to EBITDA of less than 1, you don't see that too often, especially with a balance sheet that looks like this. So that's like, whoa. I mean, we get it, right? It's because of all the negative sentiment, but still. And then I'm looking at just the sheer level of revenues, right? $6 billion on revenues at the tail end of the console cycle. I know people are focusing on the year-over-year decline, right? And that's important, is this trend going to continue? But I mean, when you're trading at about 4% of those revenues, that's a tremendous amount of operating leverage. In that, if they can turn things around or just stabilize things, then the upside could be meaningful on that front. And so it's what I mean. It's weird to see a stock trading so cheaply with so much operating leverage with this strong of a balance sheet. It's pretty unusual. This is the opportunity. And we talk about margin of safety and how it historically performed, right? If you take a peek at simple free cash flow, operating cash flow less capex, and how GameStop performed in the first 3 years of the last cycle, the company generated about $6 per share using the current share count of about 65 million. They generated $6 per share on average over those first 3 years of the last cycle. Yes, I know historical performance is not necessarily indicative of future performance, right? It's not lost on me, but I'm just saying, $6 per share per year in the previous cycle, they just need to perform a fraction, 10%, 20% of what they did last time. This is what I mean. It's like you get that starting net asset value, and then moving forward, they could generate quite a bit of free cash flow these next few years. And so this is kind of what people are questioning, right? Is there still even short-term demand for GameStop's products? And I think absolutely yes. I think that's a weak argument. There's no denying that performance will not be as good this cycle compared to last cycle because of the shift to digital, because of increased competition. There's fewer games too, because there's more blockbuster games, right? And that's hampering GameStop's business, something to consider. But I still think there's going to be demand for physical games generally, but GameStop's products, I think it's going to persist for at least a couple of years. So I pulled up a couple of graphics here to illustrate why I think the short-term risks related to GameStop's legacy business are a bit overblown. But before I even get to these, I'd just like to point out how in Q1 of this year, we're battling a pandemic, right? And GameStop literally had to close its doors, and we're also at the tail end of the console cycle, and still GameStop generated $1 billion in revenue during that quarter, which that sticks out to me as like, all right, there's still demand. GameStop's still relevant in today's day and age. But anyway, I got a couple of slides here from the GameStop presentation. So you can see here that physical still makes up a good chunk of purchases even in 2020. The trend is declining, right? But it's still quite high, still higher than digital, still over 50%, and that's good news for a company like GameStop. And you see in this survey below, people continuing to express interest in physical discs. They still see the value even in 2020. And I like this quote from Phil Spencer. He talks about how the next consoles will have a disc drive because millions of people still want them. This is Xbox saying this, right? Who am I to say otherwise? And what I'm also trying to assess along these lines is what is the prevailing sentiment out there. So I'm checking the GameStop subreddit, right? I'm asking family and friends, and they all think I'm crazy because they're digital all the way. But I'm also checking YouTube videos of people comparing physical versus digital. Here's just a handful of these videos. There's a ton of them out there. Do a YouTube search. But these folks, they're weighing the pros and cons of physical versus digital. And it's interesting to listen to because many of them, they're making the case for both sides, right? But many of them lead more toward physical. And you can see that based on some of the titles here, like do not buy digital version. Kind of telling, right? And I also include a video related to the Nintendo Switch. It's a couple years old, but there's over 1 million views. And there's still demand for physical games for the Nintendo Switch as well. And that's relevant because the Switch is a super popular system. And a lot of people buy their stuff from GameStop for that as well. But not everyone is pro-physical, right? I feel like you can kind of find whatever you want to find to make your case here. That's important to remember. So I got one here in the background. This gentleman here, he actually prefers digital. But if you scroll down to the comments, it's kind of fascinating. Close to 100% of the comments, at least the comments at the top, are pro-physical. And what I'm doing is I'm taking this information and I'm trying to piece together the narrative, And I'm never super confident in this type of analysis, but in the case of GameStop, I just need to be sure that there continues to be demand for its products at least for a couple of years. And from what I can tell, that seems to be the case, especially because GameStop still has quite a bit of market share even in 2020. So here's two more graphics from that same Restore GameStop presentation. In the first one, they're highlighting the fact that GameStop's losing share, but I see this and I think it still has 30% share. That's pretty good because the consoles are here. It's likely they'll continue to maintain market share at least a couple of years out. And then this lower one, you still see that GameStop still has mind share with customers too. That's what I mean. I'm just trying to assess, is GameStop still relevant? And these types of charts seem to indicate that that's the case. So we're talking about whether or not there's going to be adequate short-term demand to ensure that there's downside protection for GameStop. It really seems like there will be because GameStop should be able to generate quite a bit of free cash flow looking over 18, 24 months. And this argument is further supported by the fact that I think there's going to be pent-up demand for these new consoles and games for a few reasons. The first is that I just think people will be eager for new technology following a full-length console cycle. And also, Microsoft and Sony announced their consoles a full year earlier than they usually do. So I suspect that some consumers and game developers probably pumped the brakes in anticipation of a new platform. There's also going to be twice as many games released alongside these consoles as compared to the last cycle. And finally, gaming interest has skyrocketed as a result of the pandemic. And when you combine that with the possibility of GameStop reinventing itself, even if you believe there's only a 10 or 20% chance of that, if they succeed in carving out a sustainable niche whereby they can grow alongside the thriving $150 billion gaming industry, well, shit, that's the type of asymmetric upside I'm looking for. And that makes for a tremendous investment opportunity.
Fun stuff. I've never rewatched these videos. There's not very many of them, though. Let's watch this one
Hi, Clint.
after we watch this ad.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that. That's why it's the top position in my portfolio and also Dr. Mike Berry's portfolio. But based on prevailing sentiment, the market, and popular culture, many think it's a foolish investment. But everyone's wrong. It's like the Big Short again. Or more like the Big Short squeeze this time, right? Anyway, let me show you what we're seeing. Still in 2020, GameStop maintains a healthy market share within the gaming industry. It's the only major brick-and-mortar retailer dedicated to gaming, and a recent survey indicated that over 25% of people buy their new games at GameStop, and 40% of people buy their used games there. Its reboot plan is well underway, and it's comprised of two main components. The first is optimizing the legacy business by right-sizing costs and improving the omnichannel experience. This will boost near-term free cash flow, which in turn can be used to finance the second, more important component, reinventing itself as a premier gaming hub within the thriving $150 billion gaming industry. GameStop's modernizing stores, partnering with vendors, and offering experiential products. This is the potential upside, and it's enormous. They've been testing 4 stores in Tulsa, Oklahoma that focus on live experiential concepts. Clearly, the new management team is laser focused on gaming, and Frank Hamlin, the chief customer officer, wants GameStop to become the cultural center for gaming. They also teamed up with the Dallas Cowboys with the GameStop Performance Center. This space was uniquely designed to be the premier facility for the next evolution of esports. Imagine a handful of these venues around the world where gamers could come together to train, perform, and just hang out. So could this new management team actually pull off the transformation? It's possible. They've been doing mostly the right things over the past year. Plus they have Michael Berry's support. You really gonna question the guy who gets his hair cut at Supercuts and doesn't wear shoes? Shit, I'm not. But what about the death of physical discs, you say? Let me tell you something. People have been saying this shit for a decade. And do you know what Microsoft had to say about this at the start of this console cycle? Millions of people still want discs. Period. It's a big reason these new consoles have disk drives, and that's why physical will remain a part of Microsoft's future. To be sure, the shift to digital is happening, just not as quickly as many people think. It's true the pandemic may have accelerated some long-term trends, but as stores are opening back up, people are buying physical discs again. And a quick reminder at this point, GameStop sells other items besides physical discs. This helps drive traffic and will allow it to offer exclusive console bundles to its 60 million rewards members this fall. That said, the used games business has driven the lion's share of historical free cash flow, so let's focus there. We know how Microsoft feels about physical, now let's check in on Nintendo. In their latest pandemic-ridden quarter, a whopping 44% of game sales were still physical. And this is huge for GameStop because the Switch has surged in popularity this year, and I assume its used games have as well. And in particular, Animal Crossing New Horizons was 50% physical. And after having sold over 20 million units in just a few months, that's now one of the top-selling video games of all time. So how about Sony? During the same quarter, 26% of full game sales were still physical. Now the year-over-year decline is certainly notable, but two things here. First, as stores reopen and new consoles roll out, this figure will likely bounce and stabilize for a few years. And second, even just a 26% physical share is still meaningful, considering GameStop generated over $1 billion in free cash flow in the early years of the last cycle. And also, it's important to remember, this is not a zero-sum game. From April to June, video game spending was up 30% year over year. That's a massive benefit to physical, digital, and the whole damn industry. And that's why Sony and Nintendo have been boosting their expected output this year. More consoles and a much larger video game lineup than the last cycle means more software and accessory sales as well. And this is a boon to a specialized gaming retailer like GameStop, who will also benefit as the go-to destination for folks trading in old consoles and games as part of their upgrade to the new consoles. Now, obviously, this thesis is based largely on the fundamentals, but shit, GameStop's chart is looking increasingly compelling. And this matters because if the price breaks out, technical analysts who don't even give a shit about the fundamentals will start piling on. To add to this, GameStop is by far the most heavily shorted company in the market, with short interest of...
Hey, KCR, you've been officially a member for, I think that's 2 months. God bless you, bro. Or maybe it's 3. I don't know. I'll check after this. And Moose again. I think Moose again's going on 4.
around 100% of the float. 100%! Can you believe that shit? The combination of positive fundamental developments, a potentially massively bullish chart, and an exorbitant short interest suggests to me that an upward move could be explosive. Maybe. What the hell do we know?
Maybe. I was thinking about something last night. Like, if if you go in their most recent filing, they don't have data unless it's in collectibles. Unless it's mixed in with collectibles, I really doubt it. But where is it? Do they not have it in here? Maybe I gotta go to the actual... I might have to go to the actual filing. Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah, here. See, I don't know if like trading cards and PSA is in collectibles. So they still have only been reporting hardware and accessories, software and collectibles. Are they going to add another category for trading cards? Or is it under collectibles? I don't think it's under collectibles, personally. I think they're going to add a new category here into the SEC filing. But I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. Like, you haven't seen the actual profits or, you know, revenues that trading cards and PSA bring yet. Assuming it's not part of collectibles. I don't think it is, but I don't know. Yeah, let me check real quick. I don't know. I think the Ethereum emblem's 2 months. I'm not really sure. I always forget. Let's see. Yeah, 2 months. Moose again's going on 3. Small Fry's almost been for 2 months. And nobody's gonna pass YoNSO. YoNSO's been a member for 16 months. Nobody's gonna pass him. The next is Stogie Stonks, who's been a member for 8 months, and good luck passing him as well. Alright, we only have like 3 more videos, I think. Wait, that's the one we just watched, I think. So what do we got? Let's watch, these are like celebration videos. So I guess we can watch those real quick. And then we'll watch, the rest of these long ones.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Cheers! Happy Friday, happy holidays. I hope everyone's having a great week. Surprise! GameStop's up about 5x from when I uploaded those videos over the summer.
All right,
so
peace out, Hugh.
That's great to see. When you have a thesis and by and large it unfolds as you hope that it could. That's nice. So it shouldn't be taken for granted. It doesn't always happen. So that's great. And yeah, it just to clear up some potential misconceptions. This was a true YOLO for me. when I was building this position last year, we had nowhere close to $1 million. I certainly do not drive a Lambo. We rent this house that you see, so it's been a wild ride for us as a family, and it has been just so much fun to experience that with you over the past couple of months. I hope you had some fun as well, and maybe if you even picked up on some educational elements along the way, all the better. But it has brought me tremendous joy to just share in this, what has turned out to be a bit of a case study, right, as some of us feel. And it has brought me tremendous joy. And if you have had a good time as well, that makes me feel great.
No, don't do it.
Thank you for the
don't do
feedback,
it.
Commentary, all this stuff. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't, but hopefully I can figure it out. Thank you for all the folks who shared their research all over the place, right? I mean, you had some bright individuals sharing their thoughts in the stream, in the chat on the stream, and that's been great. But all over social media, I've been seeing a lot of great things, and it feels as though people are kind of picking up on the story, that the right story is kind of getting disseminated a bit. And so hopefully by now you know what my thesis is, how that downside protection has kind of felt like it's been locked in, but how there remains that tremendous potential upside, right? And now you see Cohen getting more activists, buying into the 16s. Hopefully that gives people an idea as to what is possible down the road. But right now, I need to step away from streaming, spend some time with my family for a bit. If I'll be back, I just don't know when. I don't know the timeline. If you reach out to me and I don't respond, it's just because I'm kind of unplugging completely. But I intend to come back, and I just don't know when or what it will look like. What do we do from here? We'll have to see. But yeah, so that's all. I hope you have a nice rest of your year. I think collectively we can all kind of look forward to 2021, see what that brings. And yeah, that's all. Again, thank you to everybody. I hope you've had a fun time, and I'll see you around.
Hey, thank you, 6ix9ine. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. For real. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. What's up, Caitlin?
Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody, and a deep fucking cheers to all y'all. Peace out.
When was that video updated or uploaded? May 17th. Oh, March 17th. Okay, that's like the squeeze after the squeeze, pretty much. Yeah, 6ix9ine's the GOAT, bro. 6ix9ine is the GOAT. Shout out 6ix9ine, bro. He literally, him and Small Fry literally fund this stream. I'm not rich. Maybe when Lil Doofus makes Jimmy go up. Maybe. What's up, Caitlin?
Get your first paycheck. Realize.
Fucking ads.
So thanks Nicholas, thanks Nick for tuning in, and I think that if there's a couple other viewers too, thanks so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have people tuning in for this, but it's just yeah, I hope you had a good time, and hope maybe see you on the next stream as well. But otherwise, thanks for tuning in, and have a nice night. Cheers. Now I got to learn how to. This is my first time ending a stream. I don't even know how to end the stream. I think I just click end stream over here. I don't know, but let's see. Or do I stop on my OBS? I use OBS. Do I stop on OBS first? I'll probably just do end stream first. All right. Have a nice night. Cheers, everyone.
There we go. Alright. There's only like 3 more videos left. But they're extremely long. They're both like an hour each. So, yeah. I mean, besides the intro videos, but... And this one that's 2 hours long. I don't know if we'll watch that one. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. Let's go for this one first. How many people are here, actually? I think the other one's, like, more relevant to most people. 17. um, um, hmm. I think this one's more relevant, honestly, so we'll watch this and see what happens.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I wanted to put together a couple of videos for you. Well, I wanted to do one video where I just show you all my tools and spreadsheets and everything like that, but it's going to be way too long, so I'll break it up into 2 videos. This will be the first one. I'm going to walk you through some non-spreadsheet related stuff, like the browser, tools that I use, extensions, the websites I frequent, that type of stuff. And then we'll have a separate video for the beasts that are my spreadsheets. And yeah, and so this will be the first one. I wanted to record this at nighttime because that's often when I'm doing a lot of research. And so I got my beer, so feel free to grab your own if you're watching this. I don't know how long this one's going to be. The spreadsheet one will be longer. But yeah, what I'll do is I'm going to pop up, I got a green screen, so I'll pop up the green screen and share my screen. I do the green screen so I don't take up so much space on the screen, right? Basic stream 101, right? So I'll do that, and then I'll just walk you through some of these browser things, again, the websites, and then, yeah, hopefully that acquaints you with some things, and then when you join the stream, get a little bit more background about my process. So let's just hop right into it. Okay, let me share my screen. Actually, I'm going to pause. I'm just going to pause. I'm going to pull up the green screen, and I'll hop back on. Next time you see me, I'll be sharing my screen. There we go. Got the green screen up. Good to go. And
I think it's funny how Lil Doofus is a meme in here. Shit's pretty funny.
let's just dive right into it. You can see the screen right in front of me here, or behind me rather, and browser of choice is Chrome. And reason number 1 for that is because of the Google Sheets. My whole process relies on Google Sheets. Once I realized how powerful they were, I mean, they got the Google Finance functions, of course, right? And I was just able to have so many functions and features that they have that they turned out to be super powerful for my needs. And it just, once I had those sheets, I kind of just built my process around that. And then Chrome just has a ton of really cool, what I consider cool features that when they had first come out, at least I thought only Chrome offered them, but now it could be that all these are pretty standard across browsers. I'm not sure. I didn't investigate. But I'm just going to show you some of the stuff that I use in Chrome. Again, number 1 is for the Sheets, so we'll dive more into Sheets in the second video of this tools series. And in here, we'll focus more on the browser. And I'm going to start with just some basic Chrome features that, like something like bookmarks, right? It's so silly that I would even mention bookmarks, but like you got to have your all your pages bookmarked, so you can't be typing stuff in. That's just silly. And then even something basic like if you start putting your bookmarks in directories and you can right click and just open all 6 in a new window, right? So silly, so basic. We're starting with the basic stuff. And you just use stuff like that. So I would use this, maybe not so much for news sites. I just use this as an example because I'll be honest, I'm getting a lot of news stuff from Twitter, and we'll touch on Twitter in a little bit. But so not so much for news, but what's a good example? So if I'm tracking company or fund reports at quarter end, it would be, where is it, funds. And I might just right click and open up a whole bunch of the funds at quarter end. And and I can just browse through what their holdings are. And so anyway, something simple like that. So basic, right? But that's really cool within Chrome. And I'm sure all browsers have that now. But another thing within Chrome are the search engines. So if you go to manage search engine, if you go to search engines here, maybe a lot of people use this already, but this is fantastic. If you don't use this, you have to use this. You go to manage search engines and you can create your own search engine. I mean, they call them search engines, but it's just like shortcuts to get to a website that you want to visit. So let's say I wanted to check out the insider buying for Apple, right? I can just go OI, Apple, and then and boom, I'm there. You're not going to see much insider buying for Apple, but right there, I just typed in OI and then the ticker, and then I'm there. And you can do this for any website where the input where it's just a ticker. And then let's say I wanted to just go to Yahoo Finance for Apple, boom, and then you're there, right? So like there's a ton of these search engines, and you can customize these however you want. And like I said, I got gold, so I use stock charts. And so if I just type gold, boom, right, and I'm there. And there's something as basic as this. In a Bloomberg terminal, you got it. It's like it's so easy in more advanced platforms. But if you're an individual investor, you don't have these types of tools, so you kind of need to build your own and customize it around that. And so I've done it for a whole bunch of websites and a whole bunch of securities or commodities, futures contracts, or whatever it is. And yeah, so you're going to see me. I'm going to have shortcuts to a whole bunch of the websites I'm going to show you, but definitely check these out. I don't need to spend much more time on these, but you got to use them. Super helpful. And my whole spreadsheet relies on this to a degree because we'll get to that. All right, so what else can I show you in Chrome? So in Chrome, I got obviously the extensions. I know other browsers have like add-ons and other things like that. In Chrome, I'm just going to show you a couple of the extensions. I don't have many, but the ones that I do have are really helpful. I got a couple standard ones, but the ones that relate to finance here, this is just browser width. This one's for everyone watching this video. I try to standardize my browser widths. Super helpful for spreadsheet videos. That's all that is. That's nothing really finance related. All right, so here's two big ones: context menu search and what's this one called? Search Center. All right, I'm going to start with this one. So this one's really cool. So let's say I come across a new ticker and I want to do some quick research on it just to get a feel for the company. That I'll type in. Let's do Apple again. I'll type in the ticker and then I click all, and then all those websites that I set, they open up for Apple. This is actually pretty cool. This is good for this video because the websites you see here, those are most of the websites that I would visit to get my very basic analysis completed for a company. So you get Finner bonds. That's so I can see the bond prices if there are any available. Seeking Alpha. Let's check out if there's any articles. At the SEC website, DEF. That's what I'm checking for to see who owns the stock. That's one way I check it. Open Insider, insider buying. Moody's. Sometimes they publish or make their analysis public. And Twitter. I mean, everyone uses Twitter these days. I'll sometimes use it for stock research, as I'm sure many of you do. And then, again, SEC, Well Wisdom. It's another website I use for ownership data. And stock charts. Stock charts is what I use for checking out charts. So, yeah, just type in the ticker, and it automatically pops everything up. Like, you're going to see, like, how lazy I am with things like, is it that big of a deal to type in a ticker for each of these websites? No, not at first. But when you're tracking thousands of stocks, I don't want to be wasting time typing stuff in and pulling up websites. It's not a good use of time. So these little things like this, they add up. They accumulate over time. So wherever you can, you want to streamline this stuff. And this is a good example. So I'll type in a ticker, pull everything up, and it's that Pareto principle, right? 80-20. So I can do I could probably do 80% of my research just checking out these websites. And then, yeah, if I'm digging deeper, if I want to go in heavier into a position, or I'm really digging in, I'll do the rest of the 20% of the research. But for being honest, usually that 80% is adequate. So I can do a lot of it here. And so first I just start with the chart, checking out the chart. So I use stock charts. And like you saw too, I can do in the search engines SC and then the ticker. I can also go straight to monthly. SC10 is like 10-year monthly charts and so forth. So I got a whole bunch of search engines for this. And then if you do use stock charts, you got to save out some custom charts here, right? So like this is my 1.5 daily charts, and then I can do just 1 year daily, and then 5-year weekly. And maybe this is probably standard stuff for everyone who uses charts, I'm sure. But another thing of like, they just need to be, you got to be ready to go. And I'm sure this stuff is so standardized in more advanced platforms. But again, if you're an individual investor, you got to build this stuff out yourself. So my charts, I try to keep them clean. I'm not against like moving averages and stuff. I do like them, and sometimes I'll include them, but usually I'm just trying to get a feel for the trend. What's it? Apple, right? Good trend, right? And so I try to keep it clean. I use candlesticks. Usually I'm using candlesticks for, I don't want to get into a technical analysis video. Who cares? But who cares for the sake of this video? This video is about tools, I mean. And then I'm looking at RSI, and then volume. Usually just the chart in RSI. But anything else in stock charts? I'll use the chart lists. So you got to use the chart lists. I use them very heavily, and you're going to see this in the spreadsheet for sectors and industries. I'll group a whole bunch of tickers together. It's a bit of a manual effort, which is a drag, but for the most part, it's mostly done. Usually if I'm just updating something, I gotta update the chart list, but I'll get into that later. But chart lists, that's another feature of stock charts I really like. And if I were to just show you automobile manufacturers, if you click on one and you see very similar looking charts, and I can just scroll down, they all start with the sector ETFs. I forget. And then they get more granular as you scroll down. So I can see I want to pop up like entire sector and industries, and I'll do this more in the spreadsheet one. But so this is chart list. So I have everything ready to go in the spreadsheets. It's bookmarked to here. And okay. And is there anything? So this brings me to my.
Watching this makes me want to update everything I do. On God. The way I do shit is so slow. Like, I already knew he did this, but the way I, like, the approach I took to copy it is not the best.
My next extension while I'm here. While I'm in stock charts, let me show you this one. So that was this extension. So that's a really cool. Thank you to the people who built this extension. I'm pretty sure it was free, and it's really helpful for me. Thank you so much. It's great. So it's helpful for me. And then the other extension, I think this is the final extension I'll be mentioning. It's called context menu search, and this is the way it works. So sometimes when I'm doing research, I'm not like doing research, like sitting at the chair. At the desk, typing stuff up. Sometimes I'm just kicking back late at night, be drinking a beer, and I don't want to lean forward. I don't feel like leaning forward to type stuff in. I just want to tracking stuff, right? And so this is a cool extension I found where let's say I'm in stock charts, just as an example. If I click in this little symbol field here, and I highlight the ticker Apple, and I right click and I go down to context menu search, now I can pull up some other website. And so this is stock chart. So maybe I'll say, this chart looks interesting, but now I want to see insider buying, right? And so it just pops up insider buying. I was taking a couple seconds. And there you go. And so there's the insider buying. So another shortcut method. Now, a more robust platform, this stuff should all be consolidated in one view, right? It's the same thing for the spreadsheets. I have all these spreadsheets and all these different websites, but in theory, this should all be in one single view. But again, individual investor, that's not an option. So I look for these types of shortcuts that I can streamline everything. And similarly, maybe I'll pop up, what's another one? Oh, press release. I'll have to pop up, I don't want to type in, get the latest news for a company. So I have this search as Google for investor relations press releases. It actually is pretty good for ticker. Usually I type in the full name for a company. But there you go. So if I'm leaning back, and you should have seen it in the tease video, I'm legit I kick my feet up and I'll just be scrolling through stuff, reading stuff, and these little extensions help me and they allow me to do that. I like to say they enable my laziness. So thank you to these extensions, and there's some other things too. And all right, so that's that. That was that final extension, and then I'm just gonna show you. I'll show you a little bit more about some of the websites that I use. So I'm doing stock charts right now. And you can investigate as to how you customize your charts. Dashboard, was there anything else? No, that's really it. We'll get more into the chart aspects in a different video. I think that's it for stock chart. I mean, so stock charts is great. There's a lot of charting websites and tools and companies out there that you can use. I've looked into a whole bunch of them. Some of them aren't web-based or web-based solutions, and obviously I need that. So that was too bad. I couldn't utilize those. Because everything needs to be quick for me. Everything needs to be browser based. And then so stock charts are great, but I got a couple bones to pick. And the first one is like if I'm looking at a chart list, I want to be able to see multiple charts in one view. Like right now, I like big charts. Usually that's what I like to see, just a huge big chart in my face, right? But sometimes I want to see a whole bunch of charts at the same time, like 6 in one view. And I know there's other charting tools out there that do that. I've seen them, and I've reached out to stock charts a long time ago, and they acknowledge me, but they don't build it out. So that's really something that would be great if you could add that if the user is building out a chart list or a custom view, whatever it is, that we should be able to set and what the view is. And I know they have certain ways to do this it's called like a gallery view or something, but it's not the same thing. When I upload a CSV, because that's how I created all these chart lists. I need to be able to make that change. So anyway, now what is it? What is a video for complaining? It's not the point. So I apologize. So that's stock charts. And then Open Insider, such a great website. If you made this website, please reach out to me. I'm so thankful to you. It's been an integral part of my process for years now. I mean, insider buying generally, you'll hear me talk about that. But Open Insider, you made just a clean, basic website, and I'm sure so much of this was on purpose, so it just works. And thank you so much. And it's free. There's other insider tools out there too, but this one's great, and you can see like number of insiders who are buying, the total dollar amount, and just some other things. Check out this website; it's great. And then there's filters and stuff. You can check that out in your own time. All right, so then there's also Whale Wisdom, another great website. Thank you for making this website. There's a premium version that you can pay for, but there's also a free version that you can see the latest holdings for a company. This is Apple. So if you go to Apple in Whale Wisdom, I'm mostly just looking at this view, and looks like I'll look at percent ownership. Apple's such a big company that these numbers are almost meaningless, right? All right, well, Berkshire Hathaway, that's a good one. And I'm looking at companies who have a large ownership, percent of portfolio. That's a big one. And then any other aspects in this view? Not so much in this view. But what I'll do, so I'll look at those things, right? It's super helpful for small companies checking this out. But then let's take Berkshire, for example. If you click into Berkshire, you click into an actual fund's holdings, and then things I'll look at are percent ownership again. You like to, if it's a smaller fund or a smaller company you're looking into, you want, like if there's a firm that owns like 9% of a company, it's a small company too, and it's a firm that you respect, that's great news, because that means it's a high conviction for them. They're willing to own so much, and you tend to see it in some small companies. I like to see that. Percent change, if you're checking out fund changes over a quarter, you want to see which percent changes is the most over a quarter, right? Some of this stuff's obvious. I know that. I'm just showing on the website, this is what I'm looking at. And then percent of portfolio, right? That's obvious. Here's the largest positions of Berkshire. I think that's it. All right, that's it for Whale Wisdom. Thank you again for making this website. It's great. I appreciate it. I can't do so. It's built around Excel. If you could build it around some integrated tools with Google Sheets, that'd be terrific. But it's still cool. It's still fine. So right now I check out Whale Wisdom as opposed to integrating with the spreadsheets. But that's one thing that would be nice. And then actually, if you go to Profile 2, so I've bookmarked all these things. So at quarter end, if you see the top of my browser here, I go to funds. And so I grouped a lot of the funds that I check out, funds 1 and funds 2, and I can right click and open up in a new window all these fund holdings. And so some of the firms here that you'll see, like Scion Burry, right? I have a lot of overlap with Burry, especially more that I've gotten into technical analysis. I had a lot of overlap with him last year. It was kind of funny. Toll's a deep value firm I respect. A lot of overlap with them. Obviously, Einhorn, Fairfax, Baupost, Abrams. We just had a big win in Camping World. I know Abrams is heavily invested in that. That was a big win past couple of months. And then just some other folks too. Weber. I actually don't know who Weber is, but we invest a lot of the same small companies. Carl Icahn, when he's getting involved, right? Activist stuff. Not so much Berkshire, not so much overlap there, but it's Buffett, so I'm checking it out. Happy Days, Perceptive, biotech stuff. That's one of the few biotech. I think it's the only biotech firm that's in my list here, but you can check them out for if you're looking into biotech firms. Areas, just a couple, and then just funds too. Some standard stuff. Hussman, I know. I'm sure if we opened it up, he's probably got some gold positions at the top. He's got a pretty idiosyncratic approach. And some other one. Any others worth mentioning? O'Shaughnessy. I mean, What Works on Wall Street, right? I get their books, and but they're so diversified. There's not too much overlap with these firms as much, but it's still sometimes. I don't want to say when I'm bored, but sometimes I'm like I'm screening around, just looking for stuff. I try to read a lot, and I'll pop these ones up too. And then, while I'm on this topic I'm not ashamed to admit it, like a big part of my process is tracking the research of obviously other prominent value investors in particular, but also other individual investors, right? Seeking people who post on Seeking Alpha, people who post on blogs, not so much blogs these days, but people who post on Twitter. I track their research of when they're knowledgeable analysts. Obviously, not everybody, but if they're knowledgeable analysts, I'm probably following your work. And thank you for sharing your work. Thank you for making it public. And And so I got bookmarked. I got some people bookmarked here. This isn't everybody. I don't understand why I didn't do this before. So you'll see who I follow in Seeking Alpha and stuff. I just put some folks here into a bookmark so I could show you some. So, Carson, I forget. I think it's Carson or Carson. He posts a blog. A lot of overlap with him. Jeremy Raper, super great. He's more of a credit analyst type, and I really respect that. Same thing for Jeremy Bloom. Or Blum. Sorry, this is the thing about being an individual investor. Like, I don't know how to pronounce so many people's names, so many company names. I'll be invested in a whole bunch of companies. I don't even know how to say their name. Super embarrassing. And Steven Simpson, he publishes a lot of reports. And so not all these are, I don't even agree with the takes on a lot of these people, but when I check out their work, it's clearly there's thought that goes behind it, and I respect that. And even if we don't have the same take on a particular stock, I'll still check out their work. So this is the thing: there's so much stuff that gets published on Seeking Alpha and Twitter and really all over the internet, right? And I've learned that a skill you develop as you gain experience is you start to pick up on what's good research and what's not good research pretty quick. And like, I can read a report, or let's say a Seeking Alpha article in like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and I can tell whether or not there's something there. Not always, right? But this isn't a critique of people who write those articles, because I would have written articles like that like 5 years ago. It's kind of like reflecting on what state of mind I was at 5 years ago and what I cared about at that time. And the me 5 years in the future is going to look back on my current analysis and think the same thing. So sometimes when I'll see someone's article, I try to gauge not so much how old they are, but where they are in their investment experience. Like, oh, this person's probably 5 years in, just like I was, or 10 years in. And then sometimes I'll see people, I'm like, all right, they're probably a better investor than me. So I better track their work, because I didn't think of it like that. So this isn't a comprehensive list, but you should do this. The point of this is not showing off these people, although thank you for sharing your work, but it's to say, track people when you come across someone who it seems like it's legitimate analysis, and even if you don't sure if it's legitimate analysis, track their work. And then as time passes, in stocks work out or stocks don't work out, you start to develop a sense of whose analysis was legitimate. And then you can keep an eye on it. You're going to see me during the stream. I'm going to look at some of these people's articles and comments, and we're going to look at it. So I'm not ashamed. I just assume other people do it. If other people don't and I'm the only one, I guess that's kind of embarrassing, but you'll see. And not so much blog. I was going to mention blogs, but not so many blogs. Like, blogs 5-8 years ago were super popular, but these days most people post on Seeking Alpha, or they posted directly on Twitter. A couple blogs out there, but not too many that overlap with my style. Yeah, anyway, I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I want these videos to be short and concise so people watch them, but I don't know. Sometimes I just start talking about a topic and I just want to keep going. So I don't even know where I was. Where was I? Will Wisdom? All right, Will Wisdom. Yeah, so I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. Thank you to the Will Wisdom folks. And all right, so and then SEC website, right? I saw someone say no one looks at 10Ks anymore. I saw that someone say that a couple months ago. I'm like, damn, might be some truth to that. I'm still looking at it, but it's still a go-to. Like, I'm often looking at the DEF, like the proxy stuff, to see who's owned in the company. You can look there for compensation stuff, and I used to be big into that, thinking like whether we're aligned and stuff. I feel like it matters less, but you can check that stuff out in the proxies. And so related party transactions and stuff. I like to pull this up. I'm usually not digging too deep into it, but it is a go-to. And then obviously I'm looking at the SEC website most frequently for when I'm really dialed into a company and I don't want to miss anything. This is something that's missing from my spreadsheet, and I tried to include it, but like if I'm really want to follow a company, and this would have been super helpful a couple months ago, and when like everything's moving and I want to be updated immediately if there's a new filing for a company. Now, I know you can set up alerts in SEC. You can set up alerts with other websites. Even Seeking Alpha offers this, but I don't know. I wanted it to be as part of the spreadsheet. But that way, you'll see in the spreadsheets. But I'm coming in here if I'm really dialed into a company, I want to see if there's anything filed, that I'm actually reading all of the filings. Yeah, so 8Ks, news events and stuff. You all know SEC stuff, but this is another go-to website for me. That probably goes without saying. And then there's silly things. I talk about my laziness, right? Here's a good example, like SEC website. You think so simple, just go to the SEC website, type in the ticker, and right? And then boom. I don't like that this is so silly. I don't like that I have to scroll down. I don't like that. So what I do is here's a tip for you. Here's a pro tip. If you want to if you want to open up a web page right to where you want it to be, you need to find the ID of that of that area. So in my case, if I type this again, watch this, SEC Apple, it's going to bring me right to there. I don't have to scroll down. So you're going to see this all throughout other websites too. And you need to find the right ID. So this was the content div ID. So what you do is you right click. This is in Chrome. Oh, this is another aspect of Chrome I can be showing. So inspect, grab this, highlight where you want to go, like this area right there. And then you got to just track down the ID. So dig in. That's not it. I got to go up a level, up one more level. Or am I off one? Oh, there it is. I was right there the whole time. Why didn't you? I wish y'all told me. Come on. So there it is. ID content div. And then what you do is you just add hashtag content div, and there it is. So let me just try that again. So you go there. But if I do this, so silly, right? And it's not as meaningful at a website like this. I mean, that's like, what did I saved 2 inches of scrolling, right? And but it's helpful for other websites. Like if I do it here. Oh, geez, look how long that URL is. Of course I do that. But watch this. If I click down. So then I do hashtag results, and then it brings me right to the results, so I don't have to be scrolling. Same thing for Whale Wisdom, I do it. So if I do that one's hashtag listings _ table sticky header. So again, the little things, they accumulate, and I start doing it so much that it starts to get annoying. That's the problem. I'm like, oh man, I just don't want to have to do it every time. So I can't do it for every website. Like Seeking Alpha, damn you built your website such that there aren't any IDs that I can make shortcuts for it. But all right, so that was just another Chrome thing. You can do that in other browsers too. Just the inspect is how you do it in Chrome. Okay, so that's the SE website. There's not much else to show here. Everyone knows the SEC website, right? All right, that's it. Okay, and then Seeking Alpha. Okay, so Seeking Alpha. All right, so what I'm looking at here is, so I couldn't have it. I wanted to show up right here when I open it up. I'm looking at the reports, and when you're looking at the reports, you want to look at the comments too. So the reports, you'll get a good feel. Like I said, with experience, you'll get a good feel, like what's a good report, what isn't. But if I'm really following a company, sometimes I'll get a big position, or I'm really curious about it. I'll read through everything, and then I read through all the comments, and then I get really into it. And then I'm looking at the news here, right? Seeking Alpha does a good job of, like, they post the news on there, and then they get the comments, so people might comment on the news as well. So that's what I'm doing here. And then I'm following people. So you can follow people. I don't think, am I following people now? All right, I am following people now, right? Yeah, I don't think this is a complete list. I tossed some people on there. Oh, jeez. Shift Command T to open up a tab you just closed. Well, that's for a Mac. That's not Chrome. What am I talking about? And okay, the other nice thing in Seeking Alpha are the transcripts. So you go to earnings, you pull up the transcripts. I'm sure everyone does this already. This is 5 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was. This wasn't really built out. They've really done a good job of making sure all the transcripts are up and timely. And I think on the free version, if you don't have a premium version, what they do is they break the transcripts into multiple pages. And I do have a premium version now, but if I didn't, that would really annoy me, right? Because I don't want to be clicking all around, and you're going to see this in the spreadsheets. But I don't want to be clicking around each page. It's just so annoying and frustrating. And then if you want to Command F, that's a pain in the ass. So, but here you can open it up, read the transcripts. Again, I'm not reading the transcripts of all companies I'm invested in, but if it's a big position and I really care and it matters to me, then I'll read through everything. Or I'll listen to the call too sometimes. Anything else in Seeking Alpha? Yeah, usually I'll follow companies. Same thing. If it really matters, I'll follow the company and get alerts to when they file something or there's a new article. That's important. Definitely do that. And there's probably other websites that have these alerts too. But the Seeking Alpha is the one I use. And there's I forget if I already said this. I apologize, but there's a lot of junk on here. But you just gotta gain experience and take the time to learn what matters and what doesn't. And then once you do that, then a website like this that aggregates everyone's research there's some really knowledgeable people on here. It's just great. And I know there's some other websites too, but If you have any, send them my way. If there's other websites that have a lot of good research, but most of the ones I come across, they just don't seem like a good fit. Or yeah, I won't get into it here. Okay, and then Twitter. Okay, so Twitter, what I'm using my extension there to pop this up, I have it open up on top because I'm just trying to get a feel for a company for the first time maybe, and so I just want the top posts, whatever it was. Now, Apple useless for Apple, right? So many people, including the Apple ticker in their Twitter posts, it's useless for a big company, but for a small company, you're not going to have as many posts, and usually it's only weirdos like me who might be looking at stuff like that. So you might have like 8 posts on a company over the past week, and then not always. Usually it's just bots, right? But sometimes it's like legitimate analysts trying to share their research, trying to share their views, so other people will hop in. So thank you for those people who post about obscure companies, but latest. So again, if I'm getting dialed into a company, I'm really trying to follow everything that I'm on latest, and so much of this, just like Seeking Alpha, any of these sites, it's so much is junk, and I'm not bashing Twitter. It's just the nature of social media. What are you gonna do? It's really hard. Maybe in the future it will be easier as AI improves and stuff. But in the meantime, you're really just gonna block a lot of these accounts. And even then, it feels futile because new ones pop up. I don't even block as much as I used to. I just don't look as much. But latest is what I'm really dialed in. You want to follow every time.
I had to come chime in because even Roaring Kitty thinks most of the stuff on Twitter's junk, which is hilarious because it is.
Someone posts about something, it's when you get in a little bit obsessed. Sometimes I get in that mode. All right, so that's Twitter. And what else can I say about Twitter is that I mean, I get a lot of news on Twitter. I feel like a lot of people do that these days. It's what sucks is that I'm not following anyone yet on this account. I'll follow them before I post these videos. And but I find there's some really good people. It's a great website. Everyone posts their views, and it points you in the direction of news and research, and so I'm on there a lot, and so that's often where I'll get my news. It will direct me to the news websites, and then I try to follow a diverse group of people. If I'm being honest, now as I think about it, I'm not sure how diverse their views are, but I do my best because you try to gauge sentiment.
And also, I use the SEC website like every day, so I don't know how you can say the SEC website sucks when that's how you research if a company's gonna survive or not.
Too, I don't know. I wouldn't put much stock in this, but trying to gauge the sentiment of a lot of folks, like maybe if they're really bullish or really bearish, and if it's a diverse set of group. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it too much because it's really all theory, and it's not high. I don't have much confidence in trying to gauge sentiment or anything like that. But it's just good to just read through it, get people's feel, and yeah, but a lot for stock research and news and that type of thing. And then so many people there's so many content creators out there like creating really cool stuff and sharing. There's brilliant people on Twitter too, like sharing such great views. And it's a really good thing. I mentioned 2020 in one of my videos and how many resources we have available to us. Like this is one of them. You have like really bright minds on the other side of this sharing their expertise and stuff. And how great is that, right? It's just so great. You just gotta get past the garbage and stuff. Get past that stuff. Don't judge your website by its shittiest stuff. Judge it by its good stuff. And in that case, Twitter's great for that. And
fair enough, but I hate Twitter, so I actually I was scrolling through Twitter last night and I deleted it again. So if that tells you how much I appreciate Twitter, that shit is trash.
And all right, so that's Twitter. There's probably some more stuff I should mention on Twitter and for all these websites, but I got to keep going. I don't even want to look at just keep moving. All right, so Finner bonds. Okay, so I didn't used to look at this too much, and I'm embarrassed by it, but like you have to look at it. If you're in Bloomberg, right, you have this stuff. It's Bloomberg Terminal and some other websites. You just have this stuff readily available to you. I'm happy for you. That's great. Individual investors don't have this, but FINRA has this. I guess it's powered by Morningstar or something. And here you go. So let's we'll look at GME. I got it up there. Show results, and look at this. You can see what the yield to maturity is on their debt. So for GameStop, they got some debt coming. It matures in 2021. They just did a debt exchange. I won't get into GameStop, and I'm not trying to analyze companies here, but it's an interesting price point considering debt exchange that's going on here. But I love checking this out because it's just such a quick, it's so insightful, just one little data point, right? Of depending on what the year is and what the yield to maturity is on their debt as to what the credit risk is. It's so easy. You can do so much credit analysis. But I find it's super reliable when it gets into a certain level. When you start getting into price points like below 30 and stuff, I mean, you're a bankruptcy risk if you're at 50, right? It's a sliding scale. When I'm a deep value investor, I'd say. So I'll deal in some stocks that have really cheap bond prices. But anyway, it's just a quick check. If you pull up a company and you're looking at the balance sheet or something, and you're seeing like it's got like a sketchy balance sheet or stuff or whatever, and then you check out the bond prices and they're super strong. I mean, there's a lot of nuance here. I'm just speaking generally, but like it's like, all right, okay, so it's priced. The bonds are at least priced confidently by the bondholders, and priced confidently. That's not even a phrase. I don't know. I'm rambling on here, but the bondholders don't think that there's much of a bankruptcy risk because they expect to get paid. But from a shareholder perspective, right, this is super important because if the bondholders aren't expecting to get paid, then what chance do you have? I mean, that doesn't mean it's not a potentially good investment. It's just something to bear in mind. And I think I mentioned this in another video, but leverage is an important, it's probably the most important risk I need to assess as part of my process because I'm frequently dealing in leverage companies, and bankruptcy risk is when you're dealing with hairy companies, bankruptcy risk is like, that's what I'm focused on. And so the yield to maturity is just huge. So if you're not doing this, you got to do this. Check this out. And I could talk more about these. Maybe I feel like each of these should be their own video. This video's getting so damn long, but I could talk a long time about this. This GameStop only has one bond here, but yeah, there's a lot more to say. It should be a conversation. All right, and so finally Moody's. And so Moody's rating, I don't have a Moody's account, but if you Google Moody's.
You know what I just realized? The maturity of this bond right here is 3/15/21, and that's when he posted that St. Patrick's video. And that's when GameStop went to $500 for the second time after the first like part of the squeeze, because it went to like 500 and then they turned off the buy button, and then it went back down to whatever it went down to, and then it went back up to 500 literally, I'm pretty sure, on that date. I mean, we can look at it real quick, but everyone likes to talk about bullet swaps and whatever, but if this is the tippy top of that date, it's funny. It's funny. March 15th. Yeah, oh, that's right here. But that's when that final bond expired. It was right there. So, kind of interesting. And he made that video.
And so finally Moody's. And so Moody's rating, I don't have a Moody's account, but if you Google Moody's, I hope Moody's, please don't remove this because of this. But if you just go, I mean, I know you're making a public for people to see, but if you Google Moody's and Moody's rating in a company, I mean, I did the ticker, right? But usually you do Apple or the full name. And then you can just see, they'll publish, I'll do command and open this in a new tab here. You can see the research for a company. And Moody's, I have read this. I'm just gonna quickly scan ahead for the sake of the video, but you got to read this. I'm going to scroll down. When you get to the bottom, you can click agree, and then you can see the research for Apple. I know this is older, right? This is older research, but sometimes, and you can see like sometimes they only make certain ones public, but when they do, I read it, and I don't always agree with their analysis, but it's really helpful. Maybe I missed something when I was doing my research, and yeah, so I'll read through this. And yeah, anything, maybe some other credit agencies do too. I haven't looked in a while. Moody's is, yeah, I should check again because I do like to lead. Like I said, bankruptcy risk is a big one for me. So if anything I can read about, and this is why I like credit analysts too, like individual investor credit. Like if your focus is credit analysis, I really respect that because I feel like I could be better about that. So Moody's is a good resource for something like that. So that's it for websites. Is there anything else? I guess let me just go through. I'll go through a couple of my bookmarks here. So I use, I'm not doing this often, but I'll pull up investing.com for real-time prices. This is futures. So I'm not looking at futures much, but if the market's going crazy, going haywire and stuff, and you want to just check in, it's not. And everyone knows this, right? Everyone who looks at futures or deals in futures, you know this. But it's like sometimes you go to bed, it'll be down 1%, then you wake up and it's up. I mean, especially these days, I guess that's kind of the joke. But
That's pretty accurate, honestly. I've watched futures for years nowadays, and very accurate. Speaking of futures, though, what is the market doing? Oh, the market's actually up today. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I think the Dow's actually performing somewhat decent. Oh no, never mind. But it's still holding this trend, which is cool. Still a lot of selling pressure, but I guess we'll see what happens next week. See if bears are right or not. Let's see what they got. Let's see if they actually know what they're talking about.
so anyway, there's money to be made this way. I'm not knocking futures traders or anything like that. It's just it's not my style, so I don't look at it too much. But I have been looking at it the past couple of months. And then obviously you can also, if it's a busy day and I want to be able to watch what the market's doing, I'll pull up investing.com's real-time prices and I'll just Bloomberg, you have it at your fingertips all the time, but I'll just minimize the screen and like put them in the bottom corner of my screen or something just so I can see those real-time prices. Not much. It's not like I'm trying to like day trade or stuff. I mean, maybe a little, like there's some things that get on my nerve when I'm making a trade on the day. Like I hate making a trade in a stock when the intraday RSI, like 15-minute RSI, this is so silly because I'm a relatively longer-term investor, but it really ticks me off when I buy a stock and it's like overbought in the 15-minute RSI and then it pulls back in the day, and we're talking like 1% or 2%. It's so silly, right? It's almost negligible, but it just irks me a little bit. So I just keep an eye on the market, what's it doing, and I have minimal insights on this, so I guess it's more just a hobby. And then commodity prices. I don't really check out this web page too much anymore because you'll see on my spreadsheets I have a page dedicated to commodities so I can see what those daily moves are, and I'd probably pull up commodity prices that way. But it's on investing.com. Thanks investing.com for making these real-time prices freely acceptable. Thank you to so if I'm not saying it for everybody, thank you so much and I know like a lot of these firms and people, they're in it for profit, right? I get that part. It's not lost on me, but I don't care. Like, as in, like, so much of this stuff is freely accessible to me and to you. This is why I feel obligated to share because it's been so helpful to me. Not just investing.com, but especially the folks who post their stuff and who've built, in the small time folks who've built out like smaller websites like Open Insider and Whale Wisdom and just like stuff like that. I really like it. I'm really appreciative because my process is built on it. So I want to be part of this group that like shares their stuff, shares their expertise so that other people can benefit too. So I hope this video is helping with that. Maybe a lot of this stuff so much you probably already knew, but maybe if you're new to it, you didn't, and that's okay. It's no big deal. But hopefully this helps.
I mean, I hope some of you guys watching who aren't into this stuff are kind of taking notes.
So that's sorry. This video's gonna be long. I apologize, but all right. So then so that's just the FINRA bonds again. Seeking Alpha, Twitter. These are some of my spreadsheets. I won't get into that here. Open Insider. Okay. Oh, I should have mentioned this. So Open Insider is for. Another thing I knew is that. Oh, sorry. You know what I should have done? If you go to the main page of Open Insider, they do this where you cluster buys and stuff and top purchases of the week. Like this is sick. This is sick. So basic, right? I know he just sums everything up, and it's basic, but it's super informative. And I am fortunate because I've built a lot of this stuff into my spreadsheets, which you'll see. But like, if you don't have the spreadsheets, you should be looking here. Forget like, you do track your own stocks to keep an eye on everything. But this is a very valuable resource. You used to be able to like track maybe you still can. I haven't seen Barron's in a while, like top insider transactions. They almost certainly still have it. I started not too long ago. And I used to look at that like 10 years ago, right? I'd be looking at, insider transaction stuff, right? And now I got the websites for it. It makes it so easy. But Barron's didn't have this in their newspaper, but Here's latest insider purchase. I'm not looking at sales too much. I mean, you probably have heard this, but you're selling for a whole bunch of reasons. But the buys, but like the cluster buys, that's sick. Top offers or purchases. So it's not so much board or activists and stuff. So like stuff like this is great. It's so great. Oh man, nerd alert, right? But Open Insider U.S. stocks. That's a drawback of it, and I get it because SEC is probably you can pull data from there more easily. Canadian stocks and international stocks. I wish I could deal in more international stocks. I just don't have access to all like the data, and I'm always talking about like broadening my universe. It's kind of inexcusable. I'm not dealing in more international stocks. I'll just get my reason is because I just don't have enough data. I don't have access. Anyway, on the insider buying front, this is U.S. stocks. I deal in quite a few Canadian stocks, and so if you want to track Canadian stocks, you got to go to insidertracking.com. And there you go. So Canadian firms, they have to file with, I think, CEDAR. I think that's what it's called. And their filings are public, but you kind of got to jump through hoops to investigate that stuff. It's a little bit annoying. CEDAR, if you could make it a little bit easier to pull stuff from your website, it'd be great. Be appreciated. But in the meantime, there are some websites that offer Canadian Insider. So here's one. Let me pull up someone who does have some buying that I definitely... Where's Methanex? I know Methanex there. They get some buying from a fund. So if you pull them up, you can see... You get to create an account, and then you have I think you have to have an account. That's the deal. And then you can scroll down. You can only see 6 months, though. So you need to keep your eye on the Canadian firms, which usually isn't too much, but if they're filing a lot, gets to be a little bit of a hassle. Then you get to click show filings. I don't like the clicks. Lazy, right? So silly. But it's available to you. So if you come across a firm and it looks cheap or whatever, check out insidertracking.com, create your account, and when you type in the ticker, you got to be careful. Like if you do Methanex, they're gonna have two tickers. MEO, that's on the U.S. exchanges, and then you got to do like Astra CA or something. You'll learn this, but that's that website. And let's see, I did Whale Wisdom. All right, those are just all right. So I'm not looking at this, but I used to look at this. If you go to Fidelity, they have like a cool thing where you can see historical performance of select sectors. Well, all sectors, but actually everything, sector and industry. And you can see, kind of fun, right? You learned, as one of the first things you learn is, you want to be dealing in the industries that are beaten down. Well, heads up, sometimes you'll invest in an industry that's been beaten down 5 years and you get the shit kicked out of you for another 5 years, just a heads up. But still, I get the sentiment. You want to deal in stuff that isn't in favor most of the time. But that's cool. Check that out. I don't look too much these days. I have it internalized as to what's performing well and what isn't. And now I'll just look at the charts. Like this is just a table, right? Still, maybe if we're bored, we'll check it out on the stream. It can be fun to just check out. Nerd alert. Okay, so that's that. YouTube accounts, news, checked out news. I'm not looking at these too much. I just wanted to put some news websites in there. I should look at that more. Is that like it should be, I wish there were a little bit more. I don't want too much structure in my process, but I should have a bit more structure. There should be, per day, it should be like I should spend at least just 10 minutes looking at headlines and stuff. I've been leaning on Twitter more. But yeah, anyway. Funds, I showed you the funds, analysts, monthly. So this will be more for the spreadsheet video, I think. But what I can do is I told you about the chart lists. I have everything bookmarked here. So at weekend, for example, I might do this. And the week, open a new window, and these relate to a certain section of the spreadsheet that you'll see. So remember this part when we get to the spreadsheets. But this is the Roaring Kitty model portfolio. This isn't up to date. I was going to show you this in the like New Gold. This is speculative. This isn't totally up to date. Yeah, we'll get more into the Roaring Kitty portfolio in a separate video. I don't want to spend too much time on this here. But what's this? Roaring Kitty buy? I won't get into the Roaring Kitty stuff here. But like 1 week gainers, 1 week losers. I got to manually update that stuff. Dashboard. And what's this? Dashboard risk. Okay, so, and this is kind of in order as to how I want it. So this is like a whole bunch of charts that play into risk. I don't want to get into it too much here. But anyway, just some charts that I want to just track on a weekly basis. And I know a lot of people check these out. I want to look at them more than I currently do to try to just gauge risk levels and stuff. That's for this. That's for these charts. And there's a whole bunch of other like obscure things. I don't want to scroll through all the charts right now. But Here's some debt. I'll compare debts, U.S. bonds versus U.S. stocks, like things like this. There's a ton of charts in here. I don't want to do this now, but this is my point: is that just open up all these charts. Maybe we do it on a weekly basis, regions and stuff. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. All right. That's it for that. What else? Go to the charts, weekly, daily. Yeah, and then I like that. So that's weekly, and then daily. I don't want to do the Roaring Kitty portfolio. Like you're gonna like New Gold top position. Like that's a really speculative company. I don't want you to get the wrong idea when you see this. Think I'm a gold bug or something like that. This isn't up to date, but I can explain. Let me explain why New Gold's my top position. But like it's helpful if.
Yeah, even in this video, he wasn't even in GameStop yet. Well, he's probably in GameStop, but it wasn't his top position yet. New Gold was his top position for a very long time.
The market's moving or something like that, it's helpful to just scroll through the charts either on a daily basis or on a weekly basis and kind of just see what they're doing, how they're moving, and then a potential buy list and sell list and so forth. We'll get into that later. And then reports. So these are all, and then everything that's left is spreadsheets. We'll get into that more later. The only other thing I'll pop up here is like, so, and I'll touch on this in the other video too, but like, we're going to be dealing in Google Sheets. You need to know, like, here's some just additional websites you can check out. They relate to building out powerful Google spreadsheets. I mean, if you're doing this, many of you will already know all these Google Sheet functions, and here's a website you can use as a resource. I kind of know a lot of these already, but
yeah, I don't know any of this. I don't know anything about coding, bro. I don't know anything.
Just something to check out if you want to start exploring these more deeply. And then if you want to build unnecessarily complex spreadsheets, you're probably going to be leaning on scripts. And here's websites you can do to learn about scripts a bit more. But you know where I find I learn the best is like Stack Overflow. I'm sure many of you know Stack Overflow, but I would check it so much. So when I'm building out the spreadsheets, there's another thing. Let me just thank everybody who, not just these websites and stuff, but just the people who share the knowledge. I talked about analysts, right, in the finance world, but like, let me do Stack Overflow. Let me just do scripting, right? So that's a search engine feature that I have. I search in Stack Overflow so often. I type in scripting. I do just Google Sheets and then cite Stack Overflow, and then and so I would check out Stack Overflow, and like people, I'd post a question, and they would help me out and provide insight and provide guidance. I'm nobody. I'm just a random person on the internet, and they're willing to help me out. Not everybody, right? It's not like everyone's charging to help out a rando internet person, but people do it. And so thank you to Stack Overflow people, Google Forums people. I have posted tons of questions about Google Sheets, and just thank you for sharing your expertise and helping out a new scripter. And I hope I wasn't taken, like, I feel like some people think, oh, you just try to take advantage of the situation, right? I'm genuinely trying to learn, and people would like point me at, hey, you will probably want to try this with your script, and then I try that with the script, and then I'm truly learning. I can use that expertise building out other scripts, and my scripts have gotten more and more complex, but it kind of just started with some basic questions. So I'm always so thankful when people nudge me in the right direction, and I hope to be one of those people with Roaring Kitty. But yeah, Stack Overflow, with the Google Forums, that's mostly it, but there's tons of websites out there. I just say look for the people who are willing to help. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are always shitting on a lot of websites and it's garbage that's out there, but judge these things by the best aspects of it. That's all. I'll get off my soapbox at the end of this, but just thank you to everybody. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. How long was this video? Damn. I wanted the Sheets video to be super long. I don't know. I'm going to have to upload this as is. I apologize to everybody. Hopefully you dig Roaring Kitty and that you don't mind watching this much, but if you do, I apologize. It's just, I just start rambling sometimes. I just get going. So good luck with the stream, because if you're not into that, it's going to be a tough time. And yes, that's it for this video. So tune into the spreadsheet video. Really, if you're going to only watch one of these two videos, you got to watch the spreadsheet video. How helpful is that? I'm telling you at the end of this video. Damn. But I'll see you at the spreadsheet video. I didn't record that one yet. I'm going to do that one next. And thank you so much for watching if you hung in there. And thank you for everyone out there who helps. And I'll see you later. Peace out.
All right. That was a long ass video. What's up, Kristen? We're gonna make a switch here. I don't even know if I want to watch the spreadsheet video. Like, I don't think it's really relevant for anyone. You know, he does talk about some fundamental analysis stuff in it. Obviously, we'll watch this one. But we're gonna make a switch real quick, and we're gonna watch this video.
Do not.
Well, not this ad, but we're gonna watch this ad.
Members of the committee. I'm happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I am not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree when I graduated from Stonehill College in 2009. That was not a good time to be looking for a job. From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In April 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife Caroline and I were thrilled that I had an income and benefits. My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients, and I did not recommend stocks for them to buy. Before and after I joined MassMutual, I studied and followed stocks. One of those was GameStop. In early June of 2019, the price of GameStop stock declined below what I thought was its fair value. I invested in GameStop in 2019 and 2020 because, as I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. 2 important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue for GameStop. Second, I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business. I am hardly the only person who has advocated these points. When I wrote and spoke about GameStop on social media with other individual investors, our conversations were no different from people in a bar or on a golf course or at home talking or arguing about a stock. Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors and influence the market is preposterous. My post did not cause the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares. It is tragic that some people lost money and my heart goes out to them. But what happened in January just demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to visit my family in Brockton for the holidays. The money will go such a long way for us. We had an incredibly difficult 2020. Most difficult was the tragic and unexpected loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it. It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market. And I am thankful that this committee is examining what happened. I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Yes, of course, I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutionals participate.
Okay, so actually, the business channels had a good question from one of the Reddit readers, which is, so you recommended GameStop before. Would you buy their stock now at roughly 45? It started at 48 earlier today. You were talking about buying it and being happy when it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals. Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say my expertise is in analyzing the business, the fundamentals of the business, not so much on the inner workings of the market. I'm not so sure about legislation per se. What I would say is that increased transparency could help. That if someone like me could have a better understanding of how those types of things work, I feel as though it would be quite beneficial to retail investors. Congressman, I've been following GameStop for a number of years. I started to buy into it in June of 2019, most recently.
Hey, so back then, what was the price of the stock when you started investing in it?
At the time, it was in the ballpark of around $5 per share.
Okay, and in your analysis, what did you think the proper price for the share was, because you thought you were getting a good buy?
Sure. At the time, I thought that the value of the business could be worth up to roughly $2 billion.
Okay, but how much is that per share? Just let's bring it back to you bought at 5, you thought it was worth 10, 20?
I felt as though that it could be worth at the time in the range of, say, $20 to $25 per share.
Okay. And you continued to invest on and off through 2019 and 2020. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you also, you bought some shares, but you also did some options.
Small Fry. Thank you, Small Fry. God bless you, bro. Crazy. It's crazy you come in here every single week and do that. Honestly. Actually insane. Actually insane, bro. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. For real, dude. It's wild, bro. Like I said, you and 6ix9ine literally fund this stream. So thank you. Oh yeah, and I was in the bathroom, but I thought it was funny during this when he asked if he would invest at $45 and if it was like a attractive price point. And of course Kitty said yes. But if you go back to the chart, you know, that's when it started bouncing, was pre-split $45. So very interesting. Very interesting.
Options trading, did you not?
Correct, I did.
And options trading is not really for the novice investor, is it?
It is a riskier investment, yes.
Okay. on January 27th, I think the stock price hit $483 or something like that. Is that true?
I believe it was in that area, yes.
In your analysis, back when you started investing in the stock, did you ever see it being valued at $483 per share?
At the time, I thought it was possible, but a very low probability, I thought.
Possible, but a very low probability. And GameStop was trash back then. So what is it worth now? $480 back then was $120. And Roaring Kitty himself said it possibly was worth that. Low probability, but kind of interesting.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In terms of the platforms where you visited and discussed this stock with others, one was the Reddit subreddit Wall Street Bets platform, correct?
Correct.
And at any given time, how many people were you talking to on that platform?
I wasn't so much talking to anyone individually, but rather making posts on that public forum.
That GameStop was an attractive stock.
Yeah, early on, I had felt that it was an attractive investment opportunity, and I had shared some of my thoughts as to why that was.
Did you discuss this on any other platforms? Are there any other kinds of Reddit or other kinds of platforms that you talked about the stock?
Yes, I have talked about the stock on some other platforms.
Okay. Did you ever talk about the short sellers that had bet against this company?
Yes, the topic did come up.
And about when did that occur?
Oh, since around the time I had begun investing in it, it was, as someone else has noted, it was an exceptional level of short interest in the stock since the time I had started investing in it.
Have you ever previously experienced or observed the type of restrictions Robinhood and other applications performed on January 28th?
Thank you, Congressman. No, I have not.
Mr. Gill, as was previously noted at this hearing, one of your colleagues at the witness table has as many as 5 people in the room with him. I guess, Mr. Gill, my first question for you is how many people are in the room with you right now? Mr. Gill?
0, Congressman.
Gone? That's what I thought, Mr. Gill. And I just want to note for the entire committee that Mr. Gill is actually appearing before our panel by himself while many others are receiving significant obviously underestimating the sophistication and the independence of these individual investors. Now, we've heard a lot of reasons for concern today. Some are legitimate, but also some proposed overreactions by members of Congress that could create even more problems.
The lag isn't my stream, it's the video.
What we saw was a movement of individuals investing to try to make money. I don't see what's wrong with that, even if that motivation is fueled by a desire to stick it to a hedge fund they don't like. Mr. Gill, you're the only retail investor involved in this GameStop situation on our panel today. Why, I don't know, but you are. Yet members on the committee have hardly asked you any questions. We've heard from a lot of the companies and funds involved in this event, but we've barely heard from the people that made this happen. Is there anything you would like to add to this hearing that you haven't been able to add yet, given that we're past the 4-hour mark on this hearing?
I appreciate that, Congressman. I do. I don't have anything to add at this time, just that I would be the first to acknowledge that investing in stocks and options is incredibly risky, and it's so important for people to do their own thorough research before investing. But that said, I tend to agree with you that folks should be able to freely express their views on a stock, and they should be able to buy or not buy a stock based on those views that they may have.
Do your own thorough research before investing. I don't know, just kind of funny. Kind of funny.
Mr. Gill, on that note, So how would you feel if these brilliant people that are asking you these questions today decided that you should not take the risks that you're making these thoughtful decisions on? What do you think about that?
I would probably ask for an explanation, Congressman, and to try to understand their viewpoint as to why they might think that, and perhaps we'd be able to talk through it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Gill. I think we need to value the right of the individual to make decisions for themselves. And it's fantastic to see so many people getting involved and participating in the greatest financial markets in the world.
What do you think is the proper thing that should have happened? At some point, this thing got away from you and went totally into the stratosphere. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how this should have worked.
Thank you, Congressman Lynch. I do know Westgate Mall quite well. I would say that, just to be clear, I had thought that maybe roughly $20 or $25 per share. I had thought that at that time, but investment theses, they evolve over time. As the fundamental events change over time, it's important to update theses accordingly. And I had mentioned that it appeared as though the stock price had got a little bit ahead of itself last month. But there's a lot outstanding. There's a lot that has happened in recent months to suggest that GameStop could indeed turn around its business significantly. And one big element of that is indeed one of the largest investors in GameStop, Ryan Cohen. And he has brought in some colleagues.
Ryan fucking Cohen. Lil Doofus, bro. Lil Doofus.
That could help him turn around this company. And fair value could indeed, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time. Ms. Schultz.
Yeah, $20 back then is $5 today though. You got to realize this interview is post split. So $20 is $5 now. 25 is $6.25 or something like that. But still, that's when the business was trash and losing a lot of money. So, I mean, there's downside protection even if the business is shit. You know, supposedly. Supposedly trash. Supposedly worst company ever, but there's tremendous downside protection for some reason. And for some reason, it keeps bouncing off of $24. I don't know. I don't know. Just a... We'll see what happens. I mean, it can definitely drop more, but it does like this $24. What's up, Kotaru? So I think we got the spreadsheet video, but that's like 2 hours long, so I don't know if we want to watch that or not, but we do got one more video to watch. Fake Kitty hit that shit on the money yesterday. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the market's not going down right now, though. The market's actually up today. So, we'll see what happens when it starts to drop again. Alright, I think, I don't know, you guys want to watch more? Like I said, there's only those last two videos. I just don't really want to read. My throat is clapped right now, but I have hella articles to read. We're already halfway through the day. I don't know. What to do. We can watch this video. It's 56 minutes long. Obviously, I would love to watch the meme videos, but we can't. We'll get clapped. So no meme videos. I don't know. I think we'll watch this. Why not? I think you guys will learn a lot from it. The spreadsheet one, like I said, I don't know how much you'll learn from that. Plus, it's like 2 hours long, so I don't know if it's worth watching again. Yeah, let's run it. I mean, this has 1.7 million views. Jeez. This is one of the most viewed videos on the channel. Besides the live streams, obviously. There's a lot of live streams on here that literally only have like 3,000 or 4,000 views, though. It's pretty wild. Like, not a lot of people have watched these. And I guarantee not a lot of people have watched the whole thing. But, you guys aren't saying anything, so we're gonna watch this video.
Yo, what up, everybody? This is going to be the first video of the Kitty Corner, and the market has kind of forced my hand on this one. The first stock that I'm going to talk about is GameStop, and I know it's a polarizing stock. Some people won't even tune into the stream right now when they hear that I'm bullish on GameStop. At the current price point, it's trading about $4 right now, $260 million market cap. And most of these Kitty Corner videos, I want them to be shorter, like 1 minute, 5 minute, 10-minute max. I want them to, that way it's just a quick intro into my thoughts on a stock. But this GameStop one, it's going to be a little bit longer because I have a lot to say about it. I could talk about it for weeks. I'm going to try to keep this as short as I possibly can, but I have a lot to say. I'm also hoping maybe you can catch some of my blind spots if I have some, poke some holes in my thesis and share it with me. Because, yeah, I think everyone else is crazy, and I think I'm right, but I've been wrong plenty of times in the past. So I'm going to upload this, and maybe you can share your thoughts with me. But, yeah, let's dive in. GameStop. Okay, here we are. So, like I said, this video is going to be a little bit on the longer side for a Kitty Corner video. So if you drink, you might want one of these for this. It's July 2020 right now, and I'm bullish on GameStop at the current price point of about $4 per share, $260 million market cap. I've been adding to the position the past couple weeks. It's been trading below $4 per share, and it's now the largest position in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio. So,
What's up, Shadow?
Yeah, I have a lot to say about it. I've been tracking it for a while. I know it's a divisive stock, so definitely share your thoughts with me on this, whether you agree with me or not. I'm curious to hear. And because I have so much to say about this, I had to put together this Word doc just to help guide the conversation, because I'd be all over the place because without this guidance. So I tried to just focus on what I consider the more important aspects, and just boil it into a single Word doc here. But yeah, we'll just see how this goes. But before we kick things off, some recommended reading. In fact, I can save you the trouble of watching this video, because my bull thesis has already been covered by so many other folks. I'm just sharing with you my viewpoint, but every aspect of my thesis, people have already talked about. So if you read these things, these recommended things, you won't need to watch this video. So if you check out Scion's letters to the board and just their commentary on things, Scion, that's Burry's firm, they had to file a 13D this year because they took a position at the time greater than 5%. And within that 13D, I have it pulled up. They included all their letters, all their communications with management and the board and so forth. So if you pull up that 13D at the SEC website, you can look for all the letters all in one place. You could get these elsewhere too, because they were press releases, but I kind of like having it all in one place. So check out those letters to the board. And also, because there was the board vote back in June, they shared their opinion on GameStop back in June. So this is their latest viewpoint at the time. They still, even though they were below 5%, they still had 4% position, which is a good sized position. But they shared their latest view. So this was as of June. This was only a month ago. So Scion still seems fairly bullish on this. But I really like Burry's letters, because they get right to the point so quickly that the whole thesis is right here in this latest, maybe not just this letter, but the whole thesis can be found in just these letters. He does a great job of communicating his points so succinctly. But anyway, I bring this up because that's his latest commentary on the company. And besides Scion, you'll also want to check out, when I said Hester and Permit's letters and their Restore GameStop presentation. So Hester and Permit, I think they own like 7-8% of GameStop right now. The activist investors, they were the ones trying to get board seats. But they've had a number of letters back and forth over the past couple years now. But they check out those letters too. They have a lot of thoughts and good thoughts on GameStop. And they also have this Restore GameStop presentation. This is from May 2020, where they put together this presentation to try to help them to share it with the investors and so forth, help them get the board seats. But it's like 80 plus pages. Like, how much can I add to an 80 plus page presentation? Not much. I'm going to reference this a couple times in this video, but check out this presentation, because a lot of the thesis is covered right here. And then, Yeah, so let me just pull this back over here. All right, so that's some recommended. Also, the Seeking Alpha articles. I think I have it open here. Seeking Alpha articles. Yeah, sometimes you come across a company, there's not that many articles written, or the ones that are written just aren't that good. GameStop has a number of really good articles out there, and I'm biased. You don't need to tell me this, but in my opinion, the bullish articles here, the bullish authors, they seem to be more attuned to reality than the bears, I think. Maybe you disagree. That's cool. Let me know. But I think they seem to be more the security analyst type. This is going to come up later in this video, but check out the articles. A lot of the stuff I'm going to say, it's already been covered here. So that's what I mean. I don't have much new to say. I'm just sharing my viewpoint. So check those out. But yeah, I think that's just about everything. Some recommended reading. So you read all that stuff, you probably don't need to watch this. But if you are going to watch this, let's keep moving forward. So like I said, there's a lot of aspects of it, a lot of moving parts of this bull thesis, but I've boiled it down to just what I consider the three overs. Digital risks seem to me to be overblown. The negative sentiment is overdone, and the value is overlooked. In fact, I think the GameStop stock is, it epitomizes value investing. It's like value investing at its finest because it's such a classic case of value investing. We'll get into it later. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but it's just a classic value stock, and I think that's why it's so polarizing in my opinion. But okay, so let's get into the digital risk overblown. So this transition to digital, I think it's just much slower than what's being priced in. It seems to me that it's been happening over time. I do think it's inevitable. Like if we're looking out 50 years, 100 years, we don't need to have a discussion because we're on the same page. Everything's going to be digital. I just don't think we're there yet. And this is meaningful because 2020 is when the consoles are coming out. It does matter where we are today and where we'll be the next couple of years. You can't just say we're going fully digital, so that's the end of the discussion. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. I'll touch on this later too, but people just go digital is the future, so there's nothing to be had here with GameStop. There's no future. But I don't think we're there yet. I mean, it's transitioning much slower. I have some web pages pulled up here so I think I try to. Let me just keep on going with these bullet points. I'll just list them before I start pulling up some other websites. But people just say, physical discs, they still remain a good-sized chunk in 2020. That's part of what I'm getting at. I also think in-game purchases, they're kind of skewing some of the figures that people are sharing. Like they'll share some figures, which I'll show in just a sec. If they're saying, this is what percentage of the market is digital right now. But I think those in-game purchases are kind of affecting that. I'm not certain, but that's okay because I'm a value investor. I don't need to be precise. And then why discs. But before I get to why discs, let me just share some of the things. So if you Google like physical versus digital, you're going to come across this Statista webpage. And like you see stuff like this, and maybe other people are, and you see, I highlighted this part in contrast, only 17% of video games were sold in physical form. And you see figures like this, and you see the trend too. If you look at the trend over the past 5 years, it looks really alarming. And so people see this and they think, oh man, GameStop's toast. But I think there's just some misunderstanding with that data. I think a lot of that, like I said, is in-game purchases. I think the actual outright purchase of discs is still relatively high. And I have, let me just see what other page I got up here. So to counter this, there was an article in May 2019 by Wedbush Securities. I mean, maybe they're biased too. Maybe they're bullish on GameStop, but they talk about a number of things that like kind of counter that point that everything's going digital. Like sales of the FIFA game was still 75% discs in 2018. I don't even know the accuracy of that. I see the report that they're citing, but this is the thing. You're going to see lots of data, and as an individual investor, it's hard to know what's true and what's not, what's accurate. So you kind of just got to read a lot and try to get a feel for this type of stuff. And so check out this article. It was in Variety. Check this out because they kind of counter a lot of this stuff. Whether or not you fully agree with it, that's another thing, but just read it. And then there was another thing here too in GameIndustry.biz where they talk about, this is more European focused, where they're talking about certain countries, what percentage is digitized, what percentage of games purchased are physical. And so look over this. I don't want to review the whole thing. That's not the point of this video, but just check out these sources where this was 2018, 2019, it's 2020 right now, and the trend is clearly going toward digital. But this is my point, is that you're still seeing some countries that are still heavily skewed to physical. And I don't think 1 year later, all of a sudden, everyone's going to be buying digital. So that's the thing, is because these next few years are critical for this GameStop thesis. And so if there's still a good chunk that's physical games, GameStop sells other stuff too, but the software itself, those used games, what everyone's focused on, because that generates a lot of free cash flow. That in particular, yeah, I just check these articles out. Now I know I'm rambling a bit, but I got to keep going to keep this quick. What else did I have up here? Oh, and then like, so there was this article's from June 2019. It was an interview. It was on The Verge, but they were talking to the Xbox boss Phil Spencer, and so I'm like trying to piece together the story as to, that's what I mean. It's so hard to know exactly what these numbers are, how many people are still buying discs. So I like try to look for stuff that piece together the narrative. And so Phil Spencer was saying, I want to give, this was last year, I want to give people choice, and right now physical is a choice that millions of people love. So this is the Xbox, Phil Spencer, and he's saying this last year. That should be meaningful to people. When you tell me no one's buying physical anymore, if Xbox is saying this, or the people in charge of Xbox are helping lead the charge of saying this, like, you should pay attention to that. And if you remember back in 2013 when they were rolling out the Xbox, there was some confusion over the console, and they kind of messed up a bit. And then they wrote this blog. I forget the story itself, but they had to say like this. They had to walk it back. You told us how much you love the flexibility and so forth. And with games delivered on disc, they had to start offering the disc version, or start trumpeting that even more, because people wanted that. I get it was 2013. It's changed during this console cycle. I get that. It's not lost on me. I just mean that Xbox kind of realized that they're like, all right, people still want these discs, and I still think that's the case today, 2020, to a degree. Maybe not as much in 2013, because it has indeed changed quite a bit, but it is still relevant. And was there anything else I wanted to point out? I had a couple of web pages that I pulled up. I showed that. No, that's it. That's it for this. Oh, and then just the general physical versus digital case. Now, because it's July 2020, the consoles are coming out, you're going to see a lot of YouTube videos of people debating this. Should they go physical or should they go digital? And there's a lot of good videos out here. And in particular, Fanta, I haven't seen all your stuff yet, but from what I've seen so far, you have a lot of good thoughts on this. I mean, I know you're not a security analyst. That's what I mean. A lot of people are voicing their opinions. You have a lot of spheres crossing paths here, like gamers and so forth. And I agree with a lot of stuff that Fanta is saying here, but he brings up a lot of good points. But then, and also these other ones, he's got a couple videos too. But there's a whole number of videos out here, and everyone seems to be leaning a bit more toward physical when you watch these things. I just find that interesting. Like, why you hear digital, but then you see these videos and people kind of talking more about the benefits of physical. But you can find it both ways. You can kind of find whatever you want to find in here. But in this video, I brought this one up because this gentleman, he's leaning more toward digital. But then you check out the comments, everyone starts talking about the disc version. I want the disc version. Just about every comment. Maybe not every single one, but this is what I'm trying to piece together that story, right? So when I see stuff like this, I just find it interesting. All I'm trying to figure out as a value investor is does there remain some demand in 2020 for those discs, because that's important for GameStop's free cash flow generation. So look, check this stuff out for yourself. We're not going to watch these videos right now, but I just encourage you to check it out yourself if you're trying to build your own thesis around GameStop. And then, so why discs? Preference, console storage, trade value, download speed, sharing. I don't even need to. It's covered by the Restore GameStop presentation. What we're getting at here is that there's still consumer demand for GameStop's offering. So let me pull this over here. And let's just scroll down just a couple. This is, what is this, slide 80, I think. And just GameStop retains mindshare with customers. Now, this is all quoted from one single survey. So this is the stuff I look at. Where are you getting this data from? Is this demand legitimate? And this is what I mean. I'm not basing everything on this one single data point. But this is the stuff I like to see as a value investor, because I just need to make sure that GameStop isn't going bankrupt, in that people are still buying discs, and that there are still demands for GameStop for just a couple of years. Because if that's the case, GameStop is likely undervalued. So the point I'm just showing this is that GameStop, there's still interest for some or many of its products. And then digital downloads have slowed share gains over time. You can see this chart too. Just check out this presentation, right? But I'm just trying to make my point there that it's not over yet. In 2020, it's not over yet. 2030, maybe it will be, but not yet. Anything else here? Oh yeah, so this is a list of I've kind of put together that list. It's you can see this here too. So it's interesting that people are downloading games isn't lost on me, right? Because I have friends, I have family, and they think I'm crazy that I'm bullish on GameStop, because many of them are downloading games. And so that's the thing. You got these anecdotes, you're talking to people and so forth, and maybe I feel like most people watching this are probably downloading games. I think GameStop might serve a different target customer where not everyone has an Amazon Prime account. I have that up what is it like? Yeah, what 112 million members Amazon Prime as of December 2019. That's not everyone just thinks, oh, you just buy it on Amazon, that's it. And but like not everyone has an Amazon Prime account. Some people do want to shop at brick and mortar. Maybe they want this. I'm just listing stuff that's already here. They want the trade in value. They want these things. And that's not to say that you have these things or you want these things and so forth, or that these are an issue for you. Perhaps they're not. I'm willing to bet that they're not, because if you're in a situation where you're watching this video, then it just depends. I don't have time to get into all that right now, but yeah, so that's why I think digital risks are overblown. I still think physical is here for at least a few more years. In particular, this console cycle, I still think it's going to be relevant, and I think that physical disc version is going to outsell the digital version. Let me know what you think for the new Xbox and PlayStation consoles. All right, so the next one is, let me move this back out of the way. Negative sentiment is overdone. So this is some of the heaviest negative sentiment I've seen with the stock. Just about, there's just so many different ways people are negative about GameStop, about its stock, about its future business, and so I just jotted down a couple just for fun. These aren't all true exact quotes people have said to me, but haven't shopped there in years, or my friends haven't shopped there in years. You can download everything. Digital's the future. GameStop's the next blockbuster. That's a popular one. People they say, oh, GameStop's a possible investment. They go, oh, no, that's the next blockbuster. And then they just move on. They go, that's the end of the discussion. That no one wants to look under the hood. The terminal value is 0. With the poor managerial decisions, they blame past managerial decisions as a reason not to invest in GameStop. Brick and mortar is dead. Anything brick and mortar is a bad investment. So Amazon, that's the end of the discussion. Just say Amazon. If Amazon can compete with you, then you're dead. And then the pandemic. So there's some legitimacy to some of these things. I'm not saying that these things are all ridiculous. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's just so much of it that I think that's a part of the reason that it's weighing on GameStop stock price so much in July 2020, because it's really heavy. It's really heavy to get out from underneath that. It's part of the reason you see such heavy short interest as well. But I think this has led to an opportunity. That's what I think. But yeah, so just so much negative commentary. I just think that this sentiment is so negative that it's overdone. That's what I'm trying to get at in this section. And also with these GameStop bears, you read some of these articles or some of the commentary on this, and I think people, because they themselves, this is what I was trying to get at too, they seem to falsely impute behaviors to others. Like they themselves might not be customers at GameStop, or if they have bought physical discs, they have the ability to resell it on eBay or something like that, or they just download everything. And I think what happens is the people who are opining on GameStop as an investment, they're the loudest, right? But they're just not customers, or their friends or family aren't customers too. And when that happens, they I don't know, maybe they're not digging deep enough, or maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong about this too, but I think people are thinking that everyone else behaves the way that they behave. And I think that could be a mistake in this case, because from what it seems to me, that there are still people shopping there. There remains demand, and just because the people talking about it don't have it doesn't mean it's not there. I think this is my thesis. You're welcome to tear it to shreds. Feel free. I encourage you to. Please comment on this video or talk to me on the live stream about it, because as you can tell, I'm really curious about this. And also, many of the people who are negative on GameStop, they don't seem to be security analysts. And some of you may think that may not matter, but it does. Like, this is the opportunity for like a value investor, is that, yes, I'm analyzing a business model, right? That's important. For some people, that's all that matters. But when you're analyzing a security, like you can have, I don't think GameStop's terminal value is necessarily 0, but even if it were, that doesn't mean GameStop's a bad investment right now. And I think that's lost on some folks because they're not bona fide security analysts. And so if, let's say, you've been right about the industry the past 5 years or so, maybe you just...
Nah, I'm still here. Just nobody's talking in the chat, and I'm listening to this, even though I've watched it before. What's the point of watching videos that are irrelevant for current situation? Is it irrelevant?
A gamer, or an investor who's just reading some of the headlines, and you see the trend towards digital, and you kind of like, all right, this is probably inevitable. but you don't start looking under the hood. You're not looking at the balance sheet. You're not looking at historical free cash flow margins or what to expect in the future or something like that. And I think if you're not a security analyst and digging into this stuff, it gets lost in you. That doesn't mean the security analysts are always right. We make mistakes and we might be wrong on this one. But when I see that, when I see a bearish, let's say, Seeking Alpha article out there, and I read through it and I think, no, this isn't like security analysis to me. You're not telling me the things that I want to hear. If I were trying to build a bearish position on the stock, then I think, all right, then that's something to be wary of. I perk up a bit. So yeah, that's it. That's just this negative sentiment just seems so heavy, and I think that's why we're where we are today at sub $4 in July 2020. Whew. That's surprising me. Maybe earlier this year and last year and stuff, but so close to the console refresh, that's something. That's something. Okay, so then finally, value is being overlooked, I think. Oh, I would like to keep this all on the same page. I need a drink. I'm just going nonstop, you know? All right, so because of these like first two things, I feel like no one's looking under the hood. I already said that, but there's a lot of things that are happening fundamentally that that one could be excited about, myself included. So, like, there's a new board of directors, there's a new management team, and so that's what I mean. People criticize GameStop's historical decisions, their poor acquisitions, and so forth, and maybe poor operational decisions, whatever it is. But it's like, all right, cool, yeah, that's fair. But we have a new management team right now. Not to say they're going to hit it out of the park. That's not the point. The point is just that it has changed. And so far, I have to say they seem somewhat competent. I mean, they just got Reggie to the board too. I feel like that's big. But then you got Sherman for the management team. He's only been here just over a year. He's just getting started. He needs a little bit of time. I know Barry, he voiced his opinion on the new board seats, and he wasn't in favor of Hester Permit. I kind of get that. I don't. It's a marginal impact on the bull thesis. It's okay that Hester Permit. They seem like they know they got their finger on the pulse. I don't think it makes that big of a difference, but I kind of get where Barry's coming from, because it kind of feels like management's been doing some good things over the past 12 months in the right direction. And we'll get to some of this stuff as I work through this bullet point list. But I just mean, so far, from it just looks like they're competent, they're doing the right things. And as a value investor, you need to see that, because if they don't, you kind of need stuff to go. You need a lot of stuff to go right. I don't want to say that, but it's just an important element of this type of a thesis. And one of the ways they've been showing that they know what they're doing, or they're seeming competent, is they've been cutting costs. So they talk about cutting costs. There's one thing to talk about and one thing to actually do it. They seem like they're doing it. So they're cutting costs. In fact, part of what I want to do here during this video is I want to review some of the fundamentals. And we'll get to this, but I just want to review a couple more things as I do this. Sorry about that. They've got reducing cost of goods sold, so it seems, identifying the stores, testing it, improving working capital management. A lot of people talk about this, but they seem like they're actually doing it. They can make better capital allocation decisions. You can see them selling assets, actively testing stores. They're not making any dumb acquisitions. Like you like this is just stuff that it demonstrates to me that they could be on the right path. That they could be. Like when you're selling assets, like in this year, when it's a tough year for GameStop, and they're selling the jet, doing some sale leaseback, things just to generate a little bit extra cash. That cash goes a long way right now, and of course testing the store, that feeds into longer term things, right? But this stuff's important. And then improved flexibility they have right now because of the refinancing. They extended the maturities and they got rid of some covenants. Like I'm listing a whole bunch of things here. But like, not enough people are talking about this stuff. This is what I mean. Like, the stock price, it's gone nowhere for 12 months. But the fundamental events that have been unfolding are like objectively positive. They've been incrementally improving, and that the price is still flat is surprising to me. They have adequate liquidity now to get through the console refresh and for a potential turnaround. It might be still too early to that. When I say potential turnaround, I mean like revamping their business model to be like they could be here in 20 years. Right now, I'm not sure about 20 years, right? Not many people are. But they might have enough liquidity, especially if they get to the console refresh and can generate some extra cash. They might be in a good position, tough call. But definitely enough liquidity that people talk about GameStop going bankrupt and stuff. If you're saying GameStop going bankrupt, you need to show your work on that one, because I don't see it at all. Highly unlikely to happen. It's hard for me to take those types of theses, that type of a thesis seriously. So I'd be I'd be wary of that. Anyway, GameStop still remains highly relevant too. They got $6 billion in revenues at the tail end of a console cycle. They have $1 billion during the latest quarter, Q1. Look at this. This was they had to were dealing with the pandemic, end of a console cycle. They literally had to close their doors, and they still generated $1 billion in sales. Like $1 billion. And then I talk to my family and friends, and they go, "Yeah, no one shops there anymore." I'm like, "How you do $1 billion? How you do $1 billion?" And anyway, I know free cash flow is what matters, but still, that's telegraphing to me like people still shopping here. And yes, everyone will focus on the year-over-year declines, right? Yeah, let me drink a beer here. But it's just that sheer level that sticks out to me first. Yeah, so let me get back to this. So I like to see it. $6 billion in revenues is legit. That's a good size. That's a good size. Sometimes you come across a company, it might only be like $1 billion in revenues, $2 billion in revenues, $2 billion in revenues, especially like a retail company. And I think, all right, well, is it going to fall off a cliff tomorrow? And you might say GameStop's revenues are currently falling off a cliff, but if you're still at $1 billion right now with a new console cycle on the way, that's legitimate. And yeah, $6 billion is a good size. Okay, so then they have significant operating leverage because of this. It's trading at just 4% of these revenues. You don't see too many companies trade at 4% of revenues with this type of a financial situation. Like usually you see that, often when you see that, companies might be going bankrupt in the near-term future. And like I said, I think that's highly unlikely with GameStop. So 4% of revenues with a new console cycle, I think, what the hell? What? And so anyway, if the things just go a little bit right, then that operating leverage can lead to a huge rise in the share price due to a realization of what fair value is. All right, so then just the company's been historically successful at generating free cash flow. This is the...
I don't know how people sit and watch videos on stream all day. I almost fell asleep. Like, I don't know. Like, I have to be talking. I mean, we're going to finish the rest of this. There's still like 30 minutes left, but I'm kind of sick of watching videos, I'll be honest.
The next item that I had on that list, if we just pull up simple free cash flow here. In fact, let me scroll over to just, these are this side over here. Ignore the conditional formatting. I didn't clean it up. But if we look at simple free cash flow, this column, this row
that
here,
makes sense.
That's operating cash flow less CapEx. Look at, they were generating $500 million.
What's up, Yomar Ortiz? Haven't seen that name in here before. Hope you're doing good. That makes sense. I was just almost falling asleep, so I don't have anything else to do besides this. But I'm trying to listen. I've just watched this before, so it's like, I don't know.
There for a couple of years, and it's just been historically positive. This is rolling 12 months, so this is through Q1 2020. If you look at fiscal year 19 got a little bit wonky because they were aggressively paying down some accounts payables, and they're trying to work on working capital. They're definitely close to burning cash right now. We don't need to get into the specifics, but anyway. But if you go to the rolling 12 months and you start seeing they've been positive, generating positive free cash flow this whole time, really impressive. You don't see that too often. And it doesn't mean it's what's going to happen in the future. I just mean it just sticks out to me. And then generating $500 million in that type of, I call it simple free cash flow, that stands out to me. So yeah, and despite, I think that, I know Hester and Permit comment on this too, but I think they've had bloated costs in the past. I think SG&A, selling general and administrative expenses seem to me pretty high, and they probably could have been doing a better job of managing that working capital. I think that previous management team was just a little bit lazy on that front. They were kind of just riding the wave of the business model, and they weren't really trying to do a diligent job of managing the operations, and so they were still generating a ton of free cash flow. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, it seems to be overlooked a little bit. Okay, so then right now, $260 million market cap, give or take, and I think this is trading at what I perceive to be a discount to the fair net asset value, to fair book value of around $400 million, give or take, plus a conservative estimate of future free cash flow. So this is what I spent a little bit of time on in this video. I don't know where I'm at right now and time-wise, but let's just dig into this just a little bit. Just take a peek at the balance sheet. And when you look at the balance sheet, like, doesn't it stick out to you that cash position of 570 million to a market cap of 260 million. Like, holy shit, right? I mean, you don't see that often. Usually when you see that, it paints a really dire picture for the company, and maybe that's why this price is in the gutter, but it doesn't deserve to be, in my opinion, and I think people might be thrown off by some of these things. In the accounts receivables, that's the thing. So if the company's not going bankrupt, we can assess these things with GameStop being a going concern. And if that's the case, you don't need to discount them too heavily. So when I'm pulling up this balance sheet just to assess the quality of book value. So right now we have book value of about 435 million. And the question is
one thing I noted from like a couple videos ago. Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, their merchandise and inventories in the balance sheet is priced at like the lowest possible price. So it's possible their merchandise and inventories are worth like double or maybe even triple what it says. Kind of interesting.
Is that a fair estimate of what book value is if the company were to like sell all these assets and distribute it to shareholders? It's not a true liquidation. I don't want to do a liquidation analysis because I don't think the company's going bankrupt. I just want to just a quick assessment of what their assets are currently worth. So that's what I'm going through. Like cash, that's pretty legitimate value there. 570 million. Receivables also pretty decent. You can kind of bet on that to a degree. Maybe 50 million, 60 million. Merchandise inventories. You see the big decline in inventories. They've been trying to been working on improving their working capital management, and I like to think I don't like to think it would be nice if the inventory that they're selling off has been the lower margin or inventory in less demand and so forth, so it's only higher quality inventory that's left over. And actually, if you look at the 10K, this is Q1, but if you look at the 10K and you start going through the footnotes and analyzing the inventory, it kind of looks like that a good chunk of the inventory, the majority of their inventory is higher quality inventory. And by that I mean newer hardware, newer software. And if that's the case, this inventory dollar amount might be pretty accurate. And some people look at GameStop inventory and they think, oh, that's used games. That's probably not worth what it's on the books as. But this stuff's carried at costs. Even those used games, the older used games that they have, if many of you may know, they're paying a small fraction of what they ultimately sell it for. I know people complain about that, but it's carried in the books at that cost, at what they paid for it. So even if it might not be selling at the sell price they hope, in theory, you'd think that they could potentially get in the ballpark of cost. Maybe not, but that's what I mean. And if the inventory is indeed higher quality, newer and so forth, then that inventory figure is probably in the ballpark of reality. And prepaid expenses is a going concern. That's probably a fair value of that, maybe a slight discount. Assets held for sale, I think that's the Jet, but they sold it like the week later, so that's done. And I mentioned the warehouses and the distribution facilities that they're hoping to do a sale leaseback on. It's not under assets held for sale. It's elsewhere, probably under property and equipment. But that's another thing that's held for sale right now that will generate some cash. Just something to. That's the thing. I didn't toss it on the bullet point, but there's another cash generating thing that they're doing. This balance sheet's gonna be modified. It already is modified, right? It's almost we're in July here. Q2 is almost over, but forget the leases. I don't want to get into leases right now. It's I disagree with how they're handled on the balance sheet. It kind of interferes with my analysis. And there's a contra account in the liability section. We don't need to get into this now, but deferred income taxes, that has value as a going concern and so forth. And then other non-current assets. And I don't know where it's in here, but they also have the Game Informer magazine, which, I don't know how much that's worth. Everyone, I know Game Informer magazine. You automatically get it when you're a subscriber to Game to the GameStop membership account. Oh, by the way, they have 42. I should have mentioned this. They have 42 million members. I think that's what Hester Permit's presentation said. So when people say people don't shop there, it's like another reason they're incentivized to shop there. They have that membership, which gives them some perks and stuff. But
AMC and GameStop aren't correlated at all. It's not even close to the same thing.
42 million. Anyway, along with that membership, they get the subscription to Game Informer.
But we'll see how it plays out.
And maybe not everyone reads it, but something like, I think I have do I have it up? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so the Game Informer magazine, they have, look at this. So this is the top subscriptions in the United States in Game Informer. Number 5 on the list with 6 million in subs. So, yeah, like I said, I know not everyone necessarily reads it because you get it with the membership and so forth, but that's a lot of eyeballs on there. I mean, even if a fraction of them are reading them, and then you see something like Time, number 13. I think that sold for a couple of years ago for just under 200 million, I think. I had looked that up recently. And in Time, I mean, people are subscribing to that, and I'm sure it's generating probably more free cash flow than Game Informer. Again, if people, I don't know what the breakdown is for how many people are paying for that subscription and stuff, nor how many are reading it and so forth. But if Time's getting close to 200 million, and I mean, what matters is if Game Informer's making money, right? I get that part, but it seems like an asset for one of the a thriving industry like gaming, and you got one of the top magazines. It's a question of how much it's generating, but nevertheless, the name brand itself probably has some value. So it's just another asset that could, in theory, potentially be monetized. I don't know what the value is, but I don't need to. This is the good thing about being a value investor. It's like my default, like, well, okay, it's on the books. Just because you come across so many companies where they don't have these assets, they don't have levers to pull. That's what I'm trying to convey here with GameStop. They have levers to pull, and this is just another example of it. So I'm not sure where it is on the balance sheet. Maybe this other, maybe property and equipment. I'm not sure, but it's on there. That's on there. And then you get to the liabilities, and all the liabilities are pretty fair. Accrued accounts payable, accrued liability. So actually, some of these are probably like, is it this one? Like gift cards and stuff. Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's kind of it's a legitimate liability, but kind of a soft liability. And then the operating leases, we can forget about those. The current portion of long-term debt, this has already changed because of that bond exchange they did. Yeah, they were able to extend the maturity a couple of years, and they got rid of some covenants because of it. Over 50% agreed to do it, and that's huge news. And because it gets them to the console cycle, and it gets them to the point where they could potentially have much more free cash flow to navigate their situation. But anyway, so it's changed, and. The line of credit. Also, they have some unpaid rent too. We mustn't forget that. It's in here somewhere probably.
I was watching some documentary about, I think it was that, I don't remember. I was watching some video, and there was like talking about how GameStop needs to introduce more long-term debt. I was like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. It's gonna be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They don't have to do anything. I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand that opinion. Like, why would they have to? Yeah, I don't know. Weird opinion.
Accrued liabilities and stuff, but they have the revolver too, which is almost certainly changed now that it's July. But some other long-term, okay, moved into new, other long-term liabilities, and then total. Anyway, so as we work through this and we look through all this, then you see book value of about, also I like to see, retained earnings of that 1.3 billion. They've since had write-downs, right? Because all those acquisitions they had, they wrote them all down, probably some inventory and stuff. But I'd like to see good retained earnings because and
when I say long-term debt, I mean like issuing bonds and stuff to investors. And I just don't think GameStop needs to do that. I just don't see it.
Proves the company was at some point profitable. So that's what I mean, legitimate business model historically. Anyway, now you see stockholders' equity after major write-downs and stuff. That's the thing. If you hadn't seen major write-downs, then you might think that there might be some on the horizon, right around the corner and stuff. But we already have them, at least, especially the soft stuff like goodwill. You should just assume goodwill is just a future write-down when you see, especially if a company is battling risks and stuff. But now at $435 million, I know it's not a liquidation analysis and stuff, but it seems to me in the ballpark. They get that fat cash position too. So yeah, it just seems to be in the ballpark. So it's meaningful because the market cap's at 260 right now. So not a bad margin of safety. But in addition to that, there's also the opportunity for future free cash flows, right? So if I pull up this, this is one of the fundamental spreadsheets that I have, and this is where I perform the analysis. I know I just had this open, but let's just look at a couple things in particular that stick out to me. I mentioned the revenues were at $6 billion. People will focus on this year-over-year decline, right? It's alarming. That's a fair point. It is alarming, but people are overly focused on that. What I'm seeing is just the sheer level, $6 billion, but also the historically fairly stable revenues, surprisingly stable. But $9 billion, it's a big company, good-sized company, I should say, not a big company. But also noteworthy is it was fairly stable through the last console refresh, right? That matters. And then you have the Switch too. Sometimes these are staggered. The Switch was a couple years back. That's stabilizing things a bit. But anyway, you see this big drop down. And this year, I think because so much is going on, tail end of a console cycle, people withholding purchase and so forth, and the pandemic. But I think this big drop down, as opposed to it being fairly stable, like as opposed to it being fairly stable, I think you might get a big jump next year, year over year. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. But so anyway, that's what she'll be focused on. And then we also got check out gross margin. So gross margin's a good one because usually with companies that are deteriorating and everything's falling apart, you see gross margin deteriorating as well. Like management can't control costs, they're losing control of stuff. But check out gross margins, like holding up fairly well. This is 3-year average, but even the 3-year average through 2020, 28%. It was only 27% in 2012, at the right before the last consoles. The last console cycle ended, and so that's pretty good. They're keeping it together. And if we scroll over and start looking at individual years, we see gross margin 29% this year, above the past 2 years. So even despite a huge sell-off, a huge decline in revenues, gross margin is holding up pretty well. And I see that, and I think, okay, all right, that's important to see right now. But also, is management doing a good job right now of focusing on higher margin stuff? Perhaps that's what I'd like to say. If this were down another year, I'd be like, oh. I'd believe less in the new management team, but it's holding up okay. And like I said, it's on par with where it was in 2014 and above 2012 and stuff. That's okay. That's good. But then you see SG&A, another important expense. I focus first on gross margin because like those costs can be more difficult to manage, I think. But SG&A, I feel like this is a more easily fixed problem. And if you see this, it's been ballooning in recent years. It used to be 16, 17, 18 as a percentage of revenues, right? And then it's been increasing past couple of years. Part of that is because the denominator is declining, right? Revenues are going down. But it's not that alarming for me because it's fixable to me. I feel like you can, and I think PE firms are noticing this too. I think a lot, I know the activists talk about this too, but this is stuff that could be improved. So it's not that I'd be more concerned with gross margin deteriorating than I would be SG&A margin. And yes, I see this big jump up, and you see new management. Well, how come new management isn't reining this in? There's a good question. They need to. Maybe I think this could take a little bit more time to bring back, and especially because there's such a big decline in revenues. We'll see where it's at in the coming years, but something to keep your eye on. All right, so that's it. And then simple free cash flow. So I already brought up simple free cash flow, right? But let's focus. If we're trying to do some forecasting, just some light forecasting, I promise it'll be light. I think it's helpful let's look at simple free cash flow margin. Forget the aggregate numbers, but if we look at what it was over the past cycle, right? This is through May 3rd, 2014 through today. What's that, 7 years? We see an average. If you go down here, go to average on Google Sheets, an average of 3.4%. But for those first couple of years, you saw an average of 4.9%. But you obviously you cannot forecast that into the future. But nevertheless, that's a good starting point. That's what I mean. That's the starting point. You need to look at how a company has performed over the past, and then try to determine how has the situation changed from how it was performing back then. There's been a meaningful change the past couple of years. This shift to digital, right? That's meaningful, and it's so much so that not only can we not start using 5% free cash flow margin, I don't even think. Obviously, the past couple of years it's been much lower, but I don't even think 3.4% should be used for forecasting. I don't even think half of that should be used. Like I wouldn't even use 3%, 2%. I wouldn't even use 1% because as a value investor, I'm just trying to make sure my downside.
The GameStop Wikipedia. I'm down to read that. Maybe not today, most likely. Maybe next week. I'm down for that.
Is protected, and for that reason, I don't want to be too optimistic in my forecast. So I propose that we use like 20%. I've been thinking 20% of what that free cash flow margin was. So instead of 3.4%, everyone get your graphic calculators out, right? 0.034 times 0.2, 0.68%. Now we're 0.68%. That's lower. That's almost. Is that the lowest? If I add a decimal place there, can I do that? 0.59. So it's not the lowest, but it's pretty low, 0.68%. So if we forecast out 0.68% simple free cash flow margin moving forward, then it's also a question of what revenue should we forecast to try to get what the future free cash flows would be. So at this point, we're using that figure so we can look to revenues. We just got to forecast out revenues. That's what I mean. We're just using a simplistic cash flow analysis here, simple free cash flow margin, revenues. What do we think revenues will be moving forward? We could say, oh, get back to 8 billion, 9 billion. I think no way, right? There's no way you can forecast taking back out the previous highs. In theory, it's possible. I don't even want to go down that path because I'm not concerned with what's possible. I'm concerned with what's probably most likely. And so you could, maybe we'll see a jump. Maybe we don't get back to 8. Maybe we get back to 7 billion. Or maybe we get to 6.5 billion. Remember I talked about a potential leap. This is through Q1 though. Through Q2 and Q3, we should see continued declines in revenues. It will be lower than this. So I propose for forecasting, we forecast, I've been thinking like 5 billion in revenues over 6 years, or let's do 6 years. In that, it'll be all over the place, right? But if that's our average revenue figure, then that'll be a number we can use for each year. And I think do you think that's decent? Do you think that's too high? Does anyone think that an average of 5 billion through the first 6 years of a console cycle is too high for GameStop when they used to be? It's not half of what they used to do, but it seems to me somewhat conservative. As does the simple free cash flow margin we mentioned of 0.68%. So if we use that, I used an online calculator just to keep it simple. If I wanted to do this precisely, I do it in a spreadsheet, but I just whipped this up really quickly before I kicked off this video. I don't know if this calculator is accurate. It doesn't matter because I can eyeball it and I know it's roughly in the ballpark of reality. So what I said was I did simple free cash flow margin of 0.68% times 5 billion over 6 years just to keep it simple. I know it will fluctuate. I get it. And then I just bounced around the cash flows a little bit. It all averages out to 0.68%. So 0.68% times 5 billion is about, I think, was it 35, 34? 34 million. So this averages out to about 34, 35 million. And then I just, maybe second year, they'll have the most, blah, blah, blah. And then I use a discount rate of 20%. I feel like that's pretty conservative for the risks that are we're dealing with here. Maybe you think it should be higher. Let me know. But using these assumptions, at least I'm showing you my assumptions. This is what I mean, is that I see some bearish GME comments and articles and stuff. I think, just show me your numbers because I want to try to compare it to what I'm getting. Maybe you think the company cannot generate positive free cash flow moving forward. I feel like a lot of people might think that. But based on all that stuff that I showed previously of all these things that like the fundamental events that have been unfolding positively and why I think some stuff's overdone, like you would have to explain to me that you'd have to say management cannot get a control of this stuff or physical, they'll have zero interest within a couple of years and stuff. You'd have to be pretty bearish. Like you'd have to, for these numbers that I use to not be conservative, you'd have to have one of the most bearish outcomes that could possibly happen. Doesn't mean it can't happen. It absolutely can happen, but it just seems unlikely that that's what it's going to unfold. So if this unfolds, then you have present value of about 125 million plus the book value of about, let's just call it 400 million. That's what I was trying to get at here. Then you're getting at 500 million. That's twice what the market cap is. That's twice the market cap. And so that's what I think. I think about GameStop. I think it is at least a double. I think it is probably a triple, but it legit could be a 4 to 5 bagger. It could be looking out 6 to 18 months or so. Yeah, so that's what I think. If you disagree with that, that's fine. Like I said, I've been wrong about plenty of things in the past, but I see Hester and Perman, I see Scion's analysis, and I see my own analysis, and it strikes me as we're security analysts, and we're looking at this, and then I get really, I try to come up with why it's trading where it is, because I'm really confused, because I feel like other people, either we're all wrong, or everyone's looking at the wrong stuff, and if they've gotten the wrong impression, which I've seen happen before, but this is something. This is something because it's it's one of the biggest misperceptions I've seen in a while, I think. Ever? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not ever. I don't know. But, okay, so that's that. So let me know if you disagree. And if you think they can't generate positive free cash flow, I'd be interested about that. Like, if you think they're done, and that this is it, and that they cannot do it, that'll be interesting to me. So let me know again, either in the comments to this video, or let me know on Twitter or in the live stream or wherever. The other we talk about fundamental events, right? So this is the thing. You see in my other videos, I do. I'll do some technical analysis and I incorporate that into my approach. But if you're really trying to make some big gains and stuff, where you make the most money, it's through fundamental analysis. Positions like this, where I'm digging into the details and I'm using technical analysis to facilitate the position. Sometimes it is my focus. Sometimes technical analysis is my focus, but I'm not making the biggest money on that type of a position. That's why you see me digging through a lot of the fundamental stuff, because it's a bigger position. Just because a position's in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio doesn't mean I'm spending this much time on all the positions. It's just the ones that are of higher interest to me. Anyway, now to just pull up the chart. Do I already have it open?
I got a funny video to watch after this, though. I guess there's some breaking news. 10 more minutes on this.
Open, I think I do. Right there. So here, what is this? Let's do the monthly chart, because it's a monthly chart. Technical analysis, they see this, they think, oh, this is terrible. Especially last year, they saw this. You can't touch this stock. You can't touch this. This looks terrible. It still looks terrible from the perspective of many technical analysts. Although you can see the RSA turning a bit here, it's starting to level off. Nevertheless, and this was with. If we do the, we can adjust for dividends by doing this. I like to do this sometimes. So a dividend adjusted, we were over $50 back in 2013. And remember, I didn't even mention, just remember those share count. When I said of things that have kept my attention, the share count, it's been halved. It's been halved since the previous console cycle. So something to bear in mind when you're looking at these historical prices. And they also have enough cash and authorization to purchase another $100 million worth of shares, which could get the share count down to 40 million. I don't think it's likely right now, but there's a case to be made that they should. So just something to keep your eye for. I don't think it's likely right now, July 2020. I don't think it's going to happen this year, but it's a possibility. If it happens, look out, because, because that's it's going to change it even more.
I guess Trump and Zelensky got in a shouting match or something. I don't know. We'll watch it after this.
When you're buying back shares, it's so important to buy it back below, book value per share, or fair value per share, more importantly. And because I think fair value per share is quite a bit higher, it can be a good thing to buy back these shares. And if they do it, it increases the per share value even more than it would otherwise. So something to keep your eye on. But sorry, I lost the chart there. So here's the chart. Chart doesn't look that good in the monthly, but starting to flatten out a bit. You see the RSI moving up. So if we switch it down to weekly, just a 3-year weekly, now it starts to get kind of interesting, because now it's starting to build a base, right? Look at this. Again, it was looking kind of sketchy last year, and then it comes back down. Then it had that big sell-off. But this is the thing. When you're looking at a chart, you can't look at it in isolation. Everyone who analyzes charts should know this. I see this, you think, oh, look at that big sell-off. What happened that week? And yeah.
I mean, from a charting perspective, I would argue that's a bullish move. You had the support at, $3 or whatever. It tried to break out lower and then immediately bid back up. Like, that's bullish. Very bullish.
Yes, they did report earnings that week, but everything was selling off that week. It was a double. They were retesting. Companies like GameStop and some of the companies I deal with were retesting the lows that week. That first week of last week of March, first week in April, they were retesting lows. Anyway, GameStop bounced right back. It was only 1 week down, then it comes back. Now it's flattening out around $4. So I see this. I think it's building a base. Doesn't mean that's how it's going to work out, but I just mean the longer that base, watch out, because it could take off. And then you look at a 1.5 daily. And then you get to here. If you can get to 5, maybe they fill the gap and stuff. We don't need to get into that. That's not the point. Obviously, this is a fundamentals-focused thesis, right? So why am I even pulling up the chart? Just to show that things kind of feel like they're changing a little bit. And because if the chart does change a bit and it starts to look more bullish, you got other people who are piling into it.
Look at that V shape back then, man. That's crazy. I was not as versed in stocks as I was now. I think when this was happening, this is my second, maybe even first year into stocks. Kind of crazy.
into it as well, just not just the longer term fundamentals focused people. That's why I kind of look at this stuff, because I know other people are too. And if that chart turns, just people could start piling on. And then you get the short interest too. I didn't want to go into. Hopefully, it's clear the short interest isn't a main point to this thesis, but you need to acknowledge it. It's out there. Could it be unwound in a systematic manner so that nothing happens? Yeah, probably. But I don't know enough about the mechanics of the market to be sure about that type of thing. I'm not betting on a short squeeze, but it seems like something where it could take place. Although I think if you wanted a real short squeeze, you'd probably want a more levered company where people were truly like it was on the verge of bankruptcy, and then suddenly it's not. GameStop, I don't know. We just got to see what happens, but it would be nice if it goes up really quickly. But when you see all this stuff kind of adding up, you need to at least consider it, take it into consideration. But you have to start. If we get closer to this is what I mean. We're in July. The console cycle is right around the corner, and it's still priced in the gutter. It's pretty impressive to me. But next couple months, maybe sentiment will start to turn. Chart will start to turn up. People start seeing that. I feel like if people start seeing Barry's involved too, that could help, because he's a legitimate, successful value investor, knows his shit, and see the activists and the management's making moves and stuff. Maybe it could happen in this by the end of 2020. But probably within the thesis should unfold fully within 18 months. If it doesn't happen by then, I don't know. I do think GameStop's going to be, seems likely to me, it's going to be bought out by a PE firm who sees what I see and thinks, all right, let's take this thing private and we can start taking out the free cash flows and stuff. I think that'll happen. It almost happened a couple of years ago in 2018, and at that time it was priced. It looked like it would have been bought out between 1 billion and 2 billion, something in that range, 1.5 billion. Since then, the share count's been whacked quite a bit. So if that were fair value, then we're looking at a much higher stock price. But when would it happen? 2 years from now, a year from now? At this point, I don't think it's going to happen before the console. I don't think it's going to happen before November. So I don't know. I think that's where this company's going, but I don't know the timing of it. But yeah, a lot of moving parts here. So I think that's it. And then finally, just some things that I don't think are I don't even talk about them because it's not a big part of my thesis. I'm just trying to make sure GameStop's still relevant and that it can generate some free cash flow. But there's a whole bunch of upside potential that's 100%, seemingly 100% discounted. Even I discounted myself because I can't, except for the first one, extended interest in physical games as compared to like music and movies and stuff, because people compare it to that stuff and say, oh, it's going the same way. But I mean, as long as there's interest in November of 2020 and for the next year or two, then GameStop's likely going to generate free cash flow, in my biased opinion, if you want to call it that. But I mean, what if it goes on even longer than 1 or 2 years? What if it goes 5 years or 10 years? Because people want those physical games. I mean, that's a similar case to movies and DVDs, but DVDs and CDs and so forth. But what if this console storage limitations, could that persist? Games will only get increasingly complex over time. So is there a case to be made that they'll get so complex it'll be difficult to store 200 games on a system, then you got to delete them and stuff. It will be simplified longer term in the future, but I'm just thinking 5 years. What if there's still quite a bit of physical demand looking out 5 years or 10 years? 20 years? I wouldn't bet on that. But 5 years? I'm like, all right, could be. 10 years? Maybe, but probably not as much. Anyway, so I'm just pointing that out, that everyone's pretty much pricing in this. Right now, people are pricing in that there's like no interest right now, which I think is a really aggressive bear case to make. I don't understand how anyone can be short GameStop at $4. That is really, really risky, and yet you see a huge short position. I think that's the bigger firms trying to generate some extra income. But I'm like, I see this. I think, what are you thinking? What are you thinking shorting GameStop at this price point right now? A couple years ago, okay, maybe if it rises again, but right now, what? You're pricing in like a really apocalyptic scenario for GameStop, which could happen, but I wouldn't feel comfortable betting on that. So that's what I mean. If it's even just a little bit better than that, that's not being priced in. Then Barry mentioned, and other people mentioned too, higher margin revenue streams via vendor partnerships. I don't even know what that looks like. But Barry mentioned it, so that's a possibility. I know they got Reggie on the board too, and they've been talking with Microsoft about stuff. But what are the details? What are the details of that? What could that be? Could someone team up with GameStop so that it changes the business model a bit? So that it could survive even longer. I don't know. I'm not really pricing it in, but I know it's a distinct possibility. And then just if they do, what if those test stores in Tulsa work out? They become something. And I know with the pandemic too, here they are trying to build a social gaming hub and stuff. And but this is a thriving industry, and GameStop's the only brick and mortar retailer, dedicated to it, has a presence, and seems like there could be something there. I don't know if there is, but Can you imagine? Can you envision it? I know people can envision it. I'm just saying for this bullet point list here that I'm not saying is a big part of the thesis, as is hopefully clear at this point of the video. But it's a possibility, a distinct possibility that you at least should talk about. And if stuff like this ever happened, then if you're looking out 2, 3, 4 years, GameStop could be, the stock price could be quite a bit higher, especially after all those share repurchases and so forth. So yeah, there's just additional things that could be factored in. I think that covers most of the big items. And again, if you check out the other commentaries and letters and so forth for additional information, I covered some of the ones that I consider more important to me. There's other things too. Maybe I did miss something important. I don't know. I'm losing track. But yeah, let me know your thoughts. If you'd see a blind spot, or if you think I'm missing something, or if you strongly disagree with stuff, like especially my forecasts and stuff, or you think I'm blindly bullish, or that I'm biased and stuff. Yeah, let me know your thoughts in the comments of this, in the live stream, on Twitter, wherever, because I want to be sure I'm right about this. I feel like we are, but been wrong before. So I try to do as much analysis as I can to be as confident in the position as possible. So that's it. I hope you liked this first video of the kitty corner here in GameStop, and let's see if it's an exciting final few months of 2020. And yeah, tune in for more videos about other companies. Probably won't be as long as this one, but I'm hoping to share my thoughts on some stocks just to give you some insight into where I'm at with things. But that's it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you around.
All right. So that's pretty much every Roaring Kitty video. Pretty much every Roaring Kitty video. I mean, besides the spreadsheet one, but we don't need to watch that, I don't think. Maybe we'll watch it a different day if we're still dying. And obviously all the streams, but let me see if I can find the video. Oh, it's right here, maybe. Ads. Ads. I haven't been paying attention to Trump at all. Like, I was watching, like, when he first got elected, but I lose interest in politics really fast. It's so boring. Slumped? Nah, just sick. I'm good.
And say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I would respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked.
I don't know if this is the right video or not.
Tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied it, our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards. You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's backed you far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
to American people. Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
It doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what
She's
if
asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
But they have
Okay?
broken ceasefire
What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Not a nice thing. That shit's funny. Yeah, the market bounced back a little bit. Very interesting market right now, bro. Very interesting. That's not a nice thing. You guys get excited when Trump comes on, huh? When the politics come on, the typing starts. Sup, Shadow? I have so many articles, and I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to read them. Like, I just don't even think it's a good idea to try to read all these articles, dude. My throat is clapped. Let's just look at stocks for a minute. Or I'll read a couple. I'll read some articles. Got any more videos like that? I don't know. I don't pay attention to politics, but the only reason we watch that is because that literally happened like an hour ago or something like that. Politics are not my thing. I just don't care enough. Twitch will open some monetization tools to even first-time streamers. At some point in 25, Twitch plans to offer monetization tools like subscriptions and bits for all streamers. According to an open letter from Twitch CEO Dan Clancy, monetizing Twitch streams previously required reaching affiliate status on the platform. Damn, am I really going to have to get better internet to start multi-streaming? Having viewers subscribe to a Twitch channel or cheer with bits, Twitch's digital currency, during a stream are the two most prominent ways the average streamer can make money from their streams. Outside of a passive ad revenue or sponsorships, currently each subscription earns you a 50-50 split on subscription revenue after processing fees and taxes, while each bit earned during a stream translate to around 1 cent. Opening up subscriptions and bits to most streamers from day one should serve to make streaming on Twitch more enticing to anyone worried about the long process of becoming a Twitch affiliate partner. Reaching either status on Twitch requires earning a certain amount of followers and streaming a certain amount of hours, on top of other criteria. With at least some monetization tools becoming available to everyone, climbing Twitch ladders seems like it could become more about unlocking access to tools rather than the ability to earn money at all. Though novice streamers should keep in mind they must get a minimum of $50 to withdraw their earnings from Twitch at all. Alongside these changes, Clancy also announced that Twitch will introduce more ways for streamers to earn money together, new editing tools for creating clips of streams, and expanded moderation tools on mobile. Twitch has been rethinking its approach to moderation and policy violations over the last few months. Earlier in February, the company tweaked how it enforces community guideline violations, making it so violations can expire after a certain amount of time. Couldn't decide which streaming site to use. YouTube's the best. YouTube will probably always be the best, just because you actually get I don't know, it's just different. I mean, for a girl, Kick is probably the best, honestly. I feel like Kick would be pretty easy, but I haven't looked at Kick in a long time. YouTube's annoying. Streaming on every platform's literally the same. It's all the same shit. I don't get how YouTube would be annoying. We just read that, I think. Yeah, we just read that. Nah, I'm not gonna go on Kick. I'll just stick with YouTube. But Kick is enticing just because when people actually donate, you get all the money, or at least like 95% of it. That's like the very enticing part about Kick. Is it definitely is more friendly to people who already have a following, and if people are already donating, whereas YouTube and Twitch take half. Well, YouTube takes 70%, but if you're donating through an iPhone, Apple takes the rest. But overall, YouTube's the best just because you can get, people can search anything on YouTube and your video can pop up. That's why random people come in the stream all the time, because they search about GameStop or whatever. And yeah. I mean, that's how you guys all found the stream. Most of you. Or a lot of people. 70%, that's a lot. Not really. Well, they give you 70%. They don't take 70%. They take 30%. And then Apple if people donate through Apple, like if you donate through an iPhone, Apple takes like 15-20%. So it's the same as Twitch, 50-50. But Kick, if someone donates on Kick, you get 95%. So Kick's way better. But Kick is also like a degenerate website, so I'm not really yeah, I don't really want to go over to Kick. Kick is just it's owned by stake.com. So if that tells you anything. Twitch reveals major change to make streams a lot more like TikTok. Twitch launched its new mobile app experience back in August 24, which features a TikTok-like vertical feed full of clips and streams from people you follow. Users quickly called for it to be changed back to previous design, with many across social media calling it the update garbage. On February 27, 2025, CEO Dan Clancy revealed that Twitch is launching a new feature for the mobile app that lets creators stream vertically. In an open letter posted on Twitch's blog, Clancy said they want to help viewers quickly find content to watch, while still helping streamers grow their communities through the discovery and clip feeds on the mobile app. To help that happen, Twitch says they're going to add the ability for streamers to provide both landscape and vertical video, with the latter being shown through... you fucking dick cat, dude. That fucking hurt, bro. What an asshole. My cat stepped on my toe and her claw, stabbed me. The latter being shown through the discovery feed. In the middle of the year, we'll be adding the ability to provide both landscape and vertical video through enhanced broadcasting, and we'll integrate the vertical video source into the mobile app, depending upon the orientation of the phone it reads. They're working on improving the quality of the feed as well, as they're working on ways to reduce the time it takes to load content and improve the quality of streams on the discovery feed. Vertical streams aren't the only thing Twitch is looking to add during 25, though in his open letter, Dan Clancy also revealed that most streamers will be able to be monetized on the platform as soon as they begin streaming, removing the need to reach affiliate status before receiving a subscriber button. I guess that's also something I could do. I could also stream on my phone, just have it sitting here while I stream YouTube on my computer. That'd probably be a good idea, because I literally don't use my phone for anything. And, doing, short form streams gives you way more, what's it called? I don't know, they're just more popular, I feel like. I don't know if it's bots or what, but I'm not sure. Could be a different way to multi-stream, though. What is this? Zelensky leaves White House after Ukraine talks clap. No. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. That'd be smart. I think the algo likes it. Well, I would still stream like this stream, but just have a separate stream going on the phone, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be on Twitch or probably not Kick, but I could have I could have this stream going, and then I think I could have two streams going at once. I could have a short form stream going right here, and then I could have this stream going. I'm not really sure though. But ultimately, it's whatever. The issue with that is you don't I don't know. I don't feel like I would want people who watch shorts, because I just don't think they have the quality retention you would want, if that makes sense. People who watch shorts aren't going to watch a 9-hour live stream. Sure, it'd get more sure, it'd increase the views, but I think the watch time is super valuable. more than the views. I watch both. Maybe then. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll try it out. I'll figure it out. Never know what happens. True. I mean, I've done short form live streams when Bitcoin was going up from 60,000 to 100,000. Like that whole like week or two or however long it took. I was testing out short form live streams, and like it was weird. It just seemed like bots. Like it literally just seemed like bots. Like the views would spike up to like 100 views, and then it's like gone. It's weird. It's weird. So I don't know. I think it would be better on like TikTok or Twitch if they do end up implementing Twitch. I guess I'll have to look more into it. I don't have a TikTok though, so you know, I'm not gonna download TikTok for that. I don't think. Then come sit with you for 9 hours. Nice. That's wild. By this time, I would have had 2 smoke sessions. Oh, that's light, bro. That's light. Only 2? I'm glad to say it. Bro, I'm proud of you, bro. That's dope. It's a positive thing. I'm sure it's not easy, but it'll get easier, I promise. As long as you keep at it, bro, it'll get easier. The second you go back to it, you're just gonna restart. It took a long time for me personally to be able to like smoke casually. Like years, honestly. Like I would always like quit for a few weeks, and then as soon as I smoked again, I would be on it for like months. And then I don't know, actually just like pretty recently, within the last like year or two maybe, I like just I don't know, I'm just not interested in it anymore. Like it doesn't even I don't even like the feeling of it. If I didn't vape, yeah, it definitely would be harder, but vaping's honestly worse. I don't know. You should you should try quitting the vape too. Vaping is so bad for you. And it's just nicotine, so addictive. It's crazy. Smoked a fat ass edible. Snort some dabs. Snort some dab. Oh, that wouldn't go well. That would not go well. Quitting vaping is next on the list. Yeah, vaping's just I don't know. I just don't like vaping because I know so many people that are addicted to it, and it's just such a it's kind of like alcohol, you know? Like it's so accepted. But I think what makes it hard is like people you're around. If you're around people who vape and stuff, that makes it hard. Quitting vaping's not should be easier. I'm not actually addicted to nicotine. I guess you'll find out when you quit. I'm gonna end up smoking. Yeah, let's talk about like the gym or something. Didn't you work out yesterday? How you feeling? You feeling the fucking soreness, bro? The soreness from that bench press? Dude, we're twins. All right, no more drug talk. No more drug talk. Gonna work out again today. Nice. What are you gonna hit today? I need to go do biceps, bro. I haven't worked out biceps in like a week or two. I've been slacking so hard. I haven't been in like the mood to work out. I've been sick, so I feel like it's kind of wrong to go to the gym when you're sick. But I don't know. I need to go. My biceps are flat, bro. My biceps are flat. I need to get a pump. I need a pump, dude. Need to get me a pump. People be saying they're not addicted for 5 years straight. Facts, though, huh? Quitting is easy. I do it all the time. Alright. How long has Rockstar been working on GTA 6? A timeline. I gotta quit so I can fix my issues I run from by getting high. That's a good idea. A very good idea. It's no secret that GTA 6 is almost certainly going to be one of the biggest releases in recent gaming history, if not the biggest, since the fifth game in Rockstar's monstrously lucrative Grand Theft Auto series released back in 2013. Many eagerly anticipate the next installment. We know the studio has been working on it for what feels like an eternity. We've had dribs and drabs of official details, many rumors, and a teaser trailer that quickly became one of the most watched videos on YouTube. In short, we're very much ready for the next game. But how long has Rockstar actually been working on GTA 6? In order to impart some idea of how long it's been in development, I put together a brief timeline showing some of the bigger announcements. I think we can all agree, though, that it's been in the pipeline for a ridiculously long time. 2014, development of GTA 6 begins about a year after Grand Theft Auto 5 released. February 4th, 2022, about 8 years in development, Rockstar posts a community update in which it's confirmed that active development for the next entry in Grand Theft Auto series is well underway. July 2nd, 2022, a few months later, another post on the Rockstar Games website says the team has been steadily moving more development resources towards GTA 6. This was also around the time the studio said it was changing how it supported Red Dead Online. July 27, 2022, a report from Bloomberg Paywall confirmed that GTA 6 would have a female protagonist, the first time this has been the case in the franchise's 25-year history. August 8th, 2022, GTA 5 reaches a sales milestone of 170 million units as parent company Take-Two Interactive restates that the next entry in the series was well into development, as noted in this conference call. September 18th and 19th, 2022, the big GTA 6 leak happens, in which early footage from the game is leaked to the public, showcasing the work studio has put into it thus far. A day later, Rockstar confirms the development footage was the result of a network intrusion. November 8, 23, the developer sends out a message announcing that the first official Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer will release in December of that year. The game had been in development for almost a decade at this point. December 4th, 2023, surprise, the trailer is leaked just 15 hours before it was supposed to. According to YouTube, it racked up 93 million views in 24 hours. December 5th, 2023, Rockstar launches Grand Theft Auto 6 website. I've never even looked at that. February 28th, 2024, the studio asked the staff to return to the office as GTA 6 enters the final stretch of development. A release date feels imminent at this point. May 16th, 2024, Take-Two Interactive confirms a release date of autumn 25, As noted in the report from Variety, on February 10th, 2025, CEO of Take-Two Strauss Zelnick neither confirms or denies whether GTA 6 will come to PC. That, believe it or not, appears to bring us up to date. At the time of writing, there doesn't appear to be much more in the way of official news concerning Grand Theft Auto game, outside of Zelnick's comments about the elusive PC port. Anything else I add to this would merely be speculation. As of right now, GTA 6 has been in development for about 11 years, and as you can see, there's been surprisingly little information we've been privy to. Will it actually live up to the expectations or outshine the legacy Grand Theft Auto 5 has left behind? Only time will tell. I think so. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 might be one of the greatest games ever released. Possibly. Possibly. Hopefully better. Oh, it's going to be the best game ever released, I think. It will, yeah, it's going to be the best game ever released, for sure. Especially if they implement crypto into it somehow. Like, people are going to go nuts over that game. Unless it's just a scam, I guess. Who knows? For the strippers, no. It's not even a fun part of the game. Like, that's not even... that's literally not even a fun part in the game. Honestly, the funnest part about the game is the driving. And being able to kill people while you drive. Like, by shooting. Not really. I mean, running over people's fun, but... being able to get out of your car and start a gunfight anywhere you want is pretty sick. And, like, fly planes and just do anything, honestly. Like, Grand Theft Auto is the best game. It's gonna be a flop? Definitely not. Definitely not. Still gonna no life it when it comes out. I would like to play it, but I don't think it's gonna come out for PC. So I probably won't end up playing it. At least I got the gist. KCR says otherwise. Well, I don't know. I don't know what KCR be doing while he plays Grand Theft Auto. I just like killing people and driving cars. I hope they make the modding car aspect really sick. Like, hopefully they make it like a Need for Speed Underground type thing, where you can just mod the fuck out of your car. That'd be sick. I finished Portal 2 with a game. Damn, you played that quick, bro. Must not be a very long game, or you just like no-lifed it. That was my favorite game of all time. Haven't played games really since that era. Wait, what game? Portal or Grand Theft Auto? Getting in trouble for going to the strip club on GTA 4 when I was 7. Best game ever released is a big claim. It's an accurate claim. It will be the best game ever released. It'll be the most played game. It'll be the most purchased game. It'll be insane. What is the most purchased game? List of best-selling games. What do you know? Minecraft and Grand Theft Auto 5. And then Wii Sports. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, PUBG, Red Dead 2, The Oregon Trail, interesting. Terraria, Super Smash Bros. Oh no, Super Mario Bros. My bad. Human Fall Flat. I don't even know what that is. Overwatch, Witcher 3, Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, Yellow, Animal Crossing's New Horizon. That's a relatively new game too. I think that's the newest game on this list. Yeah, Animal Crossings is the newest game on this list. That's crazy. Arma 2. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yeah, I mean, damn, Call of Duty's crush, but yeah. Grand Theft Auto 6 will be the most sold game in the world, I think. I think it will outcompete Minecraft probably very quickly. Maybe. I don't know. Minecraft, that's tough. Minecraft's a solid game, but I don't know. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the greatest game ever released in history. Gears of War, they still make that? I don't think so. Scarface, The World Is Yours, greater than Grand Theft Auto. I don't think I played Scarface. I like True Crime was really sick. Did anyone ever play True Crime? Streets of LA? That game was fun. I'm probably going to take the week off work when GTA 6 comes out. It's what 23-year-old me would have wanted. I mean, perfect example, bro. That's like, it's going to be the greatest game ever released, and it's going to be the most sold game, for sure. Can't wait. If it does come out on PC, you're going to need a NASA PC to run that shit. Nah, you could probably run it on low graphics or something. Someone mentioned Simpsons Hit and Run on PS2. That was a fun game. It was like GTA, but Simpsons. Need for Speed. Yep, Need for Speed's sick. Hot Pursuit and Underground. Those are some fire games. I like Hot Pursuit more, but Underground is really good. I just like the customization on Underground, but Hot Pursuit is just like so fun, dude. Being able to run from cops going like 200 miles an hour is a blast. Game was fire. Portal games make me feel stupid. How you beat a game in 2 days. I mean, it's probably a really short game. I'll die on a hill that Fallout is the best game. Well, you're wrong. Probably Minecraft. Yeah, that was the top game, actually. You said that before I even looked it up. That's funny. New Vegas. I mean, just look at how much money they put into the game and time. Yeah, 11 years. Crazy. I'm going on 12. Going on 12 years. Wii Sports is the shit. I like Wii Sports. Wii Sports is fun. Witcher 3 deserves to be on that list. Yeah, Witcher's a good game. Witcher 4 will probably be a really epic game when it comes out too. Like a year or two. Wii Sports. Yeah, Wii Sports is dope. Witcher instead of Fallout. They sold that game with the purchase of a Wii. That's probably why it's up there. Possibly. What's up, Kristen? It's gonna be huge, yeah. What's up, Muma? Hot Pursuit, yep, really fun game. Hot Pursuit 2 specifically. The first one was really good though. I played the fuck out of Gran Turismo 4, I think it was. Gran Turismo is like, it's not the funnest game, but I don't know. I like racing games. That's why I like Grand Theft Auto. It's the best of everything. You get a shooter, you get racing, you can do anything. You can go play sports in the game, like you just can't beat Grand Theft Auto. You can do everything in it. And who knows what Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be like. Like, it's going to be epic, I'm sure. Still play GTA 5. I like GTA 5 still. I don't play it often, but Usually when I play it, I just go to the fucking casino and bet on horses. I went on like a... I think they nerfed the horses though, because for a while there, like, I was making like hundreds of millions of dollars just betting on horses, and then randomly it stopped working. Like I couldn't win anymore. I don't know. Maybe I just lucked out. I'm surprising my girl and taking her to Lumen Office Building in New Jersey. What's that? Lumen Office Building? I mean, I probably shouldn't look that up. Midnight Club Dub Edition. Was that a game you like race? I've heard of Midnight Club. I've never played Midnight Club. You don't understand? Oh, I understand. I don't like slow games. Racing simulators, I want one. Yeah, those racing simulators are dope. I still do it with poker. They did not fix it? Oh, okay. I still do it with poker. Maybe I just suck at betting. I had like a specific strategy and I kind of forgot what it was, so maybe that's what it is. And also they don't let you get more chips, so I'm very limited. Like I have a chip stack on my account, it was actually my cousin's account, not even my Grand Theft Auto account. And I think someone cashed in all my chips, so I wasn't able to do the strat anymore. Severance, I don't know about Severance. My cousin just told me the guy that plays Gus in Breaking Bad is going to be at a Smash tournament in Vegas. That's dope. I need to go. When's that? Fallout isn't slow. You're slow. Oh, Fallout is really fucking slow. What do you mean? That shit is way slow. Fuck with Fallout 4. Having a racing simulator would be legit. I love going to the arcade and destroying my GF on the racing games. Would love to do it from home. I'd want to play like, what's it called? God, why can't I think of the game? Burnout. Play Burnout on a racing simulator. That game's really good. Doesn't even touch Vegas. I could talk about Fallout all day. New Vegas are the only Fallouts I like. Yeah, Burnout Paradise is a good-ass game. I was thinking about a game last night. I don't think you can, like, get it on PC. I want to play NFL Street again, bro. NFL Street is a dope-ass game. But I don't think they have it online. I don't think you can, like, buy it at all. I mean, you could buy, like, a physical version of it, obviously. But I don't think it's, like, on Steam or anything. Sad. Yeah, I don't have a GameCube. I wouldn't be able to buy, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to play it. They just need to release a downloadable version of it. I would love to play this game again. Download an emulator. I guess I could do that. You love destroying your GF at the arcade. That's rad. Keep it up. Why do you say things that hurt me? Well, it shouldn't hurt you. It's just facts. I just don't like slow games. I don't know. Go buy it at GME Retro. Maybe I'll look into it. I don't know if I want to. I don't know. Well, I'll look into it. I don't know if I will though. It's just a good ass game. I wish I still had my GameCube. I wonder whatever happened to it. I don't even remember like ever selling my GameCube or anything. Like I literally can't even like think in my mind what would have happened to it. Favorite GameCube game? That's tough. Probably Super Mario Sunshine though. Luigi's Mansion actually. Luigi's Mansion's way better than Super Mario Sunshine. Luigi's Mansion's such a good game. Turok GoldenEye. That's N64, isn't it? Mario soccer game. Yeah, Strikers. You're all wrong. Yeah, GameCube is good ass system. Star Fox Dinosaur Planet. I've never played that. Bad Fur Day Conquers. Can't remember the name of the N64 game. Yep, Conquers Bad Fur Day, bro. I am the great mighty Pooh. And I'm going to throw my shit at you. That game is so funny, dude. Holy shit. I used to play that game with my neighbor, and he got in trouble for playing it with me. I think I let him borrow it or something, and he took it home and he got in trouble. You throw toilet paper in the dude's mouth to kill him. Holy shit, so funny, dude. I like the end of that game when you're like in the Matrix and you're doing like flips across the pillars and shooting machine guns while you're flipping. That shit's sick, dude. Conker's is probably the best N64 game for sure. I don't think any N64 game compares to Conker's. Such a good game, dude. And they had like a multiplayer on Conker's, and it's like capture the flag type shit. That shit is, and you could make the CPUs like super hard, like insanely hard, where they would just like you like peek your head out barely and they snipe the fuck out of you. Such a good game, bro. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Best N64 game ever made, hands down. Hands down. There's no better game than that. I mean, Conker's might be up there like top 3 games, straight up. Top 3 games ever made. Such a good game. I am the great mighty Pooh. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh man. I'm so glad someone in here has a solid taste in video games. Holy shit. That's so funny. Of course it's the boomer too. The boomer has the best taste in video games here. Oh man. That's fucking awesome. Disney Sports Soccer? I've never heard of that. For liking Star Fox. I've only played Star Fox on Super Nintendo. Jabber boo babber. Jabber boo babber. You just hate it because you suck at it? I don't suck at any video game. I'm goated at video games. I just don't play them anymore. I was literally a professional Rocket League player. Well, amateur, I guess. Like, that I would say Rocket League is one of the hardest games to get good at. Arguably one of the hardest games. Forgot about Sunshine. People have mixed feelings about me yelling shit talk to her while racing at the arcade. That's hilarious. Hopefully you yell slurs at her. Super Striker, yep. Mansion is great, but more like top 5. Ooh, I don't know. Luigi's Mansion's a good ass game. I mean, what didn't Resident Evil 4 come out on GameCube? Or what did I think Resident Evil 4 came out on GameCube before PlayStation. Yeah, bro. I changed my mind. Resident Evil 4 is probably the best GameCube game. And then Luigi's Mansion. I like Resident Evil 4 a lot. I played that game. I beat that game at least like 20 times. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head all day now. It's the only Star Fox game that isn't a basic shooter. Loved it. Still can't fully beat it. Star Fox on Super Nintendo is like you were like flying a plane. It's kind of cool. Joystick control on GameCubes are infuriating. I like the game. I don't mind the GameCube controller. Games used to be cool. Now they're 8s. Yeah. I mean, yeah, games used to be way better. I think they're coming back though. I think they're about like the next year, next 3 to 5 years. I think they're about to release some banger games. I don't know though. Just from the trailers I've seen, there's some bangers coming out for sure. C-Stick is not it. Oh man, I love the C-Stick. Everybody seems to be on the same page. That's not that I'm an ass for dancing and singing my rendition of We Are the Champions by Queen after I win. That's hilarious, bro. I don't know. I'd laugh. That sounds funny. She just needs. I mean, it's not fair that you. It's not fair that you're playing a girl in a racing game. So I don't know how happy you should be that you're winning. Oh, no offense to my ladies. No offense to my ladies, bro. But they're stereotypes for a reason. So that's 5 seconds. You have 4+ targets. Cried last time I played. What, Star Fox? Go get an N64 and Conkers. I mean, yeah, maybe. I think that'd be sick. Pilot Wing? I haven't heard of that. Most fun gaming partner? Do a barrel roll. Stream Conkers Bad Fur while we watch GME Moas. I'm just not interested in gaming, honestly. Like, maybe I'll play Metal Gear Solid when it comes out, but I don't know. Tasting games is mediocre. That's a lie if I've ever heard one. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying about a lie. Because I said I'm good at video games? Well, I know I'm the best at video games. I don't know. I've never played Rocket League. I mean, it's a pretty basic game, but if you want to get to the top 1% of players, it's so insane. Star Fox, Dinosaur Adventure, Mario Sunshine, Luigi Mansion. Ooh, I don't know if Mario Sunshine beats Luigi Mansion. I don't know about all that. Finished the remakes of Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4. I haven't played 2. Or no, I think I've played 2. No, not 3, though. But 4 I've played a ton. Spider-Man's a good game. Spider-Man's really good. SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. Resident Evil gay? No way. Resident Evil 4 is so good. If you've never played Resident Evil 4, you can't even have an opinion. Because the first, like, 2, 3 Resident Evils, I agree, they're not that good. But Resident Evil 4, that's a fire game. Metroid Prime. Okay, Metroid Prime is a really good game on GameCube. Metroid Prime is fire. Battle for Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob Truth or Square. I can't say I've played those games. Borderlands 4 I heard was coming out. Yeah, September, I believe. Don't want to talk about Borderlands after that movie came out. You can't, I don't know. I haven't played Borderlands since the second one, but I have a lot of hours in Borderlands too. And the first one. I played the shit out of Borderlands. I used to have a crew I'd play Borderlands with. So that helps a lot when you have 4 people, or I think we only had 3. I don't remember. But when you have 3 or 4 people who consistently play Borderlands, that's when that game's fun. Playing by yourself is whatever. It's not that good of a game by yourself. You gotta have people to play with. She doesn't even have a driver's license. A girl in a racing game trying to get whacked. Hey, truth hurts sometimes. Caitlin's a great driver. She can text and drive so good. Definitely not. Girls can't drive, everyone knows. Only told the car to mine at least 4 times, maybe 5. Alright, yeah, your opinion about racing games needs to go bye-bye. You need to go, they need to revoke your license. In real life, I suck, but I'll whoop ass in a game. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, I'm sorry. If you're trash in real life, you're probably trash in the game, too. I was certain my little Toyota could go through the deep puddle. I drowned my sweet Frodo 3 times. Jeez, bro, yeah. You need to get out of a car. You need to not drive. You just need to stay home. Every time you get behind the wheel, someone's in danger. You need to buy a monster truck. Never made it past the second Resident Evil and never will. Yeah, I mean, you should give 4 a try. It's a good game. Good storyline. It's not even, yeah, it's not anywhere near like the first couple. Resident Evil 2 Remake was the best. Big yay truck. Borderlands 2 will also be the best Borderlands game. Yeah, I agree. They had some good ass DLCs, like the Tiny Tina, like where you're going to the board game basically. That shit's fun. Yeah, Borderlands 2 was fire, for sure. They had so many good bosses and DLCs, and just a really good game overall. Modded Borderlands 2 was a lot of fun. Fort Knox DLC was wicked good. I don't remember the Fort Knox one. I'm sure I played it, but I just can't think of it. Yes, it is. Drift Frodo like a badass. Yeah, straight into the water. Drift it straight into the water. Harvard ran a study. They came to a conclusion that fatalities would go down 70% if women were driving. Resident Evil 4 was scary. Maybe some certain parts, but that game's not scary. Resi 7? They're on 7 now? Jeez, I stopped playing after 5. I didn't even beat 5 all the way. I got to a boss and ran out of bullets and never played it again. Almost killed this once. Yeah, you shouldn't drive. You shouldn't drive. I'll be right back. I turn left now. Good luck, everybody else. Tiny phone, tiny car, tiny everything. Sounds like you almost die every day you drive. Good luck, everybody else. Bumper's more durable. I keep losing mine. I rented a Corvette one time and tried drifting it. Story short, the car was totaled and it broke my arm. Well, hopefully you bought the insurance. That's funny. What's even on this website? Is it just the trailer? Oh, why do I even have this website up? There's nothing on here. Yes, but they found out I was on a racetrack. What happened? What happened then? Hey, look, the market kind of bounced back. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. You're kind of starting to see the market base out here, as a Roaring Kitty would say. Very interesting. That's I mean, it's also not good that it's not bidding, but I think on the Dow, that's like 3 days of trying to push the price low, or actually 4 days of trying to push the price lower and not really doing it. I mean, it is lower, but it should be like a candle like this if it was going to be a true crash, I feel like. I don't know, though. Maybe it'll take more time. But the NASDAQ and the Russell still don't look good at all. What's the volume? 2 million. That's garbage. Quite garbage. I stole a van when I was 13 and crashed into a curb. Only time I've crashed. Drifting a Corolla. I didn't pay them, they sued me and we settled for less. What a gangster move. Just give myself a bit of brownie points. My current car, Sweet Sylvia, is in beautiful condition, thank you. Well. We'll see how long Sylvia lasts. We'll see how long Sylvia lasts. Thought it was BS and knew they were just gonna file an insurance claim. They were just trying to squeeze me. I see. I thought that was the point of the insurance. So if you wrecked it, I don't know, that's weird. They probably have a clause in their TOS that says you can't go on a track or something. Issue unrelated to my driving? Sure. One drift of front wheel drive car with 100 horsepower. You go backwards. Backing up. Backing up. Backing up. Backing up. Backing up. I'm not gonna read any of these articles. I don't even want to. I'm just gonna read the headlines real quick. So Trump Musk float idea of 5,000 Doge dividend check. Here's what experts say. I don't want to read about that. I don't care. And my throat is clapped, so I'm not gonna read about it. The good times are over for the world's largest ocean carriers as price Pricing power plummets. I did want to read this one. I just don't want to read right now, dude. I just do not want to read. I'm just gonna skim through it real quick. Oh, okay. Basically a decline on importing, I think. So that's actually kind of positive when you think about tariffs, because if the prices are already dropping, then it's not going to change a lot. Well, import and exports. At least that's what I get from this. Obviously, I'm just skimming through it. A rocket was just fired into space containing the first data center to land on the moon, which is both incredible and incredibly corporate in equal measure. I wanted to read this one. Teamed up with Pfizer and SpaceX to launch a payload on Falcon 9X rocket somewhere between Florida and the lunar surface as you read this. Freedom mission is intended to prove the technical know-how and capability to actually put some sort of storage on the moon. They're trying to put crypto on the moon. Trying to put AI on the moon. Meta plans to release standalone Meta AI app in effort to compete with OpenAI's ChatGPT. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. Elon Musk says he's sending Starlink tech to FAA while saying without evidence that air safety is at risk. I mean, you think? You think? I mean, interesting. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau drops lawsuit against Capital One and Berkshire Rocket Consulting Unit. Let's see. Stripe's valuation climbs to $91.5 billion in secondary stock offer. Oh wow, that's crazy. Jake Paul responds after Floyd Mayweather said he'd easily win boxing match. YouTuber behind People vs. Preds channel begs platform to unban them after breaking guidelines. Throwback mod Team Fortress 2 Classic is coming to Steam later this year. Team Fortress 2 is a dope game. Sex says most meme coins are not securities. I wanted to read this one, but I'm not going to. A meme coin does not constitute any of the common financial instruments specifically enumerated in the definition of security, because among other things, it does not generate a yield or convey a right to future income, profits, or assets of business. In other words, a meme coin is not a security. Okay. House Judiciary Committee subpoenas Alphabet, Meta, other tech giants over foreign censorship of speech. Mexico extradites 29 drug cartel members to U.S. for trial as Trump tariffs loom. Microsoft is shutting down Skype after a 21-year run. And those are all the articles I had. Oh yeah, the Bank of America meme coin. Is that real? Oh, it's a stable coin. It's not the same. Stable coins are completely different. It's not an actual, like, it's not like a meme coin. Stable coin's more like a, I don't know how to describe it, but the price doesn't move on stable coins. Like, there's a I think Tether is a stable coin. Tether, right? Yeah, Tether USDT. That's a stable coin. It's not a meme coin. Completely different. But yeah, there's a lot of stable coins, but they don't move. Very different. Meme coin, stable coin, very different. Female Loki. Find the sweet spot. Y'all shut up. Backing up. Backing up. Not just a boulder. If I didn't have a witness. Have the robot lady read it to you. Oh, I guess I could do that, huh? I never think about that. I like reading myself. That is a good idea, though. If I ever want to read something but don't want to read... I mean, if I don't want to read something, I could just skim through it and not talk. I mostly just don't want to talk. Call Kristen. She can be the host for today. I don't even think she's here. She just pops in and out. She's always working. I can tell Shadow is sober. He's having ideas. Holy shit. That was fucking funny, dude. So funny. So accurate. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's hilarious, bro. He's having ideas. Oh, my God. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I haven't had an idea in years. This is crazy. I'm not the brightest tool in the shed. Hey, I mean, it's crazy what happens when you like let your mind just function normal. If you go, I mean, not life advice obviously, but if you go like a few weeks without smoking, maybe like obviously I shouldn't go back into this topic, but it's just true. If you go like 2-3 weeks, maybe even a couple months without smoking and you go smoke again, bro, your brain is going to be going like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Obviously, you should just stay away from it, but if you can build a healthy relationship with it, that's where the benefits come from. Really. I've had some good ass ideas after like taking a long ass break. The special ed class, yeah. Those oxygen bars that were everywhere. I heard about those, but I don't think I had any near me. Last time I took a break, I went 2 weeks. Try a month. Try 3 weeks. Get some cardio get some cardio in. You'll be feeling good. Well, I mean, you won't be feeling good, but after a few weeks, you'll be feeling good. Goodness, dude. Really well when I've been sober for a while and I get messed. Thank you, Matt Romano. Thank you. Get why special needs need to get smaller buses. I kind of think they're better and I was always kind of jealous. 6 months record. That's solid. That's solid. I'll be right back. Like, obviously the goal is to just stay sober, but if you can grow a healthy relationship with it and not do it all the fucking time, it can be beneficial. But that's just hard for a lot of people. I don't think most people have a healthy relationship with most things. Like my relationship with GameStop's not very healthy. Oh man. I'm just kidding. Never smoked, haven't drank alcohol in 15 years, never was a party animal. Never? You've never smoked. That's crazy. I believe it. Oh, thank you. End up back to daily use. Yeah, daily use is the worst. Love to be that person. Glad I don't enjoy drinking. I hate when people say drunk words are sober thoughts, lies, drunk me wants entirely different things. Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. It's a functioning alcoholic's a rare person. Very rare. Well, a high quality functioning one. I've met a lot of functioning ones, but not a high quality one. Well, one. I've met one high quality. Who owned like business and managed employees and a bunch of other stuff. That's I can appreciate that, I guess. Drunk me wants weed and gambling, so that's probably accurate. Breaking was Shadow's fault. Now, you can't blame Shadow for your bad decisions. That's like the people in here who blame Adam Aaron for their AMC investment. You have all the self-control in the world. You just choose not to use it. Call me a bad influence for a reason. Functioning alcoholics are weird. Is a weird. I turn into trailer trash so quickly. Most people do. Most people do. Like, it's a very rare person. And even the one I met, they would get fucked sometimes. It's actually my stepdad. This dude ran like a landscaping business, crushed it. But when he got fucked, bro, this guy was an idiot. He'd like fall downstairs and shit. But on like, you know, I don't know. There's like levels to it, right? There's levels to it for sure. I think once you pass that certain level, it doesn't matter who you are, you're fucked. Last time I was drunk, I had 15 drinks of vodka and OJ, then tried to skate. Ended up breaking my ankle. Yeah. I don't know how people do it, bro. A lot of people, alcohol and skateboarding mix really well with them. But I can't do that shit, bro. I gotta be like 100% sober. Or else it's so difficult. Fall downstairs. Nah, straight up, bro. We went to bro, like the first year my mom and this dude started dating, we went to like a drag racing thing or something, and he got so fucked up he fell into the fucking river. fell into this muddy ass river, bro. And oh, I'll never forget that shit, bro. So fucking funny. I was like with my girlfriend too, and bro, I felt so bad. I'm like, bro, this is not good at all. This is not good. Oh my fucking god, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. So funny. Beer pong? I'm the master. I know you're not asking me, but I'm the master at pong. I just don't play it. I'm actually not that good. I'm better at like trick shots and stuff, which you know, if they're playing correct rules, trick shots are always 2 cups. I'm always gonna hit a trick shot. They're not paying attention. Just say you don't want me as a teammate. How do you fall into a river? You just get blackout drunk and fall into the river? That's pretty much what happens. You just get so hammered you can't walk straight. Or can't walk at all, basically. Sinking in while falling over. iOS cup pong. Master of everything. Not everything, but a lot of things. A lot of things. I mean, that's a pretty basic skill. Throwing a fucking ball into a cup, like, that doesn't take any skill. Really? Like, it really doesn't take much skill. You just fucking throw the ball into the cup. If you've played basketball before, it's not much different. Kind of want the Kirby hat. A little expensive for a Kirby hat, but it is legit, bro. This hat's sick, bro. I like this hat. Actually, I would wear this hat in public. I wouldn't wear any of the Mario ones or the Pikachu in public, I don't think, but I would rock this. Even though it's pink, you know. I'm not a big fan of like pink, but well, obviously I'm a huge fan of pink, but not pink clothing. But this hat's legit, bro. This hat's legit. I think they have them on the website. I got mine in the store, but I'm pretty sure they're on the website. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I wonder if my Amazon shipments come yet. I got some more hats coming. I mean, my GameStop, not Amazon. GameStop. Says it should be here in the next couple hours. I don't order from Amazon. GameStop. I would never order from Amazon. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, they still got it on here. It's like 25 bucks for a hat, though. It's kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. That Dow Jones looks solid, bro. That Dow Jones look real solid. Austin Nash, welcome, bro. Haven't seen that name in here before. Hopefully you're doing good. Cup pong game on iMessage. I can't do trick shots. I just hold my own. Let's be twins. I'll throw my bucket hat on right now. Let's go. Twinners, bro. Twinner. Corey's like Kim Jong-un of North Korea, #1 in the world for any and everything. It's amazing. No, there's a lot of things I'm bad at. It's just some things aren't hard. Or a lot of things aren't that hard. I think I can get good at anything if I'm not already decent at it. You ain't gotta throw shade. Trash at basketball. Well, I'm short, so I'm pretty bad at basketball too, technically. I ain't no professor. Quarter black. You quarter black? He's a quarter black. Hike! I think we're significantly dumber without. Nah, definitely not. You guys definitely are more entertaining. I can tell you that. I can promise you that. You guys are way more entertaining. You too, brother. Hey, God bless you, Austin Nash. Let's name all the things you're bad at. I don't even know. I don't like do the things I'm bad at. Where's the volume been? Kind of insane given the potential Bitcoin buying right now. I don't think they're going to buy Bitcoin. I think that's a troll. But I'm sure everyone's just waiting on earnings. Nobody's going to short or buy until earnings happens and they know for sure what's going on. I mean, I'm sure it'll run up into earnings. It's already sold off so much, but who knows? It could just not move for the next month. Very possible. But I don't think they're going to buy Bitcoin. I think that's a straight troll, especially with everything we read yesterday with Ryan Cohen. Like, I don't know if I'd be able to find that one article. And even in the Gme DD interview, he says GameStop's plan is short-term profitability. Let's see, is it this one? No, it's not this one. I don't remember what article it was we read yesterday, but we read an article that said, you know, we read the Chewy article where Chewy was focused on hyper growth, and then we read this GameStop article with Ryan Cohen. Well, it was an interview of Ryan Cohen. And Ryan Cohen said specifically for Chewy, their goal was hyper growth, and their goal for GameStop is hyper efficiency and hyper profitability. And then in the GME DD interview, he talks about how GameStop's goal is short-term profitability, and in a high interest rate environment that can help with short-term profitability. And yeah, so I don't think they're gonna buy Bitcoin. I think they're gonna do what I've been talking about this whole time and just stack cash up. I think the Bitcoin thing's a troll, straight up. How tall am I? I don't know, like 5'8" or something. Pretty short. I don't know how tall I actually am. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. Amen. I agree with that. I think it's all mentality when it comes to a lot of things. I think if you think you can be I think if you think you can be good at something, you can be good at something. And even if you're not good at it, you can definitely learn and get good at something. What's up, Manny Fog Lamps? Haven't seen that name in here in a while. Can't wait for the new Minecraft movie. Steve! Jack, will you want to see Jack Black play Steve? I don't think I'll watch that movie. I'm legally a midget. Gotta be over 51% to be good at over 50%. Can't tell if I'm offended by that. I'm hilarious when I'm going. I don't think so. I like when you guys are, like when the topics are different stuff. Caitlin Nelson. I haven't seen Caitlin Nelson in here before. Welcome. Shout out to my ladies in the chat. Shout out to my ladies. All my ladies in the chat. I don't know if they're all here right now. I know at least one is, but shout out to Caitlin Nelson. There can only be one. There's like 5 ladies in the chat. What do you mean? They just never talk. Like Misty Blue might be here, but she's just working. Trisha, I don't know if Trisha comes here anymore. Maybe though. Maybe. It's possible. Get your popcorn. You know, 6 foot. Yeah, definitely not. Fill you up with 26% more black and you'll be good at basketball. That'll put you... Oh, that's what Jay Crispy meant. Okay. I didn't really understand what Jay Crispy meant until I read 6ix9ine's message. That's funny. He just needs a little bit more black. He'll be good to go. He'll be good to go. I like your take, thanks. Hey, God bless you, Austin Nash. Welcome. If you're new here, I live stream every single, well, not every day. I don't live stream during the weekends, but Monday to Friday, pretty much all day, every day. For frickin' 9 hours a day most of the time. So hopefully we see you again in here. 5'5", maybe 5'6". Short king, bro. You're a short king. You're gonna get, if you keep lifting, you'll get jacked as fuck quick, bro. Short people have an advantage when it comes to like building muscle. So I've heard. Not confirmed, but I've heard. They definitely got a good opportunity to buy Bitcoin with this drop if the bull run hasn't topped, but I agree, rather not be attached to crypto. Yeah, I'd rather make hundreds of millions of dollars and stack cash and have a solid balance sheet. Much more preferred. 5'2", itty bitty. Taller than my twin brother. Little V shape down there. Yeah, kinda. You got your high or low right here, and kind of bullish. Kind of bullish. I mean, it's holding 24 solid, man. It's held 24 for 3 days straight. If GameStop can come up here and hit like $27, like that's a bullish pattern forming. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. And even back here on February 7th, you bounced off 24.56. Like, this has been a solid bid zone. So if you can start getting some bids, it'll be looking good. I guess it'll all depend what the rest of the market does, but and if you look back all the way from like July to October, you know, $24 was a key resistance. So you're just testing that key resistance and it's holding. It's very, very positive to see. If you're bullish on GameStop, at least. If you're bearish, you know, this is not what you want to be seeing. At least it's, you know, short-term price action. You know, who knows where it actually goes, but I've been a day trader for years, so when you see something like this bounce consistently and not, this stock is super volatile. Like, it should be selling off down into the lower 20s, but it's holding 24. It's extremely positive. There can only be one, but only one Caitlyn. No, there can be more Caitlyn's. She's Caitlyn. You're C Caitlyn. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, but there can be more. Accept the other Caitlyn. Alright? Accept her. Accept her into your heart. She's new here, so make her feel loved. GME catching a bid. Yeah, but the volume's like nothing. The volume's nothing. 2.1 mil. Corey dominates the female demographic in finance stream sector. They like my Kirby hat, bro. They see this Kirby hat and they're like, yeah, I want to get my financial advice from him. Oh, shit. Not financial advice, obviously. But this stream is not intended for financial advice. But it is interesting, huh? It's very interesting how many girls pop in. Very interesting. Caitlyn's the imposter. How did the hair dyeing process turn out? Oh, I don't see Misty Blue. No Misty Blue today. Usually she at least says Happy Friday, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she's not here. Maybe she's busy. Who knows? It's that skater boy Riz. Hater boy Fizz. Zelensky looks ready to screw US over after the Trump meeting, right? Move market a lot. I don't really factor politics into the stock market. It's not really. They don't really correlate very often. Like, if Zelensky doesn't make a deal and he wants to get fucked, that's up to him. But I don't think it affects the stock market. And you can even go back to when Russia first invaded Ukraine, the stock market ripped. The stock market absolutely ripped when Russia first invaded Ukraine. Like, the market doesn't give a shit about war. Or politics, really. Caitlyn was right. GME's looking good right now, but they will probably short hard last 10 minutes trading. I mean, I don't know. It's holding this 24 solid. Made you become an AMC GME investor. Crypto's gonna get very volatile. Crypto's been volatile, but we'll see. Like I said, I don't attribute politics and finance in the same way. It's all market mechanics for me. Crypto's only down because it couldn't make higher highs into the 100,000s. So, market's always in search of liquidity. If it can't get liquidity on the upside, it's going to get it from the downside until people are willing to bid it up. It's the same thing with every stock, crypto, doesn't matter. Markets are always in search of liquidity. Marking the close is the investment definition. Marking the close? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm kind of behind on the chat, so I don't know what I said. Market fraud, the need for people to stand tall, complaints, don't do shit anymore. I've been given 4 names here. Oh, I don't know who you are. I've never seen your name here. But welcome. Can Little Doofus make an announcement in March, at least great earnings? Oh, they will. They will. There's no doubt. But what the stock does from here to then, who knows? And, even if they make a positive announcement, who knows how the stock reacts? Depends how positive, I guess. Gotta get crazy there. They never say it's investment advice. Don't want those lawsuits. I mean, I don't even talk about investment advice. Most of the time I just talk about like things I see on the chart when it comes to like day trading. Like, when do I ever talk about indicators or buying certain stocks or sell? I mean, besides Trump the other day, you know, I talked about how it possibly will go bankrupt, but I don't ever talk about that stuff because I think it's a waste. I think it's better if I just talk about what I see and how I view the market, and if you guys can pick up like any amount of the vision I see when I'm looking at a chart or something, I think that's more beneficial than being like, whoa, let's buy this, dude, it's to the moon, brother, because of the SMA or the fucking insert technical indicator here. Like, I don't talk about that stuff because I don't think it's relevant. Like, even on my main like account with my actual position, I don't have technical indicators on there. Like, I strictly trade a blank chart. I mean, I have the volume profile, but the volume profile is a real-time it's the only real-time indicator that you can find on the stock market. So that doesn't really count, but overall, like, I don't need the volume profile. It doesn't do a lot for me. Like, I can anything, you know, anything the volume profile shows me, I could just tell you off of a blank chart. Like, you don't need indicators or anything. You need to understand market structure and you know, trends and patterns. If you can do all of that, then maybe you could add some technical indicators, but I just don't think you need technical indicators. I think it's a waste of time. A lot of people do put a lot of emphasis on that 200 SMA though, which is interesting, and I don't know where it's at, but yeah. I don't need that to make my decisions. Four names here is giving Al, but I'll just watch. I mean, as long as it's not saying weird stuff. Street Dreams with P-Rod, Rob Dyrdek, Terry Kennedy, and Ryan Dunn. Yeah, I've seen Street Dreams. Been a long time. Been a long time, but it's alright. Greatest skateboarding movie ever made? Ooh, I don't know. I swear there's another one that's like way better, but I can't think of it. Like, Extreme Goofy Movie? Have you seen the Extremely Goofy Movie, bro? Like, the Extremely Goofy Movie's a fire-ass movie. It's true, because we're probably getting no guidance from Little Doofus. Maybe. I mean, maybe you could this time around. It's possible. It's very possible you could this time around. It's like Jim Cramer, but you're not wrong half the time. Yeah. I mean, of course, like, the stock market's 50-50 all the time. I just, I try to find things that can increase my odds a little bit. But I haven't traded in months, so it's not like it matters. Little Doofus is gonna come out and drool. We'll all make memes and buy more. It's GME. What else would happen? We're here to work. We're not here to hype things up. I knew it was too good to be true, and Caitlyn can actually keep up with the stock talk. I don't think any major announcements till they can buy something cheap. They don't have to buy anything. They already invested in trading cards and PSA. I don't know what else more you want. I know pretty well. I like Neo. I don't like EV stocks. Most of those are trash. And I can't I can't look at Neo's like financial statement, so it's not interesting to me. Can't tell if it's gonna go bankrupt or not. So it's just, yeah, I'm not interested. If I can't analyze the company, it's a waste of time to even invest in it. But you know, maybe it works out. I don't know. That's for me personally. I can't invest in companies that I can't research. Well, I mean, I can, obviously. Takes a click of the button to buy the stock, but I won't invest in companies I can't research. But I'm all in GameStop, so not investing in anything else besides GameStop anyway. 200 SMA is my everything. I mean, it seems like it might be a good like investment indicator, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And I don't, I don't need that to make an investment, I don't think. Why no SPY 0 DTE? Because I like to make money, Hungry Hippo. I like to actually make money. Most people who trade SPY options don't make money. Well, actually, yeah. Pretty much nobody who trades SPY options makes money. It's a very rare person. So, I don't like wasting my time trying to chase pennies. Never heard of that. Leaning Tower of Cheesa. Kay says she held GME since 21. Asked some questions about the Roaring Quarry. I don't have any questions though. I don't know what I would ask. I literally don't have any questions. Like, I know like GameStop wasn't good back then. It was, the short squeeze happened and whatever, but as far as the company goes, it's not as good. It wasn't good, losing hundreds of millions of dollars, but I think it was, it wasn't bad, It wasn't going to go bankrupt, but for the price that people were paying back then, kind of ridiculous. If you didn't buy before the squeeze, at least. Oversold. Neo's a bad stock. Oversold. It's oversold. Needs a big pop. Nah. Oversold can stay oversold for a long time. Showing you bears are in control. Sure, it can go up, but I haven't looked at that stock in years, though. Last time I looked at this, it went from like 90 cents to some ridiculous price. Yeah. I don't look at this. I wouldn't buy this. No way, no how. But hopefully it works out for you if you do. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm sure if I could research the fundamentals, it's on the verge of bankruptcy. But I don't know. I can't research the fundamentals, I don't think. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, you can't. Unfortunately. But I wouldn't buy it anyway. I don't like EV companies. If I was going to waste my money on an EV company, I would just buy Tesla or something. But GameStop's cooler. Well, I don't know. Debatable. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Who knows? Where's Kev? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen Kevin here all day. Maybe he saw we were watching videos and he didn't want to join, which is understandable. Very understandable. I'm bearish on all EV personally. Why do you like it? GME still catching a bid. Must be a whale splashing some money at GME. Nah, the volume's so low. I think you're just seeing actual, support here. You'll know when a buyer steps in. We've seen it many times. Many times. Cost basis on GameStop. It's oversold, needs a big pop. Yeah, oversold can stay oversold, but I don't know. I could never base an investment off of a chart, I don't think. A trade, sure. Maybe. but I don't. That chart does not look good to me, and I don't use technical indicators to make decisions either. But like I said, hopefully it works out if you're buying it or whatever. Are you a full-time trader? I mean, kind of, but I haven't made a trade in months. I just hold GameStop right now. Do some sports bets every now and then if there's anything good, but it's very rare. Last sports bet was Marab. But right now it's... I guess I should just say I'm a professional sports bettor rather than a trader. And GameStop's my sports bet right now. But, I mean, technically I make money from the stock market, so technically I'm a professional trader. It's just I haven't done a trade in literally months. Honestly, I haven't touched the sell button in so long. I don't even know what that's like anymore. How do you even press the sell button? Does anyone know how? Like where is it? I've never even seen. I don't even know what a sell button looks like anymore. Can't spell her name right. Varies across accounts. Roaring Quarry, we had cards for a while and the legacy business is declining. Why do you think they can just chill? Wait, what? The legacy business is not declining. It's improving, actually. And when you're making hundreds of millions of dollars risk-free with 4.6 billion in cash, why would you have to do anything? Most companies struggle to even make a profit. What's wrong with just sitting on cash and stacking hundreds of millions of dollars year by year, risk-free, while you make the business profitable, and then you make the business start making hundreds of millions of dollars, then you're making hundreds of millions of dollars from the business and from cash, and the cash stack is just growing, which makes the stock more valuable just from cash, and then the business being profitable makes the stock more profitable, or makes the stock more valuable. Like, they literally don't have to do a single thing. And you don't know what the trading cards do. They haven't even posted the trading cards. They literally haven't even posted the revenues from the trading cards, so you have no clue. You literally have no clue what those trading cards do and what the PSA does. No clue. Sitting on cash till something makes sense. It makes sense to just sit on the cash. It makes the stock more valuable. We gotta change the game. Nope. No, you don't. You literally don't need to do anything. The cash makes the stock more valuable. So you're like, the fact that you want them to do something with the cash means you don't. I mean, I would argue you don't understand the fundamentals, because if they buy fucking something with the cash and it's trash, they just wasted all their money. If they buy Bitcoin with the cash and it drops 50%, they wasted it. So they don't need to do a single thing. They just need to sit on it. Elon Musk made a crap ton on Neo. Yeah, that's history doesn't always repeat though. I don't know. I don't know. I would never make an investment decision based on someone else. I mean, I did it kind of with GameStop in the beginning, but I get my conviction from the fundamentals and the price action. Anything else is pretty irrelevant. Polymarket has political betting. You can bet on Canada Liberal race if Mark Carney does. I don't know anything about that, so I would never bet on that. I bet on things I know will hit. $100 for 14K payout. Yeah, I'm good. That's just an automatic losing $100. It's a 0.000001 a chance of hitting. I don't make bets like that. I make bets I know will win. Sup, one trade? Was the red button or code red in the Roaring Kitty video? No clue. Maybe it's a reference to the bots that short the stock, or I don't know. Because if you remember, like the Will Smith one, they press the red button and then it starts going insane. maybe that's what it referenced to, the short sellers. Principal software engineer job posting on GameStop. GameStop is in the midst of game-changing metamorphosis, transforming from old school into the modern company that is driven at its core by technology. Did you order the code red? GameStop has something up their sleeve. GME should buy AMC for $2 billion. No, AMC is gonna go bankrupt one day. So, not a good transaction. That's the thing. Like, I don't understand why people think GameStop has to do anything with the cash, because what's the point of GameStop itself isn't even profitable. What's the point of buying another unprofitable company? Makes no sense. AMC has more debt than GME has cash. Yep. In a recession, I mean, the recession's not going to happen. I don't know why people think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. People have been saying a recession's coming for 3 years now, and it still hasn't happened. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to do anything with the cash. They don't have to. As someone who has a lot of money in this stock, I would prefer them to just sit on the cash. Most people just want it to squeeze. I want this to be a long-term investment. I don't care about the squeeze. I care about the long-term value of GameStop. And what it can be. I don't need them to buy Bitcoin for a squeeze. Unless they buy Bitcoin and the stock squeezes and they dilute and they make another few $1 billion. I guess I'm okay with that. But then your stock's attached to crypto, and yeah, I don't find that valuable. If I wanted to buy crypto, I'd buy crypto. GME had the IP to cloud storage. Trust me, bro. Has a gold and silver mine about to turn around this year. I don't know. I disagree. I've looked at AMC's fundamentals many times. They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars, and they will be bankrupt soon if they don't turn that business around. And the likelihood of them turning that business around is very low, I think. The fundamentals don't lie. They never will. Makes sense to me. Buy stakes in companies at bargain prices. Maybe when you have tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, but not when you have $4 billion. $4 billion is nothing. I don't know why. I don't know why people think like $4 billion is literally nothing. It's a lot of money for a company like GameStop, but in the grand scheme of the whole economic world, $4 billion is pennies. Sell his stake, more cash. And then what happens if you buy the bankrupt or you buy a shitty company and you can't turn it around, and you're stuck with it? See, all you think about is the positives. You're not looking at any of the negatives of doing something with the cash. You have to look at the negatives. You can't just look at one side. And I would say the negatives outweigh the positives by a lot. When you can just collect 4% interest on 4.6 billion risk-free. Most companies don't even make 4%. So why would you invest in anything when you can literally just make free money? Doesn't make sense. Our weekly's closing in that the red candle. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I'm going to agree to disagree. Touch the red button. I mean, it's not good. It's not a good idea to do anything with the cash when you can make literally free money out of thin air. You don't. I think that's the thing a lot of people are missing. They've never been in this interest rate environment anymore. Or I said that weird, but most of you have never seen this interest rate environment. Even I haven't seen this interest rate environment. 6ix9ine is probably the only person in here who's truly seen it. And yeah, like, you guys don't understand how valuable 4% interest is on cash for a multi-billionaire or any billionaire. You guys don't understand it. I think you don't understand it. You know, I could be wrong. Maybe they buy the Bitcoin, but I don't think they're going to. I think Ryan Cohen's smarter than that. NIO is the only EV company that doesn't need charging. Just swap out batteries in a couple minutes. It's kind of interesting, but it has nothing to do with the stock. Has nothing to do with their fundamentals or financials. Or how the stock's going to perform. NIO's going to be bought by Tesla. Trust me, bro. Eventually, a recession will happen, though. Maybe. I mean, historically, yes, but you don't know when that's going to happen. And neither do I. Nobody does. AMC CEO is dumb and their distributors, they can sign artists and make endless money. Nah. If they could make endless money, they'd be doing it. Adam Aaron has nothing to do with it. Maybe Adam Aaron's short, maybe Adam Aaron's short his own company and he's just running it into the ground. Maybe, but you can't prove that. And I would argue if AMC was able to make money, they would be making money. They wouldn't be losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So, maybe it's possible. It's possible he's shorting his own company into the ground, but saying that they could have made money when they're not making money and haven't made money, I disagree. If they could make money, they would. When GME runs up, can Ryan Cohen dilute? I think they have to. I don't know if they have any at the monies still available. I'm sure they do, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Adam Aaron's killing it at 25 mil a year to run a company into the ground. Not a bad gig. Fair. Maybe he is just running it into the ground, but who cares? I don't know why you would even. I don't know why so many people talk about AMC when it's so trash. Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know why it would be even in your mind. You should be focusing on companies that are actually good and are actually performing well and are growing. You shouldn't be focusing on shit companies. That's a waste of energy, waste of time. Nearly the same amount of cash as Disney. Yeah, but Disney's a multi-hundred billion dollar company, I believe. I don't know exactly. Disney and GameStop aren't in the same realm. You can't. I don't know Disney's market cap either, but I believe it's hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah, $200 billion. You can't compare Disney with GameStop. It's not even close to the same realm. Not even close. Not even close. And as far as their balance sheet, Disney has $200 billion in assets, so not in the same realm. Not even comparable, not even close. How many companies have billions of cash on hand? Not many. Usually companies that have billions of cash on hand have hundreds of billions in assets, if not trillions. So don't get me wrong, GameStop's in a good position, but it's still like, why would you waste your money? Why would you waste the most valuable thing in this world, cash, on trash? On something you don't even know that's going to work, when holding cash, collecting 4% on the cash is certain, risk-free. The cash flow is always going to be there. You buy a business with the cash, you buy crypto, you buy stocks, you don't know what's going to happen. You hold cash, collect 4%, you win. You can't lose. You literally can't lose. It's impossible to lose. Especially when the cash makes your stock more valuable. Ryan Cohen can dilute. They gotta have at the money like open though. He can't just dilute unless the at the money's open. And like I said, I don't know if they have an at the money open. Maybe they do. I'm sure they do, but I just don't know. But they have to have it disclosed before. You can't just you can't not have them at the money disclosed and then just randomly dilute the stock. You have to have a disclosure that there's a potential possibility you will do an at the money of a certain amount. Weaponize Taylor Swift. Have mods anymore? I don't see blue names. Nah, no mods. I mean, besides the OGs, but they're never here, so. Just Bieber, Chappelle, and so many more just get free money from Adam Aaron is dumb. Adam Aaron went to Harvard with Ken Griffin. Well, I don't focus on AMC, so I don't know. But signing people does, I don't, that, like, yeah. Signing celebrities costs money, so that's not a path of profitability. That just costs even more money. Tons of cash, like 6ix9ine said. I mean, it's not tons, though. It's a lot, but it's not tons. Berkshire Hathaway has tons of cash. $332 billion, I believe. $325 billion. That's a lot of cash. $4 billion. It's not. Why does Berkshire Hathaway have $325 billion in cash if 4% interest isn't valuable? And if you go read the annual letter of Berkshire Hathaway, one of the reasons they were profitable this year is because of their cash stack and because of the interest on treasuries. A lot of the companies they're invested in, the earnings are declining. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Y'all don't feel me. Don't worry, one day you'll get it. When GameStop's sitting on tens of billions of dollars in cash, you'll realize what I'm talking about here today and what I always talk about. But until that day, you're never gonna understand it. They don't make you have to report short interest only when you're long. Gotta love the fair, honest transparency. AMC holders living on a prayer. GME can issue up to 1 billion shares. The current outstanding shares, they can still dilute another 0.5 billion shares if they wanted. Shareholders voted on it. All right, cool. Nice. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I had a feeling they had an at the money still open, but I didn't know, and I didn't know. I couldn't have told you how much it was either. We want to get there one day, make that revenue. Where, bro, you wanna make revenue? Focus on GameStop. Focus on making GameStop profitable. When you're holding the most valuable asset in the world, cash, that's how you get revenue. Focus, and revenue is not even the plan for GameStop. It's hyper efficiency, hyper profitability. Those are the words of Ryan Cohen. Hyper efficiency and hyper profitability. where in that sentence does it say revenue? Revenue doesn't matter if you're not making money. Compare Amazon balance sheet with GameStop. I don't know Amazon's balance sheet, but I couldn't compare that. $1 trillion company. Not comparable. Not comparable. But I'll entertain it, I guess. I'll entertain it. 78 billion in cash on hand. 624 billion total assets. Definitely not comparable. At least I'm pretty sure that was billion. I honestly didn't look that hard. Yeah, 78 billion. Now that's cash. Now that's cash. Old stock split via dividend debacle. We're not going to waste on trash. That's why you buy in a recession. After you held the cash to grow the business, get more cash. I disagree. You make more cash by making the business profitable and by using this once in a 15-year period interest rate environment that none of you have seen since 2008. That's how you raise more cash, not by buying random companies or Bitcoin or random assets. Those aren't guaranteed. Making 4% interest on cash is guaranteed. Turning around the business of GameStop isn't guaranteed, but it's way more likely than anything else you can do. Taylor Swift deal netted them 400 million. Taylor Swift didn't have to do anything. Artists, how would be lining them out, show movies and get free movies. Well, how much did it cost to get Taylor Swift to do that? And why is AMC losing hundreds of millions of dollars still if it netted them 400 million? So yeah. See, I just disagree. AMC's not a good company. I don't understand it. I don't understand the thought of even like caring about it, really. Unless you're invested in it, I guess. I understand it, but I don't know. I don't understand why you would be invested in it. It's not a good company. It's the reason why we're all here. And you lost money to inflation, did you? I'm pretty sure $4.6 billion last year is still $4.6 billion today. So did you lose money? Inflation. Yeah. $4.6 billion is $4.6 billion. 10 years ago, $4.6 billion is still $4.6 billion. You can talk about inflation all you want, but all that matters is the cash stack. The cash stack alone makes the stock more valuable. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. 4 to 5 days after an at the money is a great time to buy. Yes, usually. Usually. Costs go up, the cash long. Yeah, see, that's the issue. You don't understand. You don't understand. It doesn't matter if costs go up. The point of the cash is to make the stock more valuable. It doesn't matter what they buy with the cash. It doesn't matter what they can get for the cash. The point of the cash is to make the stock more valuable and to use the cash to create risk-free money. Do you not understand risk-free money? Like, do you know how rare this economic environment is right now? Do you not understand how rare this economic environment is? Risk-free money? That doesn't exist. It exists somewhat in a 0% interest environment because you can get, debt for 1%, but it's not the same. Creating income out of nothing, just holding cash, is a very rare thing. And like I said, it doesn't matter. Inflation doesn't matter. The point of the cash is to make the stock more valuable, to bring value to shareholders. Make her a mod again? No. I mean, she has been good, but I'm not making anyone mod ever again. Till we have like hundreds of people in here, which probably won't happen. Buffett's waiting for a recession to buy more stocks. No, he's not. He's creating cash for the new guy. And he's taking advantage of 4% interest environment. He literally says it in the annual letter. Did you read the annual letter? Go read the annual letter. He's not waiting on a recession. There's not even a single paragraph or sentence about a recession. They're stacking cash because it's free fucking money. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. I literally don't get why that's so hard to understand for people. You're not the first person I've argued with this about, and you're not going to be the last. Go read Jay Crispy, go read the annual letter. Because you're wrong. You're wrong, my friend. You don't understand shareholder value. That's all I'll say. Buying random assets and random companies doesn't bring shareholder value. Bringing shareholder value is all about creating a solid balance sheet, and that cash makes the stock valuable. It brings shareholder value. I don't get how that's so hard to understand. Whole 4 billion like wild man, be prudent, diversify the investments. No, don't invest at all. It's a waste of money. What do you invest in? Company that's failing? There's no company you can buy for less than $1 billion that's not failing, I don't think. Most companies that are profitable and doing well cost multiple billions of dollars, as far as I'm aware. Unless you get lucky and you buy like something like a startup and you just build it from the ground up. But that's not the goal. The goal is to make GameStop profitable and bring GameStop shareholders value. What did 6ix9ine do? Roaring Kitty tweet. GME doesn't drop 10% right after you bought it. Did you really buy GME? Facts, though. Warren Buffett's buying Japan stock. Yes, he actually is. That is accurate, actually. They are making more investments in Japan, but they're holding the cash because it's free money. It literally says it in the annual letter. It literally says it in the annual letter. Like, so if you don't agree with me, you didn't read the annual letter. Go read it. That it's literally right there in the annual letter. We made money because of treasury bonds. Most of our companies earnings are declining. I don't know the exact money, or I don't know the exact phrasing, but it says something along those lines. Costs go up, so the cash long term will be less. It still makes the shares the same price. $4.6 billion still, it makes the shares worth $10. 10, 20 years down the road, $4.6 billion will still make the shares $10. Doesn't matter. Japan's where all the short selling rolls back to. I don't know nothing about that. Rent, gas, etc. See where we're at now. You can't, bro. 2020, hyperinflation. Well, somewhat hyperinflation. It's not. Yeah. Things wouldn't be that expensive if that event didn't happen. So we're never gonna buy anything with the cash. Why would you? Why would you? What's the point? You buy a company that barely makes a few percent when you could just hold the cash and make risk-free money. Give a reason, like give a good reason why they should do it. I've given you plenty of good reasons why they shouldn't. The new guy will buy stocks. Maybe he will. Or maybe he'll sit on it and collect free money. You don't know what the new guy's gonna do. Buffett's investing in Japan, low interest world. I mean, he is buying interest stocks. I don't know about getting, maybe they're getting loans from Japan. He does not want to freak out the market. No, because Buffett doesn't dictate what the market does. Buffett's just a normal investor like everyone else. If Buffett mattered, why is Siri the same price it was months ago if Buffett mattered? If Buffett mattered, this thing should be hundreds of dollars. Buffett doesn't matter. He's just a normal investor like you and me. He just has hundreds of billions of dollars. Just an average guy. Just a normal guy. He does not dictate the market. Never will. Never has, never will. I like you, Corey, just disagreeing. Well, I'm disagreeing with you because I've disagreed with so many people about this subject because for some reason, like, it's so hard to understand. And I don't understand why it's so hard to understand. Nobody comes in here with like a good reason why they should do something with the cash. They just talk about doing something with the cash, but nobody gives a good reason why. Everything I've told you is at least valid. You're wrong, bruv. Bro, what are you guys doing? So like if you want to talk about like them doing something with the cash, just give a good reason why, because I have yet to see someone give a good reason why. I could maybe agree, like the only person who's given a good reason why is 6ix9ine, and 6ix9ine gave the Bitcoin example. The stock would squeeze and then they would dilute the shares and create another 2-3 billion of cash. Like that's a good reason to use the cash. But other than that, I haven't seen a single good reason why they need to use the cash for anything. I have yet to see it. So I mean, just give a good reason. And you know, then maybe I can agree with you and give it some consideration. But I just can't. I don't think anything you've said is like a good reason. And I'm not trying to be like a dick. It's just I don't see what you see, I guess. And I don't see what most people see, because for me, the cash brings shareholder value. Nothing else brings shareholder value. Buying random companies doesn't bring shareholder value. Buying crypto doesn't bring shareholder value. Buying stocks doesn't bring shareholder value. Focusing on making the business profitable and stacking the cash brings shareholder value. And then, like I said, when we have tens of billions of dollars, then we'll talk about it. But until that day, I don't see how investing in anything is a positive thing for GameStop. They could buy back shares, you know, if the stock goes below 20, they could buy back shares. That would be positive. That would bring shareholder value. But that's them buying GameStop shares. The fuck is going on? I have no clue, dude. I don't know what's going on. I don't I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. They will do both. Every dollar they spend on something else is less money they can use to make the business better or make risk-free money. Short sellers moving prices. I think it's just I mean it's only up 2%. I don't know. This is pretty typical price action, I feel like. Usually it's to the downside, but pretty typical price action. Ryan Cohen should buy 4.6 billion of product from GameStop, then resell it all cheaper. What? I don't know. I don't understand that. 25, continue the OO trend. Hey, the big candle, is there news? Go on Twitter, news, possibly news. You know how it goes. Search money sign GME, see if there's news. See if someone tweeted, whatever. I don't know. Nothing on Google, so you're gonna have to look on Twitter. Pretty big after hours candle, so there might be news or something. Not a huge after hours candle, but very odd. Little doofus should buy pet rocks. I mean, that's what people seem like they want them to do. Like, go buy a failing business. Might as well just buy some pet rocks. I would buy a GameStop pet rock. I see YOLO got deleted again. I'm gonna relapse. We're fooling the algorithm. I would love to F out of a pet rock. What a close. Decent. Many times in after hours, GME pops a little weird. I mean, it's typical after hours stuff, but usually when it happens, there's some sort of news. Not always, but sometimes. Or like Ryan Cohen tweets or something. Holy crud. Keep strong. We banged the close this time. I don't know if you guys did anything. I don't know if you guys did anything besides whatever you were doing. New pump method unlocked. Pump it up. Pump. What's up, Kristen? Oh, you got the house, Kristen? I saw a glimpse of that before the chat went crazy. Did you get the house or what? Can I move in? Just kidding. JK, dog. JK. Ugh. Geniuses. The YOLO method worked well. Haven't seen anything yet. Yeah. Very interesting close. I would say pretty positive. Wait, I guess it would probably... What did the rest of the market do? No fucking way. No fucking way the market just popped 2%, bro. No way. No way. Oh my god, dude. The fucking... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. If this doesn't sell off next week, Bears are fucked, dude. Bears are actually fucked if this doesn't sell off next week. Holy shit. Holy shit. The NASDAQ just reclaimed the support. Oh, man. The Russell didn't quite reclaim the support. You're kind of getting a retrace there, but the NASDAQ reclaimed the support. But, oh, man, bro. The Bears are fucked if this doesn't sell off next week. Oh, man. The Bears are fucked, dude. The Bears are fucked. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Because Trump was yelling at Zelensky earlier. We did watch that, and there was a breaking news, and that's like why the market was supposedly down earlier. But bro, I don't contribute news to price action. I would never contribute a political event to price action ever in my life. I think that's kind of ridiculous. But oh, Bears are fucked, dude. Bears are fucked if they don't sell this next week. Bears are actually fucked. They have to sell it next week. If they don't sell this next week, they're fucked. Well, I mean, maybe it could take a couple weeks, but if they don't start, bro, if they don't take control, they're fucked. They're actually fucked. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually crazy, bro. Oh, man. Next week's gonna be sick. Oh, it's gonna be an exciting week, bro. Next week might be dope. I don't know. I don't want to jinx it. I don't like jinxing it, bro. I don't want to jinx it, but... Oh, man. Oh, man. The Bears might be fucked. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't buy anything today. Where am I in the chat anyway? You guys fucked the chat up with all your messages. Paying the close. It's a new sport. It's working. It's working. YOLO method work. Haven't seen nothing. Let's see. Been many times after. Yep. Come to AutoZone. We legit sell pet rocks. Really interesting. Taking credit. Didn't buy anything. Don't deny it. We did this. We did good. I'm gonna deny it. You guys are funny. You guys are silly. You guys are silly little ducks. Silly little ducks. Don't listen to Corey. We did a great job. Yeah, don't listen to me. What do I know? I don't know anything. You know, they're gonna YOLO all their money into Bitcoin. Why not? Why not? Maybe they already did it. Who knows? Maybe they already did it. Solana got a little bounce back. And Bitcoin. Everything kind of bounced back. That's wild, dude. That's wild. That's a wild way to end the week, bro. That is a wild way to end the week. Like, what the hell? What the hell? God, that looks so fucking good on the weekly, bro. That looks so good on the weekly. Like, obviously it can still sell, but holy shit, that looks good. And the NQ doesn't look like terrible. There's still a lot of selling pressure, obviously, but damn, bro. Bears better take control if they don't want to get clapped. Bears are going to get fucked if they don't take control the next, like, week or two. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, bro. It's going to be such a long weekend. It's going to be such a long weekend. No. I hate the weekend. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this weekend nonsense. I got it. Let's go. Inspection was great. Everyone is happy. Let's go. Just jealous he wasn't a part of it. Yeah, I was too busy arguing with Jay Crispy. Typical fashion, just arguing with someone in the chat. Just a typical day in the life of me. Just, you know, someone in the chat says something I don't agree with, and I start arguing with them. You know, just a typical day. A typical day. But when it comes to GameStop, I'm gonna argue. I'm gonna argue all day, bro, because I've got a lot of money in this thing. So, I don't know. Yeah. I'll argue till the wheels fall off when it comes to GameStop. Are you saying I'll be able to retire off my 10 GME shares next week? I mean, you'll probably never be able to retire off 10 GME shares, but God bless you, my friend. Duke Dynamite. Haven't seen that name in here before. But 10 shares of anything really isn't a lot. Sorry to say, it's really just nothing. You can move in. Yes. Yes. I'm excited. I'll come visit. We'll have a housewarming party. I'll bring you a housewarming gift. I don't know what I'll bring, but something. Where's all the bear talk now, pansies? I guess we'll see next week. Oh, is there a bunch of people in here since GameStop went up? Oh, no. There's not that many people in here. I thought it was going to be funny. If there's a bunch of people in here just because the stock went up. Oh, yeah. Shout out to 6ix9ine and Small Fry. Bro, I got $69.99 today. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out 6ix9ine and Small Fry, baby. Shout out 6ix9ine and Small Fry. I'll have to try to find some more hats this weekend or something. Speaking of that, where the hell's my Amazon or my GameStop delivery? I've never ordered from Amazon in my life. I only order from GameStop, I promise. I've never ordered from Amazon. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's see what goodies we got. Got some goodies. Some good old boys. Need a knife. A knife. What's up, Tricky One? Don't think I've seen that name in here before. I don't know. But what's up? Holy shit. I ordered a book too, because it was like I had to order one more thing to get free shipping, and the book costed pretty much what shipping was, but I got this book, Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. It's not even a stock market book. It's literally a book about betting, because that's the most important part when it comes to making money, is being able to place the bet correctly. Life is poker, not chess. Wanna bet? Bet to learn. The buddy system. Descent to win. Adventures in mental time travel. Oh, I can't wait to read. I mean, this is what I'm gonna do over the weekend. I'm gonna read this shit. Oh, I can't wait to read this. This is gonna be a good-ass book, bro. Oh, this is gonna be a good-ass book. I can't wait. I can't wait. Did I just cut my finger? No, I'm good. I'm good. And then I got some more Mario hats. From GameStop. You know? GameStop. I would never order from Amazon. Never, ever would I order from Amazon. Who does that? I'm a Luigi. It's a me, a Luigi. Why are these so small? I feel like the other ones are like bigger. I'm a Luigi. Who's leaving? Oh, bye, Caitlin. I'm a Luigi. Check order flow on GameStop. I don't know how to do that. It's not something I do. You can check the volume, though. The volume jumped like 2 million that last little bit. But order flow, no clue how to check that because I don't pay attention to that. I'm a Luigi. I like this hat more. I got the Mario, like, I don't know what power up this is, but when he's got the ears, bro. I like this one. So many hats. I mean, thanks 6ix9ine, bro. 6ix9ine is the reason why I bought all these hats. If it wasn't for 6ix9ine, I probably wouldn't have so many hats. Well, and Small Fry. But 6ix9ine, like, specifically donated to me to get more hats, so shout out 6ix9ine. Oh, that's why these don't fit that well. You gotta get rid of the cardboard thing. There we go. Now it fits pretty good. I got dibs on the orange one. Don't exclude yourself from this. You had some of the most impressive YOLO dates I've ever seen. Is the topic different? Let's see. What happened? Any news? I don't think so. I think you just, I mean, it's that $24 support we've been talking about for a while. Or at least the past, like, pretty much this whole week. Obviously, I only bought like 50 shares down there. I didn't really stack up more. So, not like it really matters, but we'll see how next week plays out, or we'll see. I wonder what the monthly candle looks like. What's that monthly look like? Damn, doji. You can still see there's a lot of buying pressure from this tail, but very interesting. What about the ES? How's the monthly candle on the ES? Looks kind of toppy, but still looks okay overall, I would say. I would say it still looks okay. Same with the NASDAQ. Like, definitely, you know, possible double top on the monthly candles here, but if that breaks out, bro, bears are fucked. Bears are actually fucked. The Dow looks okay. And the Russell, I mean, the Russell looks like trash, but the Russell's pretty volatile, so pretty hard to know what's going to happen with that. The infinite money glitch. A book you can read? Of course I can read. I read the chat all the time. Little Doofus is my favorite author. You know what? You know, it's something funny I learned over the weekend that I never realized. These fucking these Bed Bath and Beyond idiots, bro. These Bed Bath and Beyond idiots. They made a book, and they made the author Ryan Cohen, and they're literally using Ryan Cohen's name to like make hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's kind of the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. I never really knew about. I watched that one guy. I watched those documentaries by what's his name, James Janney, I think. Yeah, this guy. I watched his documentaries, and I never realized how like dumb the Bed Bath and Beyond community is. And it's just, yeah, they literally made hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, just using Ryan Cohen's name, just talking about Ryan Cohen. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Thank you, 6ix9ine. Probably on Twitter. I'm sure kids are screenshotting and tweeting about it. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good then. They're posting about it on Twitter. It's probably not that important. And I deleted Twitter again, or deactivated, I guess. In 30 days it'll be deleted. I was scrolling through last night and I realized that I hate Twitter so much. So I deleted it again. Check order flow. I don't know how I'm throwing his life savings at you. You're supposed to be throwing your life savings in Robinhood. Here's some money. Go buy some YOLO GME calls. Corey, that's a dumb idea. Also, Corey buys 15 video game hats. Damn right. Why would I waste my time playing options when I can buy some more hats? I mean, I can time you out, and then you can't text and drive. I could do that. And I bought more shares last week anyway. Or whenever I bought more shares. I don't know when it was, so. I did buy more shares. I just didn't buy options because I don't want to buy options. I'm good. I'd rather just buy shares. You make the same amount pretty much, unless you're buying clear the fuck out of the money and get lucky as hell. Going up and no one joining the chat. I love it. People actually left, which is fine. Off to Severance. All right, Hugh. Much love, bro. Have a good weekend. Fuck. Honestly, just my sleep all weekend. Sounds like a good weekend. I feel like trash. Gme 10 about to be hyped this weekend. I'm so ready to huff that shit. Me and Caitlin got you sick. I know, what the hell, bro? Some bullshit. Being so mean to me today. I mean, because you're texting and driving. It's illegal. I don't feel like I've been that mean to you. I could definitely be meaner. I didn't even talk for most of the day. Most of the day we just sat and watched videos. Be meaner. Maybe I'll go buy more Pokemon cards this weekend. That could be fun. I don't really know what to talk about or do. Might be time to hit the dusty old trail. The dusty old trail. Chewy back above 37's dope. Oh yeah, I forgot to do. Fuck. I gotta do insider buying on Monday. I completely forgot about this. Oh shit. Oh no, I should have did it fucking today, bro. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. There's so much insider buying this week. Holy. Holy. Or wait, did I do insider buying Monday? I can't even remember. I literally can't even remember. I think I was sick. Or was Monday closed? I don't even know. The days just like blend together anymore. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I did? Okay, dope. Dope. I should have did it today though. I'll just have to try to remember. MSCI was the first one. Hopefully it doesn't get hopefully it doesn't get buried. Okay, good. At least I did it on Monday. That's good. Are there whales? No whales. Any earnings? Probably not. Nope. Intel delays Ohio chip plant opening to next decade. Was supposed to start production by 26. FAA clears SpaceX for another Starship test flight after explosion in January. Block's 30% plunge in February leads fintech sell-off, while Stripe shows to benefit off staying private. What the SEC's new crypto strategy means for the industry. I don't know about that. Pope has a bronchial spasm and his prognosis remains guarded. Not much there. Very interesting bounce today, though. Very interesting. Might hang out later. Nice. Nice. When are you moving in, Kristen? Or did you already like buy the house? Or what's going on there? I just realized I think it's only appropriate we put on the green hat. I think it's only appropriate, right? Got to wear the green hat because GameStop's green for once in its life. I think it's only appropriate. This one fits weird. Alright, peace out, Shadow. Close March 14th. Get the expansion done and all that. Nice. Let's go. That's legit. That is legit. Get a new Caitlyn and decide I'm curdled milk now. I'm sure that Caitlyn won't come back. I talked way too much shit on AMC. And she's probably invested in AMC. Most people don't appreciate when you tell them the company they're invested in is going to go bankrupt and that it's trash. But I can't lie to them. I got to tell them it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not going to lie. You know, I probably should. Or maybe I just shouldn't even talk about it, but I don't know. I can't. It can't be fake. I just got to be real with people. $16 million buy on GME at the end of the day. Seems a whale definitely did splash in a GM. Could be wrong. Quite interesting. Maybe. It is possible. Or it could have been a short closing as well. Who knows? That's the thing with those buys and those sales. Like you don't know actually where it comes from, you know? Or what it is. Like it could I don't know. I just don't focus on that stuff because I mean people on Twitter post about that all the time and it just doesn't really mean a lot to me personally. I remember when I remember back late June, early July, people were posting like crazy buys and then the stock sold off to like $17, so I just I just don't put any weight on that stuff. The chart tells me everything I need to know. But it was some good price action going into the end of the week. Seeing that 24 hold for 3 days straight. Pretty dope. You're the only Caitlyn. Suck up. I like the new Caitlyn. She's nice to me. Don't ever lie. I think AMC is heavily shorted company that could turn around fast. Market cap was 28 billion before 28x. What is it now? And with the distribution rights, they can make a lot of free cash. I'll more GameStop, but hold anything to bring down the lies. Fair enough. I just don't see, from a fundamental perspective, I just don't see AMC turning around at all. But, I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't squeeze again, you know? Like, it squeezed in May and June. Doesn't mean it can't happen again. I'd rather buy, like, that's, GameStop for me isn't a bet on the squeeze, you know? I'm betting on the fundamentals and the turnaround of the business, so AMC is not, like, for me, I just don't see AMC going anywhere besides, you know, fundamentally, the stock can do whatever. The company can be complete trash and the stock can go up. But from a fundamental perspective, AMC is not good. AMC sucks. The CEO is the failure for AMC. It's possible. I don't know enough. But that's also, you know, if he's really that bad, I just don't know why you would be like putting money into it. Besides, like, I guess for a potential squeeze, but a squeeze is like less than 1% chance of happening. So it's hard to bet on something like that. At least with any amount of real conviction. GME lies will be brought down one day, brick by brick, until the lies are exposed. Oh yeah, the short interest got updated on GameStop on Market Watch. I was seeing a lot of articles that it was like 5.6%, but it dropped like 1%. I don't remember what it was before. It was like 7 point something. But now the short interest on GameStop is 6.78%. So it went down a little bit, which is interesting. They only have $8 billion in debt if they squeeze back up and the CEO dilutes at the right time. Rather than dilute at bottoms to keep company floating. It's cheap, that's why I bottom it. Buy it at bottom. Fundamentals are good, but possibly can make a company endless. They need World War III to stop GameStop. Okay. I mean, that's what it says on Market Watch, so if you yeah. I don't know why nobody trusts Market Watch when GameStop was 100% short interest or even 300% on short interest. It reflected that on Market Watch. So I don't know why it would change now. But I don't think the short interest matters. What price are they? What price are they stuck in? I think that's what matters. Doesn't matter if it's 100% short interest. If they're still stuck at super low prices, I don't think the short interest matters. Fundamentals are good. I disagree with that. The fundamentals on AMC are not good. I think. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but... Oh, and they did report proposed sale of securities. I mean, what's their... This is a new 10K from like 2 days ago, it looks like. This is their 10K from last year. Yeah, see, they're consistently losing over 350 million. Like, that's just not positive. I mean, GameStop was doing that back in the day, but this is a brand new 10K on AMC, and they lost another 352 million. Sure, they have 8 billion in assets, but they don't have that much cash. So if they just keep losing money like that, they're just gonna have to keep diluting. But I do agree, maybe if by some miracle, you know, less than 1% chance the stock squeezes and they do a dilution, maybe they could raise some capital, but I don't know. I just couldn't bet on that. I couldn't bet any significant amount of money on that. No way. I just started watching your Suron videos. What am I doing? Streaming. But welcome. Welcome. GTA 5 Enhanced Edition finally comes to PC. Somehow 22 gigabytes smaller than GTA 5. Interesting. He's about to get on his Suron in a few minutes. Gonna ride away from here. Ride right away. He rides around in his living room. That would be pretty funny. I would yeah, that would be hilarious actually. The hell? I'm hiding your message. I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. No exciting news. Peace out, Moose. Have a good weekend, my friend. Appreciate you always hanging out, bro. For real. For real. I hope you have a good weekend, bro. Oh, my throat hurts, dude. It's gonna be a long weekend. What do you guys got going on this weekend? Anyone doing anything? I guess not. I guess not. Well, all right then. Oh shit. I gotta do eBay orders. Completely forgot. I gotta get those out today. I always forget about them. And almost ship late all the time. Snorting dabs with the homies. Let's go. Snorting some dabs, bro. That's sick. Sounds like a good time. Helping my brother move Sunday, concert tonight. Saturday I got lunch thing and hanging with a girlfriend. Bro, you're always so busy. Like, do you ever just like chill? Do you ever just like sit and like chill? I swear you're always fucking doing something. Kristen is getting laid, she told me. I hope so. I'd be proud. I'd be a proud stream host. Except she would never come back. She wouldn't come here anymore if she got a boyfriend. So that would suck. That would make me sad. When I get sick. Fair. You live a wild life, Kristen. I couldn't keep up. I could not keep up. I like just chilling, just, you know, doing nothing. That's what I like to do. I'm not a Yeah, I couldn't keep up. Gaming this weekend. What are you gonna play? Tyler Braden? Who the hell's that? Who the hell Tyler Braden? I don't know who this is. Never heard of him. Me and this guy are the same age, though. That's crazy. That's crazy. Viagra might help you keep up. Well, I mean, I could keep up. I don't need Viagra. I couldn't do all the activities, bro. I'd be dead. I don't like doing things. I like sitting at home. Addicted to the physical, as they say. Love friends and family. That's my purpose. That's fair. I mean, I love my friends and family too, but like, we don't do, like, when I go hang out with my friends, we don't really like do anything. And family, I guess that's a very small amount of people. Mm-mm. Oh, a new Elon Musk Joe Rogan podcast. Oh, what's this? A CoffeeZilla video. I love CoffeeZilla. Can we watch this? I don't know. I won't. I won't make you guys watch CoffeeZilla. I'll save that for myself. Man. Well, I don't know what to talk about. I don't really know what to say. Good day on GameStop. Overall, I feel like it was a good day in the market. I don't really know. Like you know, like I said, I'm usually good at like predicting this stuff, but as of lately, I really have no clue what's gonna happen. I just remain bullish because I think bears are not very smart. But other than that, I have no clue what's gonna happen next. Could not tell you. Going into freaking March, bro. Going into March. We're already hitting a quarter of the year. A quarter of the year is about to pass. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wild stuff. Been the stream, bro. The stream has brought me new life. Straight up. I don't know what I would be doing right now if I wasn't streaming. I have no clue. So for real, anyone anyone who hangs out here all day, like, I appreciate you so much. This is it's such a blessing to be able to do this every single day. Really. I mean, I can be sick as fuck and still just hop on stream and hang out with my friends, you know? It's great. Miss the Jesus quotes. Oh, you want some Bible, bro? Shit, don't even tempt me, Marimano. Don't even tempt me with some Jesus Christ, my friend. Don't even tempt me, bro. You want some Jesus Christ in your life, dude? I got you. You don't even gotta ask. You don't even gotta ask. Jesus Christ comes when you least expect it. Only reason market's up today because last day of the month and sell on Monday. Being a new month, date of the worth since 21. Okay. Sounds like an opinion. So everything you literally haven't you said nothing. You typed a lot of words in the chat, but you said ultimately nothing. Bring some data in here instead of just talking about stuff. Acting like that's crazy. That's crazy. A lot of words, but said nothing at the same time. Very interesting. I've seen you in here a few times, Michael Anthony. I mean, I don't understand. I don't care what CNBC said. I read CNBC articles, but ultimately I don't care what they say. And I don't care what people's opinions are on Twitter and Reddit. I'm bullish as fuck. And I think I'm right. I think bears are dumb. But we'll see. You know, go flip a coin. Go find a coin and flip it, and that's what's gonna happen next. That's probably the best investment advice you've ever gotten, Michael Anthony. But God bless you, my friend. You have a good weekend. All right, you ready? You ready, bro? This is what you want. This is what you asked for. Greetings from Peter. This letter is from Simon, Peter, a slave and apostle of Jesus Christ. I'm writing to you who share the same precious faith we have. This faith was given to you because of the justice and fairness of Jesus Christ, our God and Savior. May God give you more and more grace and peace as you grow in your knowledge of God and Jesus our Lord. Oh man, I'm going to be done after this, dude. I can already feel it. Luckily, this isn't that long. We're at the bottom on the chart on the QQQ and new was near rebound. Bruh, you just literally contradicted the first thing you typed in here. But, okay. Growing in faith. By his divine power, God has given us everything we need for living a godly life. We have received all of this by coming to know him, the one who called us to himself by means of his marvelous glory and excellence. And because of his glory and excellence, he has given us great and precious promises. These are the promises that enable you to share his divine nature and escape the world's corruption caused by human desires. In view of all this, make every effort to respond to God's promises. Supplement your faith with a generous provision of moral excellence, and moral excellence with knowledge, and knowledge with self-control, and self-control with patient endurance, and patient endurance with godliness, and godliness with brotherly affection, and brotherly affection with love for everyone. The more you grow like this, the more productive and useful you will be in your knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. But those who fail to develop in this way are short-sighted or blind, forgetting that they have been cleansed from their old sins. So, dear brothers and sisters, work hard to prove that you really are among those God has called and chosen. Do these things, and you will never fall away. Then God will give you a grand entrance into the eternal kingdom of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Paying attention to Scripture. Therefore, I will always remind you about these things, even though you already know them and are standing firm in the truth you have been taught, and it is only right that I should keep on reminding you as long as I live, for our Lord Jesus Christ has shown me that I must soon leave this earthly life, so I will work hard to make sure you always remember these things after I am gone. For we were not making up clever stories when we told you about the powerful coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We saw his majestic splendor with our eyes when he received honor and glory from God the Father. The voice from the majestic glory of God said to him, "This is my dearly loved Son, who brings me great joy." We ourselves heard that voice from heaven when we were with him on the holy mountain. Because of that experience, we have even greater confidence in the message proclaimed by the prophets. You must pay close attention to what they wrote, for their work For their words are like a lamp shining in a dark place until the day dawns and Christ the morning star shines in your hearts. Above all, you must realize that no prophecy in the scriptures ever came from the prophet's own understanding or from human initiative. No, those prophets were moved by the Holy Spirit and they spoke from God. The dangers of false teachers. But there were also false prophets in Israel, just as there were to be false teachers among you. They will cleverly teach destruction, heresies, and even deny the master who bought them. In this way, they will bring the sudden destruction of themselves. Many will follow their evil teachings and shameful immorality, and because of these teachers, the way of the truth will be slandered. In their greed, they will make up clever lies to get hold of your money, but God condemned them long ago, and their destruction will not be delayed. For God did not spare even the angels who sinned. He threw them into hell, even in gloomy pits of darkness, where they are being held until the day of judgment. And God did not spare the ancient world, except for Noah and the seven others in his family. Noah warned the world of God's righteous judgment. So God protected Noah when he destroyed the world of ungodly people with a vast flood. Later, God condemned the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and turned them into heaps of ashes. He made them an example of what will happen to ungodly people. But God also rescued Lot out of Sodom, because he was a righteous man who was sick of the shameful immorality of the wicked people around him. Yes, Lot was a righteous man who was tormented in his soul by the wickedness he saw and heard day after day. So you see, the Lord knows how to rescue godly people from their trials, even while keeping the wicked under punishment until the day of final judgment. He is especially hard on those who follow their own twisted sexual desire and who despise authority. These people are proud and arrogant, daring even to scoff at supernatural beings without so much as trembling. But the angels, who are far greater in power and strength, do not dare to bring from the Lord a charge of blasphemy against those supernatural beings. These false teachers are like unthinking animals, creatures of instinct, born to be caught and destroyed. They scoff at things they do not understand, and like animals they will be destroyed. Their destruction is their reward for the harm they have done. They love to indulge in evil pleasures in broad daylight. They are a disgrace and a stain among you. They delight in deception, even as they eat you with your... I'm dying. Oh, man. They delight in deception, even as they eat with you in your fellowship meals. They commit adultery with their eyes, and their desire for sin is never satisfied. They lure unstable people into sin, and they are well trained in greed. They live under God's curse. They have wandered off the right road and followed the footsteps of Balaam, son of Beor, who loved to earn money by doing wrong. But Balaam was stopped from his mad course when his donkey rebuked him with a human voice. These people are useless as dried up springs, or as mist blown away by the wind. They are doomed to the blackest darkness. They brag about themselves with empty, foolish boasting, with an appeal to twisted sexual desires. They lure back into sin those who have barely escaped from a lifestyle of deception. They promise freedom, but they themselves are slaves of sin and corruption. For you are a slave to whatever controls you. And when people escape from the wickedness of the world by knowing our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and then get tangled up and enslaved by sin again, they are worse off than before. It would be better if they had never known the way to righteousness than to know it and then reject the command they were given to live a holy life. Damn, bro. Oh, man. That's a crazy line right there. That's a crazy line. It'd be better if they had never known the way to righteousness than to know it and then reject the command they were given to live a holy life. They prove the truth of this proverb: a dog returns to its vomit, and another says, a washed pig returns to the mud. Balaam. Okay. The day of the Lord is coming. This is my second letter to you, dear friends, and in both of them I have tried to stimulate your wholesome thinking and refresh your memory. I want you to remember what the holy prophet said long ago, and what our Lord and Savior commanded through your apostles. Most importantly, I want to remind you that in the last days, scoffers will come, mocking the truth and following their own desires. They will say, what happened to the promise that Jesus is coming again? From before the times of our ancestors, everything has remained the same since the world was first created. They deliberately forget that God made the heavens long ago by the word of his command, and he brought the earth out from the water and surrounded it with water. Then he used the water to destroy the ancient world with a mighty flood, and by the same word, the present heavens and earth have been stored up for fire. They are being kept for the day of judgment, when ungodly people will be destroyed. But you must not forget this one thing, dear friends. A day is like 1,000 years to the Lord, and 1,000 years is like a day. The Lord isn't really being slow about his promise, as some people think. No, he is being patient for your sake. He does not want anyone to be destroyed, but wants everyone to repent. But the day of the Lord will come as unexpectedly as a thief. Then the heavens will pass away with a terrible noise, and the very elements themselves will disappear in fire, and the earth and everything on it will be found to deserve judgment. Since everything around us is going to be destroyed like this, what holy and godly lives you should live, looking forward to the day of God and hurrying it along. On that day, he will set the heavens on fire, and the elements will melt away in the flames. But we are looking forward to the new heavens and the new earth he has promised, a world filled with God's righteousness. And so, dear friends, while you are waiting for these things to happen, make every effort to be found living peaceful lives that are pure and blameless in sight. And remember, our Lord's patience gives people time to be saved. This is what our beloved brother Paul also wrote to you with the wisdom of God gave him. Speaking of these things in all of his letters, some of his comments are hard to understand, and those who are ignorant and unstable have twisted his letters to mean something quite different, just as they do with other parts of the scriptures, and this will result in their destruction. I agree with that, man. That's an accurate sentence right there. Very accurate. Peter's final words. You already know these things, dear friends, so be on guard. Then you will not be carried away by the errors of the wicked people and lose your own secure footing. Rather, you must grow in the grace and knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. All glory to him, both now and forever. Amen. That's all I can read. I would love to read more, but I don't even know how I read that. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't think I've ever read Peter, so I think we read Peter 1 like a few weeks ago. That was Peter 2. And now I think it's time to go. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how start reading the Bible and everyone leaves? That's my favorite thing. That makes me happy. I mean, that doesn't really make me happy, but it is funny. It is funny. It is funny, bro. They can't handle it, bro. They can't handle it. All they care about is GameStop and making some money on a short squeeze. They can't handle a little Jesus Christ. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Demons, maybe. I don't know. It is funny though. It is funny. It's very, very consistent. Every time we read it, everyone leaves. Every single time. It is funny. But I think it's time to go, for real. Yeah. It's been a good week, though. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for always hanging out. For real. This is wild that, it's wild, bro. It's wild, bro. I just... When I started this a couple months ago, I truly never thought it would be like this. I thought, you know... I don't know what I thought. I really don't know. I just never thought that it would be what it is. I didn't think there would be people willing to sit here every single day for 7-9 hours a day and just listen to me talk about whatever the fuck I talk about. Like, like it's crazy, bro. So thank you, for real. For real, thank you. We'll keep it going, bro. We'll keep it going. But I hope you guys have a good weekend. Hope you have a blessed weekend. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully something good happens this weekend. You know? I think there's some good things coming. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I just got a feeling, bro. I just got a feeling. I don't... It's very rare that I get this feeling. And, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I've been proved wrong before. I've gotten this feeling before and have been proved wrong. But the feeling has been here since I started the stream. It's never gone away. So I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited. I can't wait. I mean, I can wait. I can wait as long as I need to. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I say this every week, bro. I say this every week, but I just got a feeling, bro. I just got a feeling. But yeah, I'm out of here. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll catch you guys next week. Have a good weekend. God bless you. And yeah, peace out. Much love. Go live it up, bro. Go enjoy your life. Peace out, Matt. Bye, Caitlin. I don't know who else is here. Maybe 6ix9ine, maybe Kristen. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I don't know who else is here, but thank you guys for real. I'll talk to you guys next week. Peace!